Wonderful. No issues here. So we are connected to the live stream now. So you can just leave the live stream running. You'll want to keep this session going even between the breaks, between the sessions.
Okay.
And then at the end of the day, when you close out the Zoom session, the live stream itself will just automatically end, and we'll have a copy of the clip that it's recording on YouTube that'll be available for us to edit down, and then we'll have the clean version of the review on YouTube in maybe a week or two.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Okay, I don't do anything here with participants, right?
Nope.
No, just leave it. Just
Yeah, you can close that down now if you want to. Yeah.
okay.
So you are all set up here. It looks like you have an external guest who was able to get
Yes.
into the session, so that's set up perfectly as well. So you shouldn't have
Perfect.
any issues.
Hello, Igor.
Hello, hello.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Hello, Kevin.
Hi there.
We're waiting for one more person. How's everybody doing this morning? Ready for the day 2 of the reviews?
Always fun.
Yes.
Igor, it's nice to meet you. Where are you?
St. Louis, Missouri.
Are you at WashU?
At WashU, yes. Nice to meet you too, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a big introduction, and Kevin as well, and all the participants, because you don't know each other. So I'll just wait for a few more minutes. Kevin, your review is tomorrow?
It is.
Good.
Are you on it or?
I think I am. I got a note from you, I think.
Okay. I can't
Yeah.
remember who.
I know, it's like, lists are big anyway. Well, looking forward to it. So let's see. And we have the group A will begin. Am I correct? Dylan, Avery, and Alfredo.
Yes, that's us.
Okay, good. Oh, you're all together and masked. That's great. Gonna wait a few more minutes for Juliana.
Sounds good.
Smilja, is there a Miro board or a box folder as well?
Yeah, there's a box folder. If you go to our site, to our box.
Can you send me a link?
Let me see. It should be on the schedule, but let me send you.
I don't think it's on the schedule. I think the schedule just has it.
Yeah, if you
Mr.
go.
Alter, I just put one in the chat. That should.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So the group A. I'm just waiting for Juliana. Not here yet. So we're at the finishing line. Everybody excited? Good, let's see. Okay, for a few minutes.
Which projects are we looking at, Smilja?
We're looking at group A, B, and C. We're looking at 3 groups.
So we're going first. Our last names are Taylor, Corona, and Tenorio.
Thank you. That's helpful because they're not listed as group A, B, C.
Was my military classification there. We're gonna wait. So Igor, when are your reviews at University of Washington, Washington U?
So my own review was yesterday, and we have a couple more days of reviews. So tomorrow and Monday.
So what are you teaching this semester? What were you teaching?
Option studio
Mhm.
for undergrads, third and fourth year vertical option studio. We worked on a COVID memorial in Taipei
Wow,
project.
great. Very, very relevant. That's good. Just email to Juliana. I'm going to give her a few more minutes. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and start. Well, I emailed her, but I'm not hearing anything back. I think we're going to go ahead and get started. And she will join us as soon as she can. So I want, with a great pleasure, to welcome our reviewers for this morning. And I'm going to begin with Igor Marjanovic, who I've known for a number of years, is a colleague of mine. But let me tell you a little bit about his background. He's a professor and the chair of an undergraduate architecture program at Washington in St. Louis. He's both trained an architect and as well as a historian. And he investigates the role of pedagogy, exhibitions, publications in the emerging global architectural cultures. And by looking at his name and my name, you can see some of the similarities of being sort of globally connected. His publications include books such as Drawing on Ambience with Alvin Boyarsky and the Architectural Association. His book on Marina City, on Bertrand Goldberg's Urban Vision, has made an incredible contribution to understanding the modernist Bertrand Goldberg. Then his other publications are Very Edge, the Modernism and Modernity in the Arts of Architecture of Interwar Serbia from 1918 to 1940s. So he's both educator and a writer as well. He also runs for Washington University program in a summer program in Florence. And he was just a recent recipient of the award for the work that the students have done in Florence. And then we'd like to welcome Kevin Alter. Kevin, I'm going to give you just a little bit of introduction so that Igor gets to know you. Most of the students know who you are. You have taught at those undergraduate levels. So Kevin has been a member of UT for a number of years, and he's been doing extraordinary work as an educator as well as a practitioner. He teaches graduates, undergraduate design studios, construction, and theory. What he's also doing is the running Alter Studio, a practice that's been incredibly successful and has won numerous design awards. And I think, Kevin, you have many of our graduate students working with you. So You guys need to leave a great impression on Kevin. And I'll introduce Juliana when she shows up. So what I'd like to do now is just give you a little introduction on the project. And so I'm going to begin with the phrase by geographer Alan Churchill Semple, who said that Earth has given man his problems and at the same time whispered hints to their solutions. She claims in her writings that man is the product of the Earth's surface. And I think that wonderfully fits our search as architects of how we intervene with the Earth and how we build on the Earth. So this is an advanced studio. The students we have both graduates and undergraduates. We have worked on individual project at beginning, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. And then the rest of the semester, they have grouped in groups of 3, having always a graduate and undergraduate representation in the team. So we began with the sketch project Architecture in a Setting, which was designing an entrance tomb to Etruscan archaeological site. So I call this Architecture in a Setting. So 2,500 years ago is when Etruscans, who actually are the first inhabitants of Italian peninsula, most of us think of Romans that have begun and are representing Italy, but it was actually the Etruscans that has scratched the surface of the earth first. So the sketch project was, as I said, it was individual.
You're not sharing your screen if you're trying to show visuals. It's not.
Oh, thank you. Let me go back to. Thank you for telling me that. What is the?
On the bottom, there should be a green thing, maybe where it says share screen.
Yeah, I'm. Here we go.
Smilja, just heads up, I may need to step out for a quick phone call for like a few minutes. I don't know exactly what time, but just want to give you a heads up.
Okay, that's good. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see. You. Can you see it? Is it on?
Yeah, we see it now.
Okay, so the quote, Earth has given man his problems and at the same time whispered hints to their solution. As I said, this has sort of framed our studio. So we began with the Architecture in the Setting, which was an entrance to Etruscan tombs in Cerveteri, which is about an hour north of Rome. And we started to address the idea of transition from outside, from the light to the darkness, to this incredible painting that we've done. So this in many ways became an introduction for the project that we worked on. And somewhere in there, I've lost my notes, so I'm gonna talk without the notes here. Is there something I can click here to view the notes? Just 1 second. Okay, I got the notes back. So from the Etruscan sketch project, we moved into the main project, which is titled Architecture in Extreme Environment in Tyrolean Alps on the border of Italy and Austria. The topic of the project is to design a research facilities that study glaciation and archaeology in the Alps, not far from where the Uzi, the Iceman, a mummified man dating 5,000 years ago. So this is 2,500 years after Etruscans. We have chose the site because of its particular location and because of it represents the extreme site, which has a climate change, which as the climate changes continues to accelerate foreground problems and constraints that may become increasingly commonplace for architects working in the 21st century. So the study of the climate change is sort of the underfoil of our investigation this semester. The site is an extreme site, 3,800 meters high, which is about 12,000 feet. So the big question was, how do you actually build in a site like this? We've spent a great deal of time of looking at a number of different publications on Anthropocene, and I'm going to talk about it in a minute. But we wanted students to take a position on a man versus nature, and then how to address that in their project through weaving it through the architectural resilience, mitigation, and adaptability to Anthropocene time. What was interesting was that Uzi was found with a copper axe and some other tools. So the kind of question we posed ourselves is this: what are the tools of the 21st century as we came into the age of Anthropocene? So to begin the semester, we began with the article by Paul Kreutzen, who is an eminent atmospheric chemist, who suggested that they were no longer living in this age, but now eras centered around the drastic changes brought about the man called the Anthropocene. So he had actually coined this term in 2000, and we have used the information that had come from that article as a way to sort of foil our architectural investigation. And I'm just going to read a little bit about what he said. He said, for the past 3 centuries, humans' effect of the global environment have escalated. The consequences are numerous and profound. Acid precipitation, photochemical smog, and global warming being the most widely acknowledged, but that is just the start. And what he argues is, he says the dominance of the species means it's not just a variable, but a context for determining ecological process. So that was represented in this graphic chart that's showing where we are, the age of man in Anthropocene. And as we can see at this graph, we are at the very end of a very slow period of growth. So it's commonly held that humans now live in a 10,000-year-old Holocene epoch and peculiarly stable part of the Quaternary period at the time, distinguished by regular shifts into and out of the Ice Age. So the Anthropocene is actually characterized by acceleration. Technology has accelerated the human time scale in relation to ecological, geological time scale, and the broadened human spatial influences in relation to ecological and geological spaces. We had John Berry, the geologist here from Austin, gave us a talk on the formation of that part of border between Italy and Austria, and very graphically described us as to how that area that we're using as a site was a result of a very, very violent, very dramatic shift of African plates that collided with the European plates. And this is sort of this place for our interventions. There were two readings that were influential for us as we began the studio. One was by architectural topographist by Thomas Berlanda that addresses all the different ways in which we can touch the earth. So because how you ground the project within a context was very important. We have also read an article on the theory of design, prospect and refuge theory. And that both of these two very contradictory type of spaces sort of framed student investigation. We proceeded looking at the projects of the different environments and have looked at the case studies, and in particular, the project that we've studied, and Juliana Faulkner had given us a talk on Monte Rosa, facilities in Switzerland that was actually designed by ETH students, and Juliana had actually had gotten her master's from ETH and was very familiar with a student group that have contributed to the construction of the project. So just really briefly, where we're located is Etruscans tombs were 1 hour north of Rome, and then 2005 years later, the Uzi man was found on the border between Italy and Austria, as we see here on the map. So this was the site that has sort of inspired and got students involved in selecting the particular location of where Uzi was found, and then making a decision of what was the best territory to put their proposal forward. And so Uzi, I don't know if this is actually being shown. Let me go back. So Uzi location. So Uzi was found in the area here, and their site then, I cannot touch this. So their site they're looking at is between the border between Italy, is actually not drawn here, between Italy and Austria, which is also them. It is also structuring the site with the glaciers up north, and the south facing south, there less absence of glaciers. And as I said, we have actually used the idea of, let me see, let's go through this here. Okay, so let me get back to, just also want to talk a little bit about the program. What happened? I lost you guys. Give me a minute to get back to the PowerPoint. Just want to bring actually the program. Okay. Okay, so the program is for very small facilities, about 6,000 square feet, which is about 558 square meters. And this was to accommodate a very small research team of about 10 scientists in a relatively small micro room. So there would be like micro hotels. It would then, the program had also asked for the common spaces where they would be, they would consisted of living rooms, contemplating work, dining room, and kitchen. And then the support facilities like laundry, exercise room, meditation room, public sauna. And then the 2 research labs, and the research labs are actually, the research labs are structured in 2 different type of labs. The geology lab that would look at, that would contain the cold lab ice storage, access to the outside. But the geology lab would be studying weather change. They would be addressing glaciology as well. So looking sort of toward the future, where the archaeology lab would be looking at the past artifacts, looking at Utsi, and then hopefully finding other artifacts that can be then brought in and examined. So that's sort of briefly the program, and I want to go ahead and turn it to the first group.
Professor Neal, I don't think we can start screen sharing until you end your screen share.
I know, I am, this thing is.
Well, we can go ahead and introduce ourselves while you.
No.
Okay.
What happened? What is this? Okay. Stop share. Here we go. Okay. There we go.
We'll go ahead and share screen.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Kevin, thank you so much for being here. Igor, you as well. And Juliana, we're really excited to have your feedback once again. So thank you guys for all joining us.
Hello, Diana. Welcome.
My name is Avery.
My name is Dylan. My name is Alfredo.
And before really jumping into our project, we're going to lightly touch on some of the things we learned from what Professor Milo was talking about at the beginning of our semester. So as she explained, we were studying the Etruscan tombs, and this really stuck with our group.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's quite hard to hear you, and I wonder if you could come a little closer to the mic.
Is that better, Kevin?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you
for
so
cutting
much.
us out. Yeah. Before we went too far.
Before we presented everything. Thank you. Yeah, so studying the Etruscan tombs, we were really focusing on this process of dissension, going from external elements, going from outside into the depths of the project. And then we had a few interludes after reading these Berlander readings Professor Milo was talking about, and they really helped us figure out how we wanted our building to touch such a steep site. We also started playing with this idea of how to play with embedding within the site while still expanding from it. We played with ideas of vertical expansion and something cantilevering out, trying to kind of figure out our flow of things once we got our site.
So the sheer verticality of the Alps means that the region revolves around ascending and descending. That's something we really noticed. In our design, we wanted to reflect this experience, creating a building that works with the grain of the mountain. So as a result, the ground floor of the building actually becomes its highest level, and it descends down from there, spreading out in horizontal layers, which nestle against the mountainside. Then finally, at the lowest level, the building actually stretches out against the grain of the mountain, creating a volume which floats above the valley below. So this is just to help orient us a little. You can see there at the north end of this map, there is Utsi's location. And our site is just a little bit to the west of that. It's accessible from 2 paths. There's a hiking trail from this town of Vernago down to the south. And you can see it's quite an ascent up there. And then from Maso Corto on the west there's a ski lift that will take you up to this glacier hotel. And then from there, there's another hiking path that wraps around the north side of the site. So that's kind of how some of the ways you can get to it. Obviously, we're kind of imagining that it'll mainly be accessible by helicopter.
Yeah, that's definitely our primary area of access, just because this is such a steep area. but we wanted to make sure to still include those other areas of access. So on the left, you can see a path that comes in from where the ski lift is, and on the right from where the hiking path is, and then you come into the building. Let me go to the next one.
Are you right at the edge of the glacier? Is that what that map was showing? The one before this? Like, is the white the glacier?
This is just snow, actually.
Okay.
So we're right
would
underneath
melt,
the ridge of one of the peaks.
Yeah.
And then you would enter through the symbol of these steel columns sticking up, and there's just this main primary staircase. This is definitely our primary area of circulation where you are descending with the slope of the mountain. And then at different landings, you have the option to turn and go into a different area programmatically, whether it is a lab space, a residential unit, or a main communal space. And yeah, we have everything separated programmatically. So the 2 grays are 2 lab spaces. And then to the left of those, we have our residential areas, and then cantilevering out over the site, we have our communal space, and it's all connected by that central staircase.
It's loading.
I'm sorry, guys. And yeah, so as you can see, the cantilever is the one piece of our building that's going really just against the grain of this. So the other areas have similar views where you're looking down, and then the cantilever communal building really gives you that main prospect view where you can really have that kind of panoramic view of the site. And here you can see that with the white spaces, these shows are our main areas of prospect where you're looking out and you're exposed to the site compared to the other areas that you have a little bit more seclusion or a little bit more privacy.
And then here we have our site plan where you can see the way we're touching the site. And as Dylan said before, our ground floor here, this is actually what's above ground. And then as you descend down the mountain slope, you start getting into these spaces that start coming out and jetting out of the landscape. And then here we have our first floor plan. And so you would come in through this main threshold. And as soon as you come in, you have the option to the left. We have our mud room. And then to the right, we have our first lab. Which you can see here.
That's the geology lab.
And then at the next level, second floor plan, as you're descending down the stairwell, to the left, you have your archaeology lab here. And then here we have space for equipment, a garage space for snowmobiles. And then if you turn to your right, heading down that stairwell, you have this long hallway where we have our living spaces, our units. And then as you keep descending down the stairwell, this is where we have that very special moment of prospect. As you're coming down, have this large communal space where we have our kitchen and hangout space, eating space here. And then we have a large balcony that lets you see those views out to the lake.
So here's a couple diagrams about how we're thinking about heating and cooling the building. So for primary heating method would be radiant heating floor. You can see that in sort of diagrams. And then just a very simple idea. We could probably, you'll probably see more sectionally, but our first idea is like, in terms of ventilation, we'll use natural ventilation, just having a cross breeze from below and above.
Our building hunkers against the slope, protecting itself from extreme elements. Cross-laminated timber is used for the primary structure, which will be sustainable, resilient, and easily prefabricated off-site. The exterior is clad in light gray steel, which helps this project to blend in with the surrounding site. However, on the interior, the exposed timber creates a feeling of warmth and comfort. By hugging the mountain, we were able to give each space moments of refuge tucked against the slope and prospect at the edge where one can look out down the valley. And just some notes for why we chose this materiality. This was definitely a big discussion for us at the beginning, trying to figure out what structure we wanted to use. But timber outperforms steel in tensile strength. It's a naturally insulating material, creates a barrier between the heat and cold, which we thought was very necessary here. And it's 4 times more resilient than steel or masonry. So just a few points to point out.
So in this wall section, you can kind of see how this, we thought of the shell of the building almost like a jacket, where there's this lining of cross-laminated timber, and then there's that like thick down padding of insulation that'll really protect it, as well as, as you descend down the slope, you'll also be kind of hunkering against the mountain to limit exposure. So this section shows the relationship between, on the left is the upper lab, which is the geology lab, and then below you can see the residential area, and kind of how we're letting daylight into these spaces, and also where you get views versus where you're more against the mountain, I guess. This is showing that descent down that main staircase, and there's a series of clear stories that kind of light your path and give you kind of more of like glimpses out into the landscape. And then when you finally get to the bottom is when you have that much more panoramic view. And this is a transverse section showing that kind of the largest level, which is the residential wing, and then on the left and then on the right is that archaeology lab. And finally, we have an elevation.
These are some pictures of the model that we've been working on, just to help you understand it a little bit more three-dimensionally. You can see that cantilever connecting with that staircase is kind of like that primary core area that everything stems off of. And the steel columns at the beginning of the project matching the columns underneath the cantilever, kind of as a signal as to where the threshold is to come into. And this rendering is looking out at the cantilevered communal space, which is, like we said, our area is mostly our prospect area, where people can come out, get that panoramic view of everything else. And then at the end of it is where your descent ends, or here in this case begins to leave. And this is inside that communal space looking out. You see the space is somewhere people can kind of come be together, and they're not working in the lab, they're not in their unit, they're hanging out, they're having a cup of coffee after they eat, and most importantly, to come get a good view of the site. And this is looking out from one of the lab spaces, so you can see when you're inside, you get that view of the cross-laminated timber, those glulam beams. And then whenever you look out, you see that steel cladding. So you can see that relationship here with the cantilever communal space versus the interior of the lab space. And then this is a view looking out at the whole project from underneath. Since we are at the top of the ridge line, everything is kind of looking down at the site. And then this is a render looking at how you would enter the site. These steel columns, like I said, are this signal of threshold of this is where you enter, this is where you start that descent. So this is the view you'd get onto the site and of the building as you're entering. And that's everything. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Joel. Can I just ask a question of clarification before we begin? There's many things to talk about with the project already, but you did a very nice job talking about what you did. And I just was wondering if you could just spend just 1 minute saying why pose a building in this way? Like, what's the kind of conceptual apparatus that you're working with?
That's a great question. I think, for us, a big priority was in terms of man versus nature. We wanted to work with nature, and we wanted to make something that was less disruptive. I mean, while this is a relatively small building, in terms of the site, it's no matter what you do, a 6,000 square foot building will be quite prominent. So we wanted to try to blend it. We also wanted to make this a place that, since it's so remote, we wanted to create a place for people that when they're living there, they have like a sense of community, and it's a very pleasant space to occupy, even though it's in a more remote area.
Mm-hmm. Once we switched to team setting, it was very interesting because some of the ideas we had taken from our readings and from our earlier projects were all pretty similar. This idea of descent, this idea of a building that's kind of embedded while still being extruded from it. So it's actually relatively easy for us to kind of combine our thoughts into one cohesive scheme.
And in terms of Smilja's goals of architectural resiliency, mitigation, and adaptability, how does that kind of nest itself into this project?
I think for us, we think a lot about that a lot in our materiality. Like I said, that was kind of a struggle for us at the beginning. We were kind of stuck on steel. And then after speaking with Uli, speaking with Smilja, it was like, you know what, that really isn't the most responsible thing we can do here, especially. So I think by using our CLT paneling, our glulam beams, like that's one way of us saying we are trying to take a stance. We're trying to do the best we can.
Right.
Also, we tried to limit the exposure of the building, which, you know, we hope would help make it more resilient in this site where, you know, it has a lot of exposure to wind and to storms.
Definitely.
I mean, I don't know how much time we have to talk about this, and there are many ways to talk about it. You guys, you know, it's handsome, and the drawings are handsome. It's lovely to see these kind of renderings in such an extraordinary site, and many things one can compliment about it. I guess I could talk about it in many different ways, but rather than making this a kind of long Kevin monologue, let me mention maybe just two or three. So, you know, all compliments aside, you know, there's lots of accomplishment here and things that you guys should feel happy about. I guess I want to talk about organization and construction. In terms of organization, I think this strikes me as more as like the plans in particular are a little bit more like a space planning diagram more than they are really kind of designing the spaces with a set of intentions about the nature of the space. Like, I'm really intrigued by this orthogonal geometry put onto a non-orthogonal condition. I think there's a certain kind of smartness in how that might act as a datum against which the larger site might be read. And I like very much that you sort of cite these parallel buildings effectively onto the contours, and that they are a way of engaging the landscape directly, both in terms of the view and descending into them. And then across this, you have this kind of 90-degree axis that is the communal space. I feel like you let yourselves get a little bit sort of self-satisfied with just the program of communal space, and rather than actually designing it. I mean, what an odd condition to have this incredible trek up here or a helicopter ride up here, and to have that be your communal space. I mean, an amazing view, but the stair is also part of that. It's not just the kind of functional access point. It seems to me that it is a private version of the Spanish Steps, to go to kind of Italian references, right? That, like, there's a kind of community that is made in that central spine. And I guess I would urge you, rather than to be satisfied with what Smilja would call a partie, to use that as a jumping off point to say, well, what does that mean as a social condition? Seems to me that's very much the core of the project, and literally where you enter and where you kind of have a crescendo with this extraordinary cantilever and condition of being elevated and being able to sort of see at the same time as being able to have the sort of social conditions. It makes me think that you might mix the program a little bit. Like, I imagine places like a kind of kitchen might get nested into that. Like, with such a small group of people, it's a little bit like an extended family, right? And like, it seems like rather than a kind of blank open space, that one might start to see it as something that is very much like the kind of living room. And how does that get nested with particular kinds of spaces? I know the kitchen is there. I'm just saying, like, it seems almost like it's just programmatically set, as opposed to designed in a way that what are the spaces that are like Inglenooks as opposed to the spaces that are more like open, and how do these contrast, and how does that particularly engage issues of entry and being on the earth or in the earth and above the earth. And I'm really interested in this for a couple of reasons. Let me briefly just say, well, I like very much this language of roofs and cutting into the earth. I don't understand the steel columns. Like, this kind of celebration of an entry seems more like a kind of different hand than the other gestures. These sort of roof dominant forms seems to me like that might be a more appropriate kind of form to have found a way to deal with entry. And in particular, with conditions like this, I think shelter is always a big thing. So some sense of a roof creating a porch, a degree of shelter before you enter, where you knock the snow off your boots, where you might leave something outside before it goes into the heated mudroom, seems like something that might be more appropriate to use the forms that you're already kind of engaging. And as you leave walking on the natural ground and go into the constructed ground, that seems like an incredibly important moment. And part of this modernist vocabulary where one blurs the distinction between inside and outside, right? As opposed to what you've done, where you've made a very clear kind of entry sort of statement, and then you enter the building. And I feel like I'd much rather a something more modernist agenda where there's a kind of blurring of that kind of moment between, like, when do you actually get into the building? And I would personally have liked to see you use the language of a roof dominant form to do that, rather than inventing a new thing. Perhaps I just don't understand it, but you mentioned it, but didn't explain it. Moving to construction, I agree, like a kind of timber construction makes quite a lot of sense for ecological reasons, for transportation, like prefabricated reasons, things like that. But there is a kind of curious thing going on here, with especially with 3 people working on a single project. I like the drawing of the helicopter bringing the pieces and thinking, like, how is this going to, building as a verb, like, how does it come into being as opposed to just the noun, this is the building. But there is a kind of, how should I say this? There is a kind of shift when one looks at your sections. Maybe you can go to the section for a second and say, or that axo, and say, okay, if we need a helicopter to bring those pieces, how is the excavation made into this kind of presumably granite condition, right? I mean, for one, I appreciate you trying to draw a foundation, but that's probably not the foundation condition you would use here. The sort of spread footings are for a different kind of soil condition. One can't blame you for necessarily knowing these things. It's more like a pile-driven condition, or sort of pier. But I find forgive me, I've got a cold. I find it a kind of curious discrepancy between the touching the ground lightly, like bringing things in a helicopter, and the incredible effort it would take to excavate, 10 feet into that stone. I don't even know how you would do it, given this sort of agenda. And I like it in section. And my first reactions were to say, well, that seems like a very poignant condition to say, well, we're going to kind of be partially embedded in the ground and partially hovering over it. I think it's worth thinking about, how would that actually come to be? And is this actually an appropriate condition? I mean, that's blasting or drilling or heavy machinery, as opposed to, at least the way you've rendered it, and what I think of that condition to be like solid stone. Would it actually, is that actually how we want to engage it? Or are we looking for spots that are already made? Are we kind of barely touching the ground and hovering over it? So I find this curious two-headed approach. One is really damages the landscape, and the other touches it very lightly. And then, as much as I love the big cantilever, I don't actually believe it, that an 8-inch CLT is going to cantilever so far, especially when it needs to be supported so much on, like here, I'll just annotate briefly. If you need a support every, 10 feet, I'm not quite sure how that member cantilevers the rest of the way. Rather, it seems to me that the structural solution of imagining this as some kind of a structural truss, the depth, I don't know why it's not letting me draw, but the depth of that might start to have a collection of diagonals, where you use the top and the bottom to imagine that as something that can cantilever off the ground. I think would create a form that was more purposeful rather than wishful. And in that regard, you could look at the very last building that Norman Foster did. He's kind of stepped down from his practice, but he's done a building in France for his drawing collection that has admittedly overtly tectonic, surprise, surprise. But it does have a kind of more extreme cantilever, and it's, one can at least see the tectonics at work. I
think it's an interesting scheme. Also, I appreciate the sort of simplicity of the form and how you carried that simplicity with a great discipline in the project. So I think that's really great. Can you go back to the kind of a plan view for a second? So perfect, thank you. One thing that I'm also now thinking through, maybe building on Kevin's comment also about the section, is also how some of this embedding works in the plan. Somehow, I do, again, appreciate the simplicity, but I do want to feel the contour lines a little bit more in a place so drastic. Like this doesn't quite feel to me like an alpine landscape when I look at your site plan. And I think it's a combination of things. Maybe you're flattening the contour lines too much. I think there's also more sort of rugged edges and ravines. Maybe it's also a question of drawing rock versus glacier, rock versus snow, and then just trying to think about how the building that then interacts with that ground, because I think you should really appreciate how extreme and how amazing this site is, right? You're almost, I think you're kind of almost like a little timid, like you're presenting it, you know, here we enter, here there's a view, but this is like spectacular. You're up in the air. This is like as close as it gets to being in an airplane or something like that. And I would maybe just try to extract that kind of spectacular nature of the site a little bit more. If you go to a section now that you just had, maybe the one with the stairs. Okay, that's great too. Actually, go back to the previous one for a second. Perfect, thank you. So even here, like I feel I'm losing some of the, like somehow this section doesn't quite read as that mountain or that kind of a nature in the background. So if you start to think about that, and then what it means also over here, maybe it'll impact how you design this wall and that wall. And maybe there is a bit of a more interaction. Maybe you'll think if this is maybe designed and it's some kind of flat or sloped the other way. I'm also thinking about the roof, like what does it mean for the roof? I have this kind of just also intuition, and I think, you know, this has been discussed a little bit, that maybe in this kind of extreme climate, maybe the roof needs to be somewhat steeper. And also, you know, that this roof is kind of maybe sending snow on that roof. So maybe there's a way to think about, you know, just a slightly more drastic way relative to the section, relative to the plan, where things are a little bit steeper, deeper, and then maybe there's also a thinking around kind of what does it mean for access in the building too. I too agree also, I would rethink the entryway, because it's pretty extreme, like, you know, come with a helicopter, and maybe it's more about like what this part looks like over here, rather than maybe just marking the entryway. Maybe it's thinking about like what comes out of the building, or how the pad or whatever is there, maybe it's just kind of like a flat area, relates to the building. And you know, the way to do that, maybe you have some of that already, you thought about some of this already, is just to draw these conditions more, to make a more accurate representation of the contour lines and the snow, and you know, if there's glaciers, if there are other things, and then think what it means for the building. I also wonder just also about the columns too, if that's the kind of language you want to have. I don't have a good suggestion for you, but maybe you can think about what do you want to be kind of a structural expression of your building. Like, you know, again, building on Kevin's question about, okay, what is the concept? What is the heart of the project? Maybe you can also ask yourself, okay, how do we want the materiality of this building to be perceived? And maybe we just need to see a rendering, and maybe it's about the kind of the cladding of the wood or something like that. Maybe that's really what matters. But maybe you just need a rendering to show the kind of, you know, okay, this is the materiality. You know, it's helpful to have it in a wall section, but I think you need it maybe in an elevation or close up, you know, exterior space that shows that. I also wonder, what does it mean for the deck? Like, I feel with spaces like this, your terrace is a little bit like, you know, it could be maybe in many other places, but I wonder, this is like a super spectacular, you know, view, and, you know, can that terrace be a little bit different? I don't know, what does it mean? Like, you know, the only thing I can think of also is like, you know, the falling water house. It's kind of freaky when you go on the deck, because it's a typical height railing, and then it feels like frightening because you look at the ravine and the kind of the water falling down. So that's what I'm thinking, like, you know, is this maybe too scary, or do you want it to be kind of extreme sport deck where you kind of go out and it kind of feels like you almost don't have a railing? So maybe that's one more thing to kind of, you know, articulate a little bit more, because for right now it's one of the most kind of, one of the strongest kind of expressions of form that you have.
Mhm.
I was going to say, add, I mean, I appreciate those comments. Like when I look at the plan, and maybe it's worth looking at the overall plan for a moment. I feel like starting to combine some of these comments. Like my own sense is that the effort to dig into this site isn't important enough conceptually. Like it's one of the reasons I asked the question. Like if you're going to say that had a kind of important conceptual position to really radically change something, to dig in. But I don't think it is. And I feel like you could start to imagine shifting those volumes. I like that they're orthogonal, but I feel like you could start to imagine shifting them either orthogonally or allowing them to have a little bit more figure in that they could adjust to where the contours are. So for example, instead of imagining like you have this issue, right, depending on where you cut this section, like if you're cutting it through here, you're dug way into the ground as opposed to out here because of the way that line works with that contour, right? So am I being clear enough, right? That makes sense, right? So you could start to imagine that like this side of the building could shift forward to sit on the contour in the same way that this one does. And I would have thought that allowing those wings to move a little bit so they could sit lightly on the ground, like in that section, like is there a moment where one can, if that's the kind of pitch, is there a moment where one can dig in a certain amount just to allow for something to be touching the ground and then propped up in a different way? Like what would that dimension be? That you could do with hand tools as opposed to having to bring in an excavator. And then if you start to imagine that these wings start to get placed a little bit more with the contours, this intermediate space might get a little bit more interesting in form, right? That becomes the social space as the thing that joins these different wings. I think that has the added advantage of making the spaces in between less as just a kind of, what would you call it, divider, but more as like courtyards, for one, to allow the snow that falls off the roof to go somewhere instead of piling up in front of the windows, but also to start to imagine that you could get access off of this sort of stair onto, into these separate courtyards. I mean, my own sense about being up here in the few occasions that I've been hiking in the mountains is that shelter is really an important thing. And having like a singular entry might not be the best approach for safety reasons, like if you get a big snowdrift or something like that. But also because depending on where the wind is coming from, you might actually want to kind of exit downwind. And imagining that these buildings form a series of sheltered areas that then are connected through this communal space. Like my favorite section is the section through the stair. Can you go back to that one? Because that stair feels like it is delicately kind of touching the ground, like just on the ground, and you can, as opposed to really dug in, the next section, like that one feels more like it is approximating the contours. Mm-hmm. And it seems like if you started to imagine that in between these wings, there were a series of kind of courtyard-like places, those would give you literal shelter from the storm. And depending on where the wind and storm is coming from, you have, one might be, leeward and the other would be, getting the brunt of it. So I feel like the diagram works very well, but there's a question of how you would engage the ground and a question of how, in terms of plan and in terms of section that I think are really keys to making it much better. I do like the sort of Alvaro Siza-like condition of being able to see out and then descend. If you don't know the building, the Boanova Tea House, the entry condition does this in a spectacular way.
Yeah, I agree with all of those points. I wonder, could you go back to your section showing where you did carve into the ground? And yeah, this one, I wonder if you could think of ways that you could touch a little lighter, because like we talked about, with the Monte Rosa hut, it was really important not to melt the permafrost of the ground below that building. Even though it's not a huge building, it might be interesting just for your own exercise to go through and think of explorations that could sit a little lighter on this on this terrain as your cantilevered section does. As far as that cantilever, I'll just talk a little bit about the structure. I would like to see a little more depth in that bottom beam supporting that cantilever to span that far for glulam. And you want to have at least a 1/2 inch or a 1/4 inch per foot. And then in addition to that, a lot of insulation, because you're of course going to have wind and cold air underneath. And think about, yeah, what Kevin said, to cross brace or to truss that hole. So it's really just like a bridge cantilevering out. How would you truss that whole space? I don't think it would disturb the view too much. Or how could you angle your columns underneath to better support that? Because that kind of could be a weak spot when, of course, you have high winds up here as well. Then I would look at the roof line of this common area, because it's pretty flat compared to the other roof lines, and you might get some snow accumulating in that corner where you have that juncture with the rest of the building. So have you thought about, I know you want to open it up so that it can see, or so that the people inside can see the view better, but maybe then angle it and then have some kind of system to funnel that snow off in the other direction. Finally, I wanted to, yes, point to the entry as being so important in such a cold, windy climate. You really want to accentuate that and make it very clear, one, that's the entry when they're finding their way through the snow, but also make it, I would consider double doors. So having a small space after you enter, I don't know, do you just have one main door you enter, then you're already inside? It would be nice to have a buffer zone where you have one door that's getting you into the buffer zone, you remove your shoes, which are likely wet, and then another door that's completely getting you into the inside. The stairs, I was wondering why you made the decision to not have any program around. I know you need to keep the building tight, but have you thought about utilizing that as a little bit of a social space, even just allowing people to view the rest of the building a little better by allowing a few spaces on either side of that stairwell for either, as Kevin mentioned, having another exit or entry point, or even just a seating area?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
Finally, what was your reasoning behind your orientation for the building as a whole? If you want to go to your plan, maybe we could discuss it a bit. Mm-hmm.
So one of the big factors was we were trying to be, and I realized like you've all made really excellent points about digging in probably too much into the site, but we were trying to be somewhat minimal and work with the contours. One of the reasons we positioned it this way. It's also oriented towards Utsi and his actual find site.
But you know, I'm sorry, I don't know your first name.
Me? I'm Dylan.
Dylan?
Yeah.
So Dylan, like I appreciate orienting towards Utsi, but you know, it's a whole lot easier to orient towards Utsi with like the edge of the roof than it is with like digging into the earth. So you can imagine that like having separated the ground from the earth in this Semperian way, you know what I mean when I say Semperian, like, you know, Gottfried Semper's famous article, the 4 elements of architecture, you know, hearth, the mound, the structure, and the skin. So like, you know, the mound in this case, how you're digging into the earth is actually, I think you have to be quite careful with, and you want to work with the contours. The roof, on the other hand, which hovers above it, has great freedom, right? So, and it could be orthogonal or it could not be. Like there could be some advantage to imagining that one edge of that, like the leading edge that you approach, it, you know, shifts its orientation to face Utsi, and the other, and you get this sort of wedge-like shape because the other side then adjusts to the foundation condition, and then you get your porch. So I feel like they're like, one of the great things about architecture is you can have contradictory desires. And I would argue that the best buildings arise from contradictory desires as opposed to clarity. I know clarity is this kind of thing that architects all talk about, that somehow, it's equivalent to a value judgment. I don't see that myself. Like, I actually think like the desire to like touch the ground lightly and orient towards, let's see, might bring you something more interesting. So in that case, if you wanted to orient the building, like this way, because that's the direction of Utsi, but the contour suggests that the building is oriented that way, you start to get a roof that is that shape, and that's maybe more interesting.
I like that.
That's a great point. Thank you.
But like, I feel like all of your intentions are quite good, but there's this kind of, and I appreciate simplicity as much as the next person, but I feel like it's like you're allowing one decision to trump the others. And I feel like you can allow for both to happen. So touching the ground lightly is a foundational condition. And that doesn't have to deal with issues like orientation.
But overall, beautiful work.
Thank
I
you.
liked how you presented it.
Thank you. And these comments have all been
Yeah,
super
very
helpful.
helpful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Yeah.
I have to say, I really do appreciate the effort to think about how it's built and things like that. And these are struggles that architects have all the time. If we were going to talk about it much longer, I would want to be asking some questions like what does it mean to be on the earth or in the earth? And there are certain modernist tropes that you fall into, like the fact that the unit on the end has to be the same as the other units, which seems like a great shame not to have windows along that wall. Like that unit, I understand when you're here why you want to have a window that way, but there's something awful special happening there, or why that corridor has to continue and not stop. And it gives you an opportunity to engage the landscape, but also engage a different aspect of it. And I think these are ways in which you could start to imagine a kind of richness. Similarly, like the intersection of pieces, I think is a much more meaningful condition than you're allowing it to be. As you move from the communal to the more private, I wonder about that. Like you're articulating it in a kind of pre-modern sense, with a kind of, there's a threshold here. Yeah. But that seems to me a perfect opportunity for something that might be more less defined when you move from one zone to another. But anyway, I think that the project is, what's the expression, pregnant with possibilities, and it's a nice way to leave one. So
good. Well, thank you. These are very insightful comments. Thank you, group. Thank you for the comments. We're going to Group B.
What are the names of the?
Yeah, Stephanie, Madama, Renee, and Louise. One of them cannot present today, so there'll be two of them.
Files are so large, they don't load very well. But
can you guys see this okay?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Renee, and my partners are Louise and Stephanie, and this is our UTSI Research Center. When looking at the site, one can't ignore the drastic landscape and the emerging conditions that have dramatically changed our site over the past 50 through 100 years. Climate change is a direct reaction of human activity being prioritized over natural processes. The two main precedents we looked at for our project was the Dominus Winery by Hertog de Moran for the material use, and the Antinary Winery because of how it was built underground to articulate the control and temperature that the winery there can get from being built underground. Over the past 20 years, the global temperature has increased about 1.5 degrees Celsius, with the European land temperatures where our site is at having increased even more during the same amount of time to be about 1.7 to 1.9 degrees Celsius increase. With this increase in temperature in 1 century, scientists believe in 1 century, 70% of the glaciated surface has been lost, and glaciers melting also means the disappearance of natural reservoirs. The changing temperatures causes something called frost wedging, which is when the glacial earth freezes and melts and freezes and melts, which makes the water between the rocks expand and move, which creates a huge issue of erosion. And creates a huge issue of building on that kind of landscape. There is also a big issue with overgrazing by local populations of livestock, and this overgrazing pushes vegetation back as a method of defense, and combined with the temperature changes, rising the climatic zones higher in altitude each year, potentially eliminating the nival zone and its species in the future. So this was a quick party diagram that we drew. And with these facts that we found and the knowledge of the conditions at the Utsel Alps at the altitude we are constructing, we aim to balance the destruction of architecture and infrastructure with preservation. We started by creating a retaining wall system to hold back and protect our site from the changing and moving landscape that climate change is producing, and creating pockets of immersion within the landscape and above experiencing the landscape. We chose our specific location, which is this square right here, because of its proximity to Utsi's founding location, which is the triangle, which is very close to it in that same circle, and positioning as a center point where all paths connect and human activity is at the greatest. So like the previous group said, there's a hiking trail from the town below, and then a less popular climbing trail from the left over here, but the main entrance to the building by the people in our site will be by helicopter. In our site plan, you can clearly see all the access paths connecting around our site. And you can also see the direct views to the Alps from our building. The left corner, the left side is directly angled towards Utsi, and right here, and then the right angled side is directed towards the highest ridge of the Utsi mountain range. And then the left side is also directed towards the Lago de Renago, which is the town below.
Pretty nice views.
Yeah, very nice views.
Site visit?
Oh,
shucks, COVID.
Yeah, I wish there was a site visit. That would have been great. So as I have mentioned, the frequent changes and erosions on the Alps caused by human activity, it begs the question of how a building should engage with its environment, and if the final condition is improving or intruding on the site. It is known that constructing on land is an inherently intrusive and destructive process. Structural members must enter the earth. Predicating this runoff is interrupted and redirected. The earth is loosened and broken. With these facts and the knowledge of the Utsi Alps spree conditions at the altitude we are constructing, we aim to balance destruction with preservation. Using the logic of the retaining wall, we arranged the research center along the site contours and placed it within the ground to hold back future landslides and snow buildup over time. The earth is dug out to make the space both for program and the retaining wall system. The structure will be used to create the retaining wall as a gabion wall. And this is a GIF kind of showing how that would happen. And this retaining wall separates the preserved landscape above from the destructive human activity below. And
just 1 second, I'm sorry, just because I thought you were on the top of a smaller summit, but does it continue to rise? Like could you have avalanches that come down behind you? Is that?
Yeah. So it's stationed, it's not at the top of a summit. It's at kind of the mid area of a summit.
Okay.
Yeah. And there should be a drawing that would show that a little bit better.
Okay.
And so the upper form containing the living and community spaces for the science and researchers is elevated above the ground, removing human activity from its direct impact on the earth. And then the lower portion is containing the laboratories and computers for data entry, buries itself deeply in the ground, both denoting the level of intrusivity that humans have reached, but actively supporting the wall, which wishes to prevent the action from continuing. So in the next two images, you can see how the wall, and you can see how it's kind of in the middle of this. It's not as steep as the previous group summit, but it is just because of the location. But you can see during the warmer times of the year, it looks like the retaining wall is exposed. And then during the colder parts of the year when it's snowing, it's holding back 30 feet worth of snow, which can build up on the site, and plus the erosion over the years. And the retaining wall is working to protect our site from the mountain ridge, from the erosion that can be caused and would cause an avalanche. And this is kind of seeing the, from the hiker's set point of view from the Utsi location, seeing the building. The retaining wall is the main source of structure and protection, but it also houses the access between the floors as to further the balance of the destruction of human activity with the preservation and protection of the retaining wall. As you use the retaining wall to descend into the ground, all workspaces and labs are placed in the controlled environment underground. When we were researching the project, we found a lot of advantages that some kind of people in this environment have used to building underground. And some advantages are the materials excavated in construction can be used in the building process. So less surface area is used, and so fewer building materials are needed in that element. And it saves about 80% in energy costs, and if you were to incorporate more like solar design, the energy bill can be close to zero. And the benefit of the surrounding earth is noise isolation and minimal impact on the local ecology by replacing the earth on top. But the main advantage is the temperature is going to stay very stable and never going to go down into winter, and it'll remain cool during the summer. Consequently, air conditioning and heating will be used sparingly, and on a beautiful day, the sun penetrates the ground into the building, the heat is absorbed and then used in the colder days and months. And so any destructive effects that are seen at first in the excavation will be counteracted by the sustainable benefits later on. Louise, do you want to?
Yeah, this is the plan of the underground level. As you can see, it houses both a geology and archaeology lab, along with a computer lab to utilize the benefits of underground building and the need control that the program requires. Next slide. The ground level shows the main entrance from the helicopter pad, which is the main way people will access the building. The helicopter pad is structurally set on top of the labs and has skylights that allow above light to enter the labs. Next slide. The second level has all private spaces that includes the scientists' rooms and personal facilities. The rooms have filtered and intimate views out of the Alps. And the top level has all community and public spaces with large windows that create very strong relationship between the people and the Alps around them, creating an open and strong community. Then this picture shows these skylights entering the underground level. Then this section cuts the building transversely, showing the axis between floors as well as the different methods of light entering the space. The lower level only has 3 strips of light, 2 from the ceiling and 1 from the upper part of the wall. These cuts of light accentuate the underground experience. As you move up through the building, the light and opening become larger and the experience becomes more open. This section further shows the gradient of windows and light allowed in the spaces. The underground is completely submerged. The ground floor is protected. The second floor has more controlled and private openings, and the upper floor is not only lined with openings, but the roof further opens out to a patio above. This model picture further shows the difference in light and openings as you ascend through the building. Here are these openings further articulated.
We are using the stone and the earth carved out in that excavation process to create a gabion wall system for the private and protective programmatic elements. Once again, taking something that's initially destructive and balancing with preserving elements on the site into the building. As you ascend into the spaces that are open to the Alps, the material also changes to a lighter wooden material to signify that change. And because timber is also native, also native and sustainable material to the environment. Here is the underground geology lab. As I've said, it is completely enclosed in the earth with only those 3 strips of light located above the people in the space to further articulate the underground. And in this protected environment, it's also benefiting from the natural underground temperatures for the lab and using artificial light to be more controlled that the scientist would need. The personal space in the individual rooms are both a protected space and open space because it is such a private space. It's still using the gabion wall system, but having 1 open window to view the Alps and then 2 filtered windows to allow for personal and controlled experience. And the community space is completely open to the Alps and all of its views and uses a lighter material to articulate the relationship to the Utsi Alps and creates an open and strong community space with all of these spaces being connected and working together. And it allows for the maximum natural light possible through the environment. The Utsi Research Center balances the destructive tendency of infrastructure and human activity with preservation and protection of the site. It uses resilient and responsible design and construction methods to create a building that houses a variety of experiences through the engagement with the land and its relationship to light and views. And that's the end of our presentation.
Thank you. There are many ways to talk about this that are interesting, and it's certainly a kind of fascinating way to pose a building. Trying to think of the best points to put forth, and I think I also want to talk about construction with this one, but construction and form. I like this idea very much. I like the idea of putting this little sort of tower in the landscape up there, and this kind of platform buried underneath the labs. I like the separation. I like the sort of thought that some of it is built in stone and rubble, and other bits are lighter. I think there's some confusion on how you build things and in the way you do form, and maybe what a good drawing to look at would be. But I suppose you could do a plan or a section. Maybe I'll just do a plan as we're talking about it. There is a history of buildings, if you really are concerned about avalanches and the way in which a building addresses that in this kind of a landscape. And the clearest example of that would be Peter Zumthor's St. Benedict Chapel. which actually replaced a previous chapel that was taken down in an avalanche in a very similar condition on a kind of flat area, but with a larger hill above. The general wisdom of this is not to put up a wall the way you guys have. Do you mind putting it to kind of a plan?
Yeah, sorry.
The general wisdom of this is not to just resist, in this, which is the kind of, I guess it's a kind of Corps of Engineers version of dealing with the environment, but I wouldn't say it was a smart one. I think you know Saint Benedict, Saint Benedict.
Yeah.
But in those versions, the traditional version is to put a kind of point in so that the force goes around, right? And I think it is a wiser version. And I like conceiving I like the conception of the building, like the diagrammatic version, that there's this massive wall that provides shelter, but its shape that wants to actually be more responsive in that way. And if the Corps of Engineers teaches us any lesson, it's that as much as we think we can tame nature, inevitably nature tames us. And there's a beautiful book by Elizabeth Colbert, by the way, that just came out about it's called Under a White Sky. That is a kind of history of the United States and the world and trying to tame nature and the effects of that. But she's not an architect, she's a sociologist. But I think to start with, this sort of diagram of a massive force holding back nature, and then shelter on the one hand, and on the other hand, sheltering the inhabitants is a beautiful idea. So after we push past issues of form, and I like the idea of using that as circulation, and like the last one, I would consider it more like the communal space rather than just circulation. It's a little bit of a one-liner here, but you can imagine like a beautiful stair that isn't just going into a corridor and coming back, or a tube, but actually might be someplace that you spent time on, that might have smaller windows looking back, like in Florence, the towers that have the kind of windows looking back. It doesn't have to be totally a blank wall to that side. I mean, you already showed what the views were like in that direction. But I think then you have to think about what's being sheltered by this beautiful gesture. And I would say that there's some concerns there. Actually, maybe go to the section of the building here. For one, I feel like there's some concern about how you build things. Like, you probably wouldn't do that. Like, to build this building, all the earth is going away, and whatever structure is holding this thing up is coming through. It isn't sitting on the ground the way that suggests, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you might rebuild, but but this is the kind of foundation condition of as if there's nothing underneath it. But more likely, this element is this piece that's sheltering all the stuff here. I would have thought that conceptually, you might not necessarily want that out of gabions, but if you do, you might look more carefully at the Dominus winery, where the gabions are used as a kind of rain screen of sorts, a very thick rain screen, right? Like, if you look at your interior renderings, you're imagining like putting windows in the middle of these things, and that would mean that somehow there is a wall in the middle, and the gabions aren't cladding both sides, and somehow these windows are passing between them, as opposed to it literally being something sort of solid. I don't mind it necessarily being solid, but I don't actually think you're thinking of it that way. And I actually think on the sheltered side, the whole thing could actually be much lighter. You could imagine the sort of timber that I think is how you're rendering it, all happening on the downward slope of this, because it's already being sheltered by the big stone wall, right? That is some combination. The gabions themselves aren't so structural, right? I mean, I guess with a lot of them they can be, but nor are they good for holding back things like water or things like that. There will be some wall behind it, presumably, right? There's a kind of gabion part, and there's the kind of concrete part behind, I think. But you're showing it more like that's a single system of just gabions, which allows many things to pass through, particularly water. But it seems like all of this stuff here might actually be caught by virtue of that protecting you, might actually be allowed to be lighter in the way that you show it in the model. My sense is that might even peak up above it. In your figured roof, the gabion wall stays lower. The massive structural wall that protects you stays lower. And even if you don't see out that way, you see the sky in that direction, because this butterfly roof condition can hover over the massive protecting shield. Right. And then I feel like the kinds of environments that you get here and here, the way windows open up might be allowed to be much more, less a puncture in a wall, but more fundamentally open and modern in their conception. Like if you look quickly at your interior rendering of that stone wall with the window that you had at one of the last renderings, I think you had, like, yeah.
Here,
Right.
sorry.
Right. I mean, so you see what I'm saying? Like the gabions
Yeah.
are in a loose condition, so there's some wall in the middle. But like, I'm not sure why one would want that kind of enclosure per se. For one, you're floating the gabion wall, and it's much thicker and all that. But it seems like this gives you an opportunity to be actually very, very light and open to the view because you're protected from the other side. And I feel like part of the pleasure of it, maybe you can actually go to the axonometric, because that shows many things at once. Exploded, which is a beautiful drawing, but I feel like the language of this sort of panelized condition, like it would actually lend itself more to openness than I think this sort of closed cave condition that you're suggesting in that rendering. And I think the kind of openness of a timber structure up above should the consequence of which should be a much more modern and open space. And when you start to render it, like, I'm sorry, I'm making you bounce back and forth between your drawings, but if you look at the rendering of that space, like as much as the axonometric suggests great freedom, this is actually incredibly conservative, right? You're imagining a bearing wall condition that somehow has a big beam in here holding up these big glue lamps, as opposed to something where like there's the frame structure, the glue lamps are liberating this wall to be whatever it wants to be, right? It doesn't have to have panels, doesn't have to have a drop header, right? Because the structure is more modern, a post and beam condition rather than a kind of a bearing wall condition, right? Which is, you're kind of, this is done in a way more like a developer would. And I don't necessarily blame you for it, because you know, you're students, you don't have an incredible hand on construction, but this is a moment where the construction should liberate that space. When you've come to the top, when the roof starts to become figured and butterflied, when you get light coming from the uphill side as well as the downhill side, that you've somehow reached the top, and all of a sudden you have this kind of degree of freedom in the penthouse. And then the last thing I'll say, and I should say there are many things I feel like I could say, and that's because of the accomplishment. I mean, there's a lot of documents, there's a lot of interest here. So I hope you don't take this as too critical. I mean, it's meant to be, how does one say, meant to be lauding the accomplishment, but because of that, I can see ways to improve it. I actually think it was not the right decision to completely bury the labs. I understand the logic of self-sufficiency and temperature, but I feel like to come all the way up here and then to be in this environment completely divorced, with the exception of your skylights and the one strip window, from the environment is odd. I would look to figures like Luis Barragan, you know, in Mexico City, which admittedly is a completely different environment, but he often would do buildings where like a room would look onto a courtyard and the courtyard would have the view. Like why those labs couldn't have, you know, a kind of open space, admittedly contained, that looks to the sky, you know, the James Turrellian kind of space or something. So, because otherwise I feel like it's so divorced from its environment that it actually becomes oppressive. And I feel like you could give a different way of engaging the environment, where you look into you know, you make an excavation and you enclose part of it and you look into that excavation and you look at the sky. You don't necessarily have a view, but it's not completely hermetically sealed. I feel like that is worrisome.
Yeah, that was a little bit of what I was wondering about too, why you decided to put the labs there. I can see the reasoning, but then when you think about the daily life of the people in this research center, they're going to be working during the day and sleeping at night, most likely. So the rendering of the woman looking out the window in her bedroom was very nice, but in reality, by the time she goes to bed at night, it's probably dark. Maybe she'll have that view briefly in the morning when she wakes, but it wouldn't be that she could take advantage of it very often. Whereas that lab, they'll be in there at least 8 hours a day. And I wonder if there would be an opportunity, not to totally redo your program, but to allow some view from that, that space. as far as the skylights, they are successful at bringing light in, but I'm a little worried about the snow on top of those, and they will always have issues with leaking. Did you think about instead doing monitors? These would resist the accumulation of snow much better, and then you would have equally as much sun coming in, but it would be slightly shaded, of course, so you wouldn't have direct sun, but it would come through the side and sufficiently light the space without risking being covered by the snow completely. And is there a space to walk out on top of the slab? Were you thinking of having a terrace of some kind?
There's like a, let me go to the plan, the ground floor. There's like this space here where you walk from the helicopter pad to, so we were thinking that would be occupied and be able to be used outside during months that weren't super dangerous.
Yeah, it might also just be good to have that made clear, that so people don't accidentally walk over these skylights when there's a little bit of snow and slip. But if it's a monitor, it's very clear this is a part to avoid, and it could even help kind of divide the space up if you did wish to make it some kind of terrace area. Can you go back to your plan, your main plan? Yeah, so here I think what Kevin mentioned was right on. That retaining wall, it would benefit from really looking at the force flow from the wind. So you don't want to create a kite condition, or that structure will have to work that much harder. So somehow to make it a little more aerodynamic, like you did with your southern facade, I think would help with those wind loads. And it might also help formally as well. So what about the orientation of the bedrooms? Are all of these bedrooms on one level where you have?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, so let's see, these are all looking more or less south, is that right?
Yes, more or less, yeah.
So that's a really nice view, and I know you have that also for your dining area. I just wonder if you could echo some of that for your lab space in some way. Maybe, I don't want to promote cutting away more from the earth, but maybe elevating some portion of the lab space. Maybe it becomes double height, just so there is some southern exposure for that lab.
I think it's an interesting project. So I agree with all the comments. Maybe just to add a couple more things to the conversation. What is the sort of the formal composition? Let's talk about it. Let's call it like that for a second. And this slide is a good one to look at. I do wonder about the relationship between the kind of the rectangle and the wings, and how they touch each other. There is something really, for me at least, when I read the project, a little bit forced in trying to kind of enforce this kind of very strict symmetry in a very asymmetrical landscape, such as the mountain over there. And I would maybe think about that. What does it mean for the labs, in particular in light of the comments, which I think are really good ones about, like, do the labs need to be submerged or underground to that point, or could they be turned into like a linear bar that maybe peels off of your the kind of the main wing of the building or something like that, and maybe works more with the contour lines in some way. Because when I look at it here, it's just really awkward how they're like touching almost in the point. And I'm kind of trying to imagine, even in terms of materiality, it seems almost like it's hard to imagine that in this particular environment. Can you go on the section for a second? I agree with all the comments also about the section. And one kind of, maybe to amplify one of the dilemma that's put forth already is, how do you decide, for example, how tall this needs to be? Because I do think what's really the most important thing here is this thick wall, where in the cavity you have this sort of circulation, it creates sort of structural system. But, maybe it's worth exploring, like, what happens if it's a little bit taller? So you really start to read that more on the outside. And try to sort of understand the building as a kind of I would say as an attachment to the wall, because I'm sort of a little less convinced when you're going the elevation or the rendering, when you look at the facade kind of, at the building, it does look like a kind of like a hotel building that doesn't have this thick wall in the back. And I wonder, what can you do on the front of the building to kind of make that more visible? And is it also about kind of just raising the building and trying to understand if that's maybe taking care of that? Yes, can you go back to the interior rendering with the room and the bed? So maybe this is also a good point to kind of maybe just rethink, I think, overall your rendering strategy. Like, I do feel you're filling it up with like a lot of things in terms of furniture. It seems kind of big. And I wonder maybe if the furniture could be lighter and almost think of it kind of like what you're doing with the bed as kind of built-ins. That really work with the views of the landscape. So for example, don't turn your back to this window or don't be sideways. What if the table is like a shallow counter that goes against the window a little bit, and you have a small desk looking outside, and you can still lie in bed and look out of the window. I think that's a great location. I think in one of the bedrooms, the bed was turned sideways. So I would always turn them, so when you wake up in the morning, the first thing you see is this amazing, amazing landscape on the outside. So I think the more you can do to tweak the furniture, I think it'll be better. And don't worry that it has to look typical, that it has to look like in a typical hotel. I would really go like an extra mile and design a few built-ins. I even feel like you're kind of the big, can you show the big, like a kind of like a lobby area? Like even here, like I think this has been mentioned, like I would really maybe even minimize the furniture so it kind of disappears, and really what you see is the landscape. And it's maybe like just a built-in with like a sofa kind of, built in behind like a counter or something. So things are a bit more seamless, and all you really feel is the kind of the mountains in the background.
I like that comment quite a lot, Igor, because I feel like it goes to the atmosphere of the room to kind of, go back to Zumthor-like phrases. And I feel like there's something extraordinary about coming to the top of a building like this. And it should really feel like you're almost like you're flying. And that's why I don't want to see that gyprock wall in front of me. I want it just to have glass. And I'm thinking about architects like the Patkaus. Do you guys know them? Patkau in Vancouver. That with timber do these kind of quite extraordinary forms, and it almost feels like they're kind of about to lift off the ground. And I feel like getting up to this point, that would be a really lovely thing. And the furniture should be part of the grounded stuff and not part of this. The kind of not just filling up the room. I was going to say I like the diametric condition between the heaviness and the lightness, and I think that contrast should be played up more. So like that wouldn't have been the perspective I would have taken of this room or the last one. I would have wanted, for example, the back of the room, the private room, to be like nested into the stone, or into the concrete frame behind it, so that, you're sleeping in the cave. And then as you go to the other side of the room, it opens up. Like here, I could have imagined you ascending the stair and coming out of that stair, with a clear story on the left, and this roof totally liberated from it, and leaving like the stuff bound to the earth to join the clouds. And I think you can use that contrast between heavy, controlled space, like pre-modern space, as opposed to modern space where the corners are left open, where the glass goes floor to ceiling, where a ceiling carries out past the glass line. As opposed to a framed opening like you have in the bedrooms now. And I think combining those conditions would really play up the inherent contrast in the project itself. The other thing I would say is when I was looking at this, I was reminded of one of my favorite spaces in college. I went to a little college called Bennington College in Vermont. And it was great, no grades, fabulous school, no course requirements. But there was a quarry in a town called Dorset, about 20 minutes from Bennington, where they quarried white marble. And that was, and this quarry was used for the New York Public Library. And the New York Public Library, that was a time it was built when the contractor would quarry their own stone. And so the size of the hole is equal to all of the marble on the New York Public Library. And it's the most extraordinary thing. It's a swimming hole. It kind of looks like many quarries one sees, but they just stopped using this quarry when they finished the building. And that parity between that building and this hole is quite beautiful. I would have thought that the way you build this building is that you dig a hole to give you the rubble for those gabions, right? And the size of that hole is actually the area into which you put your labs, right? Hopefully it is bigger, right? And so that the hole that you've cut in the ground like contains the labs and then a courtyard that the labs look onto. And then from that courtyard, you might get a beautiful view. Okay. And I feel like that direct relationship between the stone I'm looking at on the walls is the stone we took out of the ground to make these labs, I think might add a sense of poetry to the overall ensemble.
I like the comment about the heavy and the light, and it actually made me think if that could be a strategy for your rendering overall. I always think it's good to have a strategy when you're making renderings of the interior spaces. And if I look at it over here, let me see if I can annotate. It's going to be really quick. You see this area right here, how this particular wall, there is a heavy wall, and then there is a glass and a view in the background. So even in this one, if you just move a little bit that way, all of a sudden you show this plane of something heavy, something touching the ground or being part of that big, huge wall, and there's something light in the background. So then the foreground and the background have two very different materials. So all of a sudden it's not about so much laying out furniture, but also it's about like how the building is sort of layered in terms of light and heavy, and then how the furniture fits into that as a strategy.
And in the heavy, you carve benches and you carve like places to really sense its depth. And in the light, you allow that to become that much lighter.
Good. Those are some really good comments.
Smilja, just
Thank you, guys.
Sorry, just one quick comment, because it happened a little bit in the last project too. I don't feel that people are quite dressed for this environment. I would think about like, how you put people in renderings. There's something awkward, even like carrying like a to-go coffee cup on the top of a mountain doesn't feel right, like in terms of like sustainability to begin with, but they just feel either like lightly dressed or like they're in a completely different, like a hotel in Zurich or something like that. I don't know, maybe it's just me. I'm curious how others feel about that.
That's a good point. There's no Starbucks up there?
Excellent point.
Even the garment.
That's a good point.
Excellent point.
And I apologize, Smilja. I have to go pick up a sick kid when this is over at noon. So I'll because I only have noon till 12:30. There's a break. So I'll
I understand. I think we're going to move the group C, the next one, to the second session, which will be on. So any closing comments? I think we're going to look at 2 now, and then we'll look at 2 more afterwards.
I have to say, I like this strategy very much. I feel like there's a very good diagram of a building here. And the thing that makes me feel, in a way, like sad for this group is that you've done the hard stuff and you haven't actually enjoyed the process, the designing stuff. Like you figured out the problem, and like the opportunities to, for example, do the thing Igor and I were just talking about of making, like exploring how that wall feels heavier and full of depth. Like, how do you do that? How do you make it feel full of depth? Like that's not hard. That's just fun, So how does one, carve it in a way so you sense the massiveness and that it's holding back the potential of an avalanche and protecting this whole other thing. And on the other hand, how do you make the floor that much lighter and the window wall and the roof? Like, do you start to taper those glulam beams so that they, taper them in sections so that they start to have a kind of lightness that's unnatural, Enrique Morales used to disintegrate a column into lots of little pieces of rebar so that it, like, what's holding that thing up? Like there's this exercise part of architecture that comes as part of architecture as in the delineation of the different elements. That is actually the fun part of architecture. And I feel like, I wish you'd gotten to the point of starting to imagine how you'd sculpt the thickness and similarly kind of sculpt the dancing parts, And will you go to your section for a moment? Like, to me, I feel like that roof, I don't know why I always lose my annotation, but that roof, like where it joins here, seems so weird. Like for me, I would have imagined that staircase is carved into the stone, you know, and that the stone stops somewhere around there. So you emerge through the thickness, and this roof is kind of flying over it. Maybe it's butterflying in two directions, you know. And that the kind of, you know, if we're cutting in a slightly different place, that the sort of benches that get built into that you feel enclosed are seen against the lightness of something kind of flying. You know, it just seems so lovely. And at a micro scale in the rooms that happens there, like it seems like, again, I feel like you've done the hard work, but you haven't been enjoying it as much as you might. And it's a funny thing when one gets into the weeds of a project. Like I feel like it's all there. I don't think any of us are saying things that aren't actually you couldn't have seen by yourself, but are you know, it's like missing the forest of the trees. The kind of finding a way to build into the way you draw things, the devices to see what's really powerful. You know, like I wonder about how these things join. You know, is there a gap between, like, is this really seen as a trabeated structure, like a one where you expose the joists and then there's like a little gap there, you know, so that you sense the connection? Or is it like Carlo Scarpa, where one world meets another in an articulated joint? Do you think about it like at a performative level, the way like Sigurd Leverance did in his brilliant churches in Clapham, the St. Petri Church? Interesting. It's also St. Peter's, just like you know, where all the air conditioning and things, or the radiant heat comes from the mass. You know, so when you sit in that bench, it's warm. You know, and you don't see vents, and it's just coming through the kind of weep holes. You know, I feel like there's a lot of pleasure in thinking about it like that, and I feel like you guys should think about spending your time, some of your time, in articulating architecture in this way. I mean, it is a site that is unparalleled. Like it's hard to, like, I'm a practitioner and I have done a fair number of buildings, I guess, at this point in my life. I hope to do many more, but I can't imagine how a building can engage this landscaping. What a fantastic condition. And I think the architecture is getting to that, you know, and but might rise to that occasion a little bit more.
Good.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Congratulations.
All right. Well, let's see. Yeah, we're, excuse me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kevin, Igor, Juliana. Thank you. We're going to meet at 12:30 with the next group. And we'll be going to group C and then group D.
Well, it's nice to see the work. Congratulations, especially for folks that are finishing.
Thank you. Very insightful comments. It's been really exciting and challenging at the same time, because it is so unconventional. They had to think about sort of outside of the box of everything. How do I site it? How do I build it? How do I make that site be what my statement on nature is? Anyway, so all those connections.
I'm sorry you didn't get to go visit. I think that would have been worthwhile.
Yeah, well, if we didn't have COVID, we might have squeezed the field a trip there.
That would have been a tough hiking one, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
You would need a helicopter.
Well,
Yeah.
you can get to some of them by cable cars and then walk.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Nice
Igor,
work.
say hello to Robert for me. Give him a hard time.
Will do. I'm on his review tomorrow, so.
Okay, tell him I was saying terrible things about him, will you?
There we go. I will do.
No, don't do that. He'll take it
No,
seriously.
I won't. I won't.
He's a lovely man.
Just joking. Yeah, he's nice.
Okay.
Great colleague.
So
Nice
we'll, thank you guys. Thank you, lady.
Thank you. Nice work, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Beautiful
Thank you,
work.
Kevin. So 12, we'll meet back at 12:30. Okay.
Hey, Professor Milo,
Yeah,
I just have a question because I have an accounting exam that I have to take before 4 p.m. So how are we switching the group, or is it just are we just shifting
no,
the
we're just shifting the group. We're gonna do 3 groups. Hang on, let me pull that out. Okay, so
Oh, is it going to be
C, D, and A again. And then we're gonna do B, just a minute, B, C, D. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. At 12:30, we're going to have C and a D and an A.
okay?
And then at 3 o'clock, when is it? 2:30? I have to look at the schedule. We're going to do B, C, and a D. We
Gotcha.
started a little bit later. We were supposed to be able to go through 3. So we have just sort of flipped. So
That makes sense. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
yeah, I'm gonna send an email out to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you. So who's coming next? Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Hello?
Thank you for choosing Marriott Hotels. We would like to inform you that thanks to the Friends and Family Rewards program, your membership was drawn to receive a... Thank you. Your phone number will be removed within the next 72 hours. We apologize for...
Do you want to say your line? Just a second, no. So I see Caroline, Joseph, and Hugo, you're all in line there. Let's see.
So are we gonna have 4 groups presenting in this?
Yeah, did you just, I just sent you an email.
Oh, okay, let me,
Yeah, we're going 3 groups in next session, C, D, and A. And the last session, B, C, and D. We just reversed. We're gonna have 2 at the end, but we lost time, so it'll work out. So yeah, you guys are going next, and then we'll come in the second session in the middle. Okay, waiting for reviewers. Michael Benedict and Juan are coming, and Igor is returning. Hello, Juan.
Hi, Smilja. How are you?
I'm doing good. Welcome. We're waiting for Michael Benedict and Igor Marjanovic.
Good. I see Joseph. Hi, Joseph. How are you?
Good. How are you? I'm missing Mexican architecture.
Oh, good. I can stay with you always.
Yeah.
Dylan is there too, that took that class. Hi, Dylan.
Great.
You're in school. That's
Yeah.
I recognize those trim and windows. You're a Sutton.
Yeah, here is Igor. I'm gonna just wait for Michael Benedict. Did you go to Mexico? Did you take Joseph to Mexico?
No, he took the Mexican architecture class, not the Studio Mexico.
But you didn't have the trip. Okay.
I wish Juan took me to Mexico.
Well, actually, that was our last trip before the pandemic. We were in Mexico City where the whole thing started, and we had to change airplanes and everything March of last year. So but that was part of Studio Mexico. Now Studio Mexico, Smilja, is separate from the Mexican architecture class.
Yeah. No, I should know that.
There's Michael.
Hello, Michael.
Hello. Boy, I wish I was in Switzerland, looking over fields of flowers.
Yeah, actually, what you're looking at, this is in Slovenian Alps. That's where
Slovenian. All right.
Yeah, this is where
I should have known. I'm sorry, I should have known.
Well, we're the lowest and the furthest, but we're still Alps. Anyway, yeah, this is where my mother spent her early days in the valley.
Amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, anyway. All right, guys. Well, I welcome you all to our second session. And I'm going to first introduce our visiting critic, Igor Marjanovic, and then I will introduce Michael and Juan. I'll just say a few words. So Igor, hello, Igor. Igor Marjanovic is a professor and chair of the undergraduate architecture program at Washington University, St. Louis, trained both as an architect and architectural historian. His main topic is to investigate the role of pedagogy, exhibitions, publications in the emerging global architectural culture. And by name, you can tell we come from similar background. His publications, he's academic as well as writer. So his publications include books such as Drawing Ambience with Alvin Boyarsky and the Architectural Association, the major book on Marina City, Bertrand Goldberg, Urban Vision. He had co-authored that book. Also has written a book on Very Edge, Modernism and Modernity in the Arts and Architecture of Interwar in Serbia from 1918 to 1940s. So we welcome Igor. He had just had his final review yesterday at Washington University. And then I would like to, you guys are all familiar with Michael Benedict, but for Igor's sake, I would like to just tell you a few words about Michael Benedict, who has been part of UT for a number of years and is teaching design studios, architectural history. Aside of being teacher and practitioner, is a prolific author, the number of award-winning books. And I'm just going to read a few because it gives you the kind of diversity that he has been able to address in his writings. For An Architecture of Reality, which I'm sure some of you have read in theory class, Deconstructing the Kimball, Cyberspace, First Steps, God is the Good We Do, Creativity in Evolution, Architecture Beyond Experience, and I believe you're having a book co-authoring a book on Lucan's drawings that's coming out soon, right? Yes, I'm anxiously awaiting. Okay, and then we welcome also Juan Miro, who has also had taught for a number of years here at university. His topics are design, studios, construction, history of Mexican architecture. He's also heading a very successful firm, Miro Rivera Architects, who has won a number of awards. It would take me half an hour to list all of them. So he's both practitioner and academic at the same time. So with that, we welcome the three of you to this afternoon session. I'm going to very quickly go over introduction of what we're doing this semester. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible to give more time to students in their presentation. I've sent you the program brief and the program, so I'm just going to touch base, if I can get this started here, on the topic. Let me see, sharing the screen. So we have used Ellen Churchill Semple, who is a geographer. Her text sort of becomes a foil for the studio. And she says, Earth has given men his problems at the same time whispered hints to their solution. So we are using her as a way to, I think I need to enter, sorry, just need to re-enter this with the notes. A second. So we began the semester by doing a quick individual sketch project that was called Architecture in a Setting. It was to design entrance to Etruscan tombs 2,500 years ago in Cerveteri, which is outside of Rome, about 50 kilometers north of Rome. And this was sort of an introduction to address the connection of the above conditions and these incredible paintings inside the Etruscan caves. So looking at archaeology and looking at the history about 2,500 years ago. So that was introduction to the studio. And our main project is the Center for Analog Architecture in the Anthropocene, UTSI research facilities. So this has been our main project, and the project is the design of the research facilities that becomes a study of glacial and archaeology in Alps, not far away from where UTSI, the Iceman, 5,000-year-old mummy, was discovered. So this site was chosen in part because of the findings, but also that it presented a great example of extreme site that we can study and address the sort of the climate change. And as the climate change is in acceleration process, this was a great topic for studio to have it as a part of the foil of how the students can think about their design. So the site is located in on the border of Italy and Austria. And it's about 3,800 meter high, which is about 12,000 feet. So the question to us was, how do you build in this extreme site? How do we prepare to access this? We asked each of the team members to think about what is the relationship of man to the nature. We've done a number of readings, and I will talk about them in a second. In order that the class can address the architectural resiliency, mitigation, and sort of adaptability to changes of the time of the Anthropocene, Utsi, the mummy, was actually found with tools, with the copper axe. So it became very interesting to look at and think about what are the tools of today as we looked at the tools that Utsi had 5,000 years ago. How do we construct in extreme site today? The major writing that we had used to sort of frame the studio were by Paul Joseph Crutzen. He's a Nobel Prize winning atmospheric chemist. I'm just going to read part of what he says. He says that the dominance of the species means it is not just a variable, but context for determining ecological process. So in 2000, Paul Kreutzer has actually coined this word, the time of Anthropocene, and has presented us with a rather scary, bleak view of how, and this is from that article, the chart that shows that how we have actually entered the Anthropocene time, the age of a man, that human lives have lived for a 10,000 years old Holocene epoch that was particularly stable. And now, as we see from this graph, we enter the Anthropocene that is characterized by this incredible acceleration. And I'm not going to cover all the parts where I'm sure you guys are familiar. As part of, after the sketch project, we were introduced about geology of the Alps area by John Barry, the geologist, who had described us in very dramatic ways as to how explosive and how volatile the formation of African plates as they move across and hit the European plates, which is exactly the site that our project is. We have also spent time reading architectural topographies by Thomas Berlanda, which had sort of set up the conceptual dialogue of how does the building anchor the ground. We have also included prospect and refuge theory readings in order to address this sort of the prospect and refuge, sort of the character of these very different spaces. Students have looked at different prototypes that were built in the area. The one on the left is the ETH project Monte Rosa that actually Juliana Pelkner had given us a talk on because she was involved with, she was familiar with the students, graduate students from ETH constructing this center in Switzerland. Just briefly, where we are located in terms of the site, looking at Italy. So the Etruscans were 1 hour north of Rome. And then 2,500 years later, the Utsi was found on the border between Austria and Italy. And in this photo, we're seeing the red dot is actually representing where Utsi was found. So we have a very interesting topography and a site at this altitude, that north is looking toward the glaciers and the south, facing south, the absence of glaciers that has to do with views and everything else. I am going to actually I'll send you the program ahead of time, so I'm going to just really briefly talk about the idea was to provide a research center for two scientific groups, archaeologists and geologists who are looking at climate. And that was to be housed in a quite small 6,000 square feet or 558 square meters, having accommodations for 10 people residing there for a prolonged period of time, having some common facilities, support areas, and the two laboratories, geological and the archaeological lab. And the idea of the archaeology was looking back at the past, and the geology with its glacial studies was sort of looking toward the future. And with that, I'm going to open it to the team C with Caroline Hugo. Let me get off the quit sharing the slide. Okay, where did my button go here? This is always a, why can I not see? No.
Should be the bottom right of your, or I don't know. If you go down, you should be able to see end.
Let me see. This. Here, stop sharing. Here we go. There we go. Thank you, Joseph.
No problem.
I'm being continuously taught by my students how to navigate this high technology. Okay, you guys are on. Oh, by the way, this is an advanced studio with composition of graduates and undergraduate students. And you guys are on.
Hey, are y'all able to view my screen?
Yeah.
Great. Hi, I'm Caroline.
I'm Joseph.
And I'm Hugo.
And we like to call ourselves Studio Utsi, but this is our Utahl Geological and Archaeological Research Center. The Utahl Geological and Archaeological Research Center references the vernacular alpine huts with its traditional gable and A-frame shapes as it engages the mountainous ridge that connects the site and the Utsi the Iceman Discovery Site. It's designed with sustainable practices in mind. The dichotomy of its prospect aspect that faces the southern sun, as well as its opposing side that faces the northeastern landmark, allows the central gabled refuge to embed itself into the ridge of the mountain. Function forms the relationship with the site, as the gabled mass represents community and retreat while it sits embedded in the ground to act as a refuge for the residents. The two triangular masses engage prospect as they face the influential landmarks that surround the site. The interior of the building provides scientists with living quarters, communal areas, research, and research labs. To allow the fullest experience, the second and third level flooring is peeled away from the perspective facades, allowing the residents to the full experience of the A-frame structure while working in the labs. The gaps in the floors plates allow warm air to rise to the elevated greenhouse and passively heat the spaces. With these sustainable practices in mind, the Utahl Geological and Archaeological Research Center not only survives the climatic changes, but adapts to these conditions, allowing the scientists to embrace the landscape they're studying while supplying most of the necessary food, water, and energy. The Utahl Research Center maintains a refuge from the harsh conditions of the Tyrolean Alps while still allowing the research a view of the majestic site their research is located in. So as we were developing our design, we actually looked at these two primary precedents as highly influential for what we were doing. We wanted to be sustainable, and the Monte Rosa hut was a huge help in understanding exactly what that meant with their mass timber construction, and then also the programmatic designs of how form might best excel in this kind of climate. The Vitra House by Herzog and Duran was hugely influential in understanding how orientation might influence views and understanding the intersection of masses to create specific moments in our site. So we definitely looked at this one as well.
So I'm going to wait for this animation to start over, but we began, we'll just wait for it to loop. Okay, so we began with 3 gabled volumes, and we rotated those volumes to project to views on our sites. And then we intersected those volumes similar to Vitra House, and the central volume extends to the site, and the other 2 volumes project, allowing for also some outdoor spaces.
So our site actually is located with a bunch of different landmarks to orient to, including the popular hiking trail up to Mount Similon, the Hotel Grouvan, and its parking area, which is helpful for us in transportation to the site, as well as Mazzocorto, which is a ski resort, popular ski resort close by. This area, as you can see highlighted in blue, is our main source of route to the site. Scientists will be approaching the site via car and foot, utilizing the parking area at Hotel Grouvan, and then hiking on foot from there towards our site. Here we can see and understand the relation of our site to the Ötzi Iceman's discovery site. The elevation and proximity of this site was also important in the location of our site. It was important that the researchers felt close to the symbolic site while also separated from the popular hiking trails and not distracted by the traffic. So here the scientists can use this highlighted trail to access the site. The design sits on a ridge that opposes the mount that the discovery site is located on. The location allows the prospect position of the building, allowing the scientists to view all around the beautiful and inspiring landscape. Now here's a critical drawing of how exactly our building relates to the site. As Joseph mentioned earlier, the central gabled mass is touching the ground pretty embedded, while the 2 triangular masses prospect out into the landscape. Our design's relationship with the site was a decent factor to form and location. The scientist here will be balancing a live and work situation, and it was important to have a building that catered to both. So while the gabled form is situated firmly on the ground, representing refuge, the A-frame allows inspiration and prospect during the work in the labs.
So with each facade strategically placed, the orientation allows each view to encompass a dramatically inspiring context for the scientists to work with. The southern view not only allows the scientists to see the beautiful sunsets in the summer, but also allows the building to capture the warmth of the sun during the winter. The other facades allow the inspiring view of the site of Ötzi's discovery and the beautiful summit of the nearby Mount Similon. From the beginning, we determined this triangular A-frame form relating to the alpine chalets. But with this model, we were looking to see how these A-frames would come together and define the interior spaces and the exterior conditions. So with this project, with this model, we studied the structure and which faces would be covered and which would be opened, what's best for lighting and what's best for shade. And here we see the modified A-frames with the different iterations of it. We have some of the more standard triangular forms, which are then enlarged or added with other forms or subtracted. And on the left, you can also see how everything comes together from our initial idea, the A-frame providing the bounds while the floors and rooms make up the interior conditions, followed by a cladding with the openings carved out.
Yeah, so in this roof plan, you can see the windows and solar array facing south and the intersection of the 3 triangular volumes. And then if you go to the next image, this is the floor underneath. So in gray is where we're cutting the ground. And in black, you can see where the columns come through the site. And the idea is we wanted the structure to be supported by columns as to not melt the permafrost beneath it. And here you also have the snowmobile garage underneath. Then if you move up, so here you can see the exterior spaces. So on the north, you have the entrance from the hiking trails and an outdoor deck to view the sunset, or not on the north, sorry, on the top of the drawing. And then on the bottom of the drawing, you have an outdoor deck from the helipad. And from there, you enter through a mudroom, which acts as a vestibule, and you enter the common space, which is very open. And then on the right side facing Utsi, you have the library. And on the left side, you have the geology lab. And on the bottom, you have the archaeology lab. So the central space serves as a meeting point for all these different programs. And if you could go to the next slide. So here the same dynamic persists where you have the community spaces such as the gym and the laundry room and the sauna and the center volume. And then on the other wings, you have the bedrooms. And then moving up at the top of those A-frames, you have greenhouses for cultivation of food and a couple more bedrooms and flexible spaces. And then if you move up to the tippy top, you have one more greenhouse and a mechanical space.
So the two main entrances reside in the main central gable, allowing access from the trails as well as the helipad to the south of the site. The two main modes of vertical circulation are located at the edges of this big form, and these modes provide access to the wings that hold the housing and research labs and the greenhouses at the highest level of each form. So where the space is, where the movement comes together at the center is where the community would be located, while where you go to the edges, it's the more specialized private spaces in the labs and the rooms.
So here we have a section that includes a main gabled area. You can see how the atrium reaches all the way up to the very top of the central gable. Another thing to point out is how the exterior cladding peels away, allowing for view from this space, going from all the way from the first floor to the third floor. Another thing to point out is here how the floor plates are cut away, allowing for heat to rise up into the greenhouse. Another thing, so moving forward, we're looking at another section cutting through the triangular mass. This specifically is the geological lab. But you can see again how the floor plates are peeled away to allow that heat to rise again. And last, here we have our main cut through of both forms. Actually, you can see the two sources of vertical circulation, allowing for the atrium to become very open and engaging that space as a communal area. There's also pocket spaces like the library and the gym. I think it's also important to point out here on the right side how the lab, the floor plate is peeled away from that facade to allow the fullest experience of that A-frame as the view. And here's just a render that kind of explains the experience of what that might look like. You can see here how the floor plate peeling away kind of acts like a catwalk, understanding and condensing that circulation area.
And as we move on to the room, it was important to express an experience similar to how the research center itself is in. So the rooms and especially the bedding air spaces are rising above the mountain landscape just as the center is. The beds are carved out from the wall and extend out of the cladding, providing this nook condition where you're sleeping over nothing essentially. And then the additional spaces for utility are carved out from remaining walls. And as we move on to these sections, we can see the coziness that we were looking for. Again, this is replicating something like the chalet feel. So as the headroom decreases, it gets a bit less spacious, but we wanted to keep this not claustrophobic, but cozy and comfortable. And this is a render that encompasses the feel that we were going for the room. So the scientist one day after a long days of work comes into this warm sun-facing window, and then he goes to sleep and just sees the few lights down below or the Milky Way on the sky, where he wakes up to looking down to the beautiful valley there. Just every day, something beautiful waiting to happen.
So here's a specific plan of our archaeology lab. And it's also important to note that the facade does reach out to Mount Similaun, enjoying that view. We also have space here for specifically Utsi, the Iceman, in his cold lab where he would be studied. We have places for dry lab, data processing, workbenches, and wet lab. Here in our geology lab, facing the southern sun or the southern view, in one of my conversations with a geology acquaintance, I understood that storage was a really important thing for their samples. And so we have areas for glacial samples for cold lab, more data processing in dry lab, and workbenches. And here is just a visual description of what that experience looks like. As you can see here, the floor plate is being pulled away, allowing that full experience. Another thing to note is that we were careful to understand how glare might be a thing. And so we pulled the facade back from the exterior envelope, allowing a shading device, as well as additional roofs that will mitigate the glare in the area.
For our building, it was important that the research center housed not only smart people, but also smart systems. So we focused a lot of time and effort into developing this sustainable method. So you begin with snow and sunlight, which are transformed into water, electricity, and heat, which then power the building in a variety of ways. The heat and the water go into our radiant system, which provides us with what we felt was the most appropriate heating and cooling system in the building for this location. And the water in turn can be filtered throughout or even used in the cultivation system. And as it moves throughout, it can be recycled and reused on this isolated system in an isolated location.
Hugo, can you go back, you're saying that the electricity is generated from what? From sunlight?
From sunlight. So we have photovoltaic panels that make use of transforming sunlight into electricity.
And then snow, how are you generating electricity with the snow?
Sorry, this graphic might be a bit poor for it, but the snow is melted into water. It's not becoming electricity. So
all the electricity is solar generated?
That's what we intend, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, so it's not just about sustainable systems, but also sustainable building practices. So we wanted to minimize our carbon footprint in building this research center. So we devised this module system here that could be transported by helicopter, brought in and attached continuously and slightly modified for the appropriate uses. We went with these materials here, Rhine zinc for a non-glaring surface, and triple pane glass, which is pretty good, and I'll go into detail a bit later. And what I find really important, the alpine stone flooring collected from any stone that we might take away from the site. And in detail here, you can see the assembly of how we see the pier and the CLT beam on the first floor, as well with the floor composition above with the alpine stone and the PVC pipes for the radiant system. On this detail, we have the wall and one of the beams, but importantly in the wall, the Rhine zinc, as I said, was a material alternative that we found that prevented the excessive glaring that stainless steel would provide us while still keeping an aesthetic feel that we desired, and also the large amount of insulation required to make sure that the building is thermally comfortable at all times. With the windows, we researched on what we thought would be the most appropriate glass for the building. So we settled on low E glass panes, which would provide us with sufficient heat absorption or light absorption and reflecting enough UV light so that it doesn't compromise the feelings of the interior experience for the researchers. And here we see it all coming together, beginning with the modules stacking in on each other, eventually making the form of the different volumes, which then intersect with one another and then are tied together with the joists coming all across and then making the room forms, with the circulation rising within and connecting the different floors, and the cladding giving us this feel here, which we then carve out the windows and rooms from, and finally detail the facade.
And then here is our building from the southwest at sunset. And I think this sort of encapsulates the relationship of the building with the landscape well, where the form kind of echoes the mountains. And that's it.
Beautifully presented, I must say. Sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Igor.
Sorry. I just want to say it's beautifully presented. The three of you coordinated really well and were very thoughtful and eloquent in how you presented your project. So before we go into the kind of details of the project, I just want to say that it's a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So how did it work? So you decided to work together, I mean, based on, you knew each other from before. How did you form the teams? You know, I wonder, is there, during the research part of the studio, did you work together and you decided to continue during the design?
Okay, real quickly. Well, yeah, I was going to tell them how.
No, you go ahead.
No, they have submitted their preferences for the teammates. My idea was that we have graduates and undergraduates in the group.
Mm-hmm.
And it was their preferences, and then they joined together.
Okay.
So the research, investigation, other projects before, that was all individual work.
Did you do more renderings? Because it looks like you have the model done. Did you do all the views of the building from different angles?
I think this is the.
I don't remember seeing any from the north side, from the convex side.
Anything from the sides?
I think at that point, we were deciding on what we wanted to focus on more. So we spent a lot of time on perfecting these renders and some of the other drawings instead of putting in too many unperfected renders.
So let me ask you some questions. You mentioned the helipad a few times. Yeah, I take it that's quite far away for technical reasons. You just said this is the path to the helipad. I'm wondering whether the helipad, since it has to be level and snow-free and all the rest of it, wouldn't be an element of composition as well. I mean, I'm just architectonically, they've got the big like target patterns on them. They have railings around them. They have to be level. They have to be strong. Just seems like that's a big thing to not see the helipad.
You have that in your site plan?
We have it in the site plan where it is, and we also developed it in model form, but nothing ever really became of it in terms of drawings.
Yeah.
There, where
the H is. Yeah, it's too far away. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was close enough to actually have architectural consequence. You know, it's a bit of a trek. I too think that the building is really, really beautifully done. Your Herzog and de Meuron inspiration is, I think, well taken. In a certain way, I like yours better than I like theirs. I especially like, the fact that you can, the way the big roof on two of the elements become one. And I love very much that the central chalet is on a rock wall, and the two that are wings basically, come out on stilts. I think architectonically that's very satisfying to see that central one being anchored like that. If you had more time, I would maybe even emphasize it a little more. Like, I think you've been very discreet with that stone wall. It's under the eave and it's smaller than the plan. It's very, I think I might have beefed it up a little bit or expanded a little bit. I also think this is minor stuff, by the way. I also think that one of the bad things about cantilevering a building out like that is that you expose the floor to the cold air. It's like even here in Texas, when you lift your floor up, you just allow the cold or the heat to go under your floor, and you lose all the insulating quality that earth provides. So I'm not saying don't ever do that. I heard you say something about permafrost, but I think what I might have enjoyed then would be the expression on the soffit, on the underside of those things, of a kind of a quilting or a sort of a gentle curve, something that said, this is a belly and this is vulnerable and this also is insulated. Like, I think the underside of those things can't just be, like under a porch. It's got to be as tight and as temperature proof as the roof in its own way, right? Because like the A-frame, the roofs are protective, the ground is protected. When you take the A-frame and make it a triangle in the air, suddenly the bottom is as important as the roof, And I think I might have done a little more there. My biggest overall critique, and I do like this so much, but I think my biggest overall critique is I think building as a whole is too small for its program. Like when I look at the labs, they're about the size of my living room. I think there's lots of cramming of furniture into them.
You go to the plan. Could you go back to the plans?
I even think yeah.
So
Michael, even the living units, although they're very cool with those angles and the beds and the bathrooms, one of the big problems with A-frames, if you've ever been in one, is they're intrinsically claustrophobic. Just by the nature of the two very big leaning walls, it feels like a mountaineering thing, like in a crevasse, and those two walls really press in on you. And when you go higher and higher in them, they crush you even more. And you mentioned something about claustrophobia, and I think because of that, you can't treat the plan of an A-frame like the plan of a regular building. And oh yes, there's tilting walls. Even if this plan was credible as a square plan or a rectangular space, the fact that the walls are coming in on you like that means that I think the plan probably would benefit by being bigger. Or, or maybe put it this way, these plans are taken at or at shoulder height. So they continue to like get bigger as they go out. The central space with all the living room and the dining room does look about right. But things look very, very cramped otherwise. The elevator looks too small. On the left there, that lab number 4, you've got like a 3-foot space between workbenches. It just feels tight everywhere, and I think the roof would accentuate it.
In their defense, we were asking them, the program had asked for 6,000 square feet, which is quite small, and to design the rooms as sort of micro rooms, sort of like you would be designing submarine, or so that had come from the brief in a way.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but that point about the A-frame is very well taken, because when you're drawing it in plan, you always have to remember that the floor shrinks as you move up.
Yeah, the floor is the biggest thing. And by the time you get to 6 feet high, the plan is smaller than that,
Yeah, exactly.
Did you go to the section? Did you cut a section through the central space or only through the wings? This is the wing, right? Did you cut the one through I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, at the bottom right, there's a little graphic where you can see where it's cutting through in plan. And then the last section should have that cut through
Could you go to the plan? If I go to the plan, I don't see the columns in the section that I see in the plan. Could you go to the plan 1 second? When I look at the plan, I see this second round of columns here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where are those columns in the section here? When you cut the section, can you go back to the section now? Yeah. No, the previous one, right? No, this one, right? You're saying that that's cutting through that central space. So
right. It actually just missed that column.
Good answer.
But it probably would have been beneficial to include it.
Well, I mean, I'm saying, do you need those columns? Where are those columns doing?
I believe it's holding this side of the.
So those columns are just simply supporting this
catwalk. Yeah.
So and this maybe upper one. I'm saying that they're represented. So can you go back to the plan? Trying to understand the notion of that big space, and then.
Yeah, it might be helpful to show the render too, because I think that kind of.
Oh yes. Which one should I go?
So what is clear is that there's a dash line missing here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? There's a double height space or something. I mean, remember, Hugo, you remember this from my studio. Remember, dash lines are as important as regular lines. So it will help a lot.
When my students ask me, should I show X or Y? I say yes. The answer is, should I show? The answer is always yes.
No, but dash lines are very important to understand the space. And I think in this case, it's a little kind of confusing because you wonder what that line is in relation to, for example, here, the columns seem to be there when you have a wall and maybe you don't need the columns. And then the columns are equally represented when they're part of that A-frame. And the A-frame should be you should feel that A-frame in your drawings, in every plan. What Michael was saying about the feeling of the A-frame, the best way you can do here is to this dominant frame, the A-frame should be drawn. All of a sudden is running through weird places, right? So all of a sudden that stair is just right in the middle of where a structural line wants to be, which it is on the outside. And then this one is just in between. So you use those lines, the minute you draw them, you tend to use them to your benefit. So the minute you don't draw them, you tend to forget. But so here you use them, right? Some of these walls are aligned with A-frame, but sometimes they are not. So that's such a critical part of your project that it looks like it needs to be more present even in the plans, because there are beams going there. So the dash line of those beams is supposed to be showing the dropping, even if it's a very tall space, you know, you're getting a sense of that. So that's one comment. I mean, I completely agree with Igor, very nicely presented, especially you did a good job in coordinating, you know, not making too heavy, like one person at the top, one at the end. You were mixing very nicely. You know, it was very, the presentation is also very consistent across all the drawings. So in a way, finding that consistency is also good, because sometimes you can see clearly someone work on this and clearly someone with different aesthetics working on something else. I understand, Hugo, that you don't want to do too many renderings that may not be as fully developed as that one, but I mean, there could be a different type of drawing. You can say, okay, we can have this one. That's the money shot, the beautiful one that is, you know, but you can have others that help us understand what is like, you know, to approach the building from here, what is like, you know, the building from different angles. So once you have that model, it's very good to share a little more. If we had a physical model, we'll be walking around in the studio, right? Looking around from every angle. So once you have it, just, you know, show it to us, show a little more, even if it's not necessarily with a beautiful photograph, very nicely, you know, integrated. So that's one comment. I think that I don't mind the size and the kind of theory behind. I like the concept of the chalet, the Swiss concept, but it's based on kind of getting rid of the snow as quickly as you can. The idea of the coziness. But, you know, in talking about the coziness, one thing that I feel is not, you know, working very well in the interior, the rendering on the outside feels very good. But when you look at the interior renderings, it feels, the spaces don't feel like warm and cozy the way you were talking about. You know, I wouldn't mind like much more wood. Go to some of the renderings and it feels like the bedroom, you have a white Formica desk. And I just wonder why that. So you know, here it feels like it's not what you would expect. You know, you would expect something that is more wood oriented. Here is the door is wood, the sliding door there, but everything, it feels like not necessarily as warm and cozy as you were mentioning from the point of view of the materiality, right? So it feels like, you know, once you go,
it's like a prison with a built-in desk. Like you cannot move this furniture, you know.
Well, and the built-in is the nature of the very tight space, and I think that you did a good job in, you know, dealing with that. But if you go back to the plan, and sorry, I'm going to jump in because we cannot see everything at the same time. Can you go to the plan of these rooms, because you had some strange inconsistencies that are somewhat surprising. In time, you look at the plan of the. So, for example, when you look at this in the same drawing, it's very strange that, you know, this scientist, you know, gets a bed that is different than this one, that, you know, you're lucky because, you know, you know, your bed is kind of custom made to accommodate that. Then this one is wider than these ones here.
The
so,
guy, no, that's because of the roof slopes. But the guy on the left is the senior scientist.
And also, well, it's ADA also. So that's why it's
I don't know if it's because the roof slopes. I think it's simply because they could draw these, you know, the same, you know, consistently in the same way. I'm not sure if that's the case, because if that's the case, then I mean you can have a criteria where you always cut it at the bed height, but it's not clear why it would be different here than here, because it's the same slope, right?
Okay, we need to wrap up.
Okay, so let me make a couple of more comments before, you know, finish very quickly. So I don't think the windows are very smart for that environment. You don't have even insulated glass. You have a very thin 1/8 of an inch, you know, that you don't have insulation. Normally,
there's no frame for the window either.
And there's no frame from the window. So it's just like there are many ways that you can say, hey, let's make good insulation of that. And the slabs that you have, they seem to be very thin between the floors. So you need a little more mass in terms of the feel. And the one thing that I will agree, I don't mind these small rooms at all. As I was saying, I think is a very interesting thing, more like a boat. But when you think about the mechanical space that you have, I'm going to talk a little bit about that, the technical things, that the windows don't seem to work very well. But what I agree completely with Michael is that when you go to the plan and you say, okay, this building is a very kind of difficult environment where it's built, you have very few solar panels. So if you go to the view on the outside, I think just two general comments that I think could be good to think about that. I think that I like the greenhouse concept, but I think it could have been a little more extreme, you know, in terms of like making this whole thing glass or something, because I don't know if this does enough for the greenhouse effect. I mean, I think it'd be nice to take it into both sides. And then the solar panels that you have, I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but just knowing what I have in my house and what I know from projects that we have done, if you are leaving these people to rely on these solar panels for the whole building, good luck. They better be.
That'll run the refrigerator.
Yeah, because it is not going to be.
It'll run the Coke machine.
Yeah, we would probably need some more offsite.
Yeah, we had more next to the helipad that didn't make it.
No, but I think my question is like, could you have integrated this more, where all of a sudden this is about that, so you can have maybe even to here where you can imagine like that solar panel, instead of feeling like it's an addition, is more integral to the concept. And the same thing with the greenhouse. Maybe the whole roof is this greenhouse that is on both ends. So very elegant project, very good presentation. I just wanted to point out things that I feel like were not quite there. So you feel like you can.
Yeah, no, I would agree. When I saw this roof here, I thought, why are they treating it like something they're cutting openings into? I too would make that a greenhouse with greenhouse construction.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I might even extend that out into space and cover it with nothing but panels. I think you suddenly sort of lost your nerve when it came to doing the roof surface and turned it into a big roof with openings in it, instead of continued the same sort of heroic form making that you had going.
Good. Those are some really good comments.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a really, really good project, guys.
Yeah, very thorough presentation. It's great to be able to make all those comments.
Yeah.
Well, the last thing that I didn't quite finish saying, that I agree with Michael, that the one thing that is really, really tiny in your project is the mechanical room. You have a closet that is probably not enough even for a little house. So you have the mechanical space that you have is tiny. I mean, a building like this would require something more substantial. Just that.
Well noted. Good.
Okay, I'm going to step away for like 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Would you like us to wait or just go now?
Let's wait just a couple of minutes.
Works for me.
Actually, go ahead and start. You'll be here shortly, I'm sure.
Okay. So hello, my name is Dominic Armendariz. I'm a graduate student here at UT, and my two partners are Maxwell Bella and Kevin Tsao, and they're both undergrads. So we started off our project by looking at a couple of case studies. In this case, we looked at the Oslo Opera House by Snøhetta. I mean, there's a lot to take from this project, but one of the things that we gleaned from it was that the building really does a very good job of referencing its surrounding context, not just in sort of the geometry of the building, but also in how the interior circulation begins to reintroduce you to some of those surrounding landmarks.
The second case study here is the Mill Collection in Houston by Renzo Piano. The major takeaway of this project was the separation of prospect and refuge areas that are both serviced by the central corridor where all the programs branch off of.
On the right, there's a circulation diagram that we made to show how the exhibition areas or the more prospective areas are clustered together on this north end of the building, while the programs of refuge, such as the library, exist on the southern side for distinct separation, yet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just a second. Yeah, I'll do it. Thanks.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you.
Okay.
We're good to go. The next slide, Dominic.
So also part of our initial research, we read an excerpt from Berlanda's Architectural Topographies, and this reading really let us begin to think about how our building should appropriately interact with the site. And then we also read a series of articles that examine the idea of prospect and refuge and its architectural implications. And so again, this reading started us to think about the visual relationship of our building to the surrounding terrain and landmarks. And we also began to think about how our architectural intervention could create a sequence of experiences that reintroduce the occupant to his or her place.
So we then took all these ideas that we had in our heads after doing the readings and the case studies and did a series of charcoal drawings that examined site, so how the building begins to touch the ground, circulation, how you move to the site and then into the building, and then the views, how these might be framed, and then ultimately how they might influence the geometry of the building. So after that, we came up with a thesis to begin to guide our investigations. And in this case, it was given the technological advancements of the past 200 years and the environmental impacts they have had, man has a certain responsibility to use their knowledge to study and preserve nature. Our intervention serves as an acknowledgement of man's responsibility to the ecosystem. So we want to accomplish this by addressing circulation, orientation, creating a landmark that is begins to be a visual mark of that responsibility in the terrain, and then with interior circulation that begins to reintroduce you back to the rest of the site, as well as through materials that reinforce the building's relationship to that landscape.
So here's an atmospheric study that we use to abstractly express the ideas of site, circulation, and views in the Alps. So we wanted to express the ideas of intentionally placing our building in response to aspects of the site. Our building is a termination of a procession as a reference to Ucci's journey in the Alps, and views to landmarks of the site and of the natural landscape. So our building is located between these landmarks on the site of Otzi the Iceman, the Similon Peak, and Lake Vernago. And these landmarks decided the placement of our building as they serve as viewpoints that will help reinforce our conceptual strategy. And based on this placement between each of these landmarks, our building is sited on a very steep slope. And although this steep slope is challenging, it can serve as a precedent for architecture in extreme sites that may be seen in the future. And so our building is accessible either by helicopter or by this proposed hiking path branching off from the main hiking path from Vernago.
So our initial studies began to look at how we could orient the different programs towards the different views, the differentiating some of the experiences that an occupant would have throughout the day. The labs and community spaces, those are oriented more towards Lake Vernago and the town, reinforcing the responsibility that the scientists have to the people of that village, as well as other villages around the world that are similarly in these kind of conditions. And then the residential space, that's oriented towards Mount Similon, so that's the highest peak in the Utsel Alps. And this view in particular, it's less expansive, it's less cluttered, and it creates more of a personal relationship between the occupant and the mountain. On further studies, we elongated the communal space and workspace in the Y direction. This was to maximize those views along the axis and down into the valley. And then we pooled the residential tower in the Y direction, creating a tower that ensured each one of the rooms has a similar view condition. And then finally, we elevated the bar off of the ground, creating a threshold for individuals hiking to the facility, and placed a helipad towards the back of the space. So both paths, the building receives both paths in the same point, and then you move up into the building.
Here you can see the approach from our proposed hiking trail that branches off of an existing hiking trail that comes up the mountain from Bernago. The building establishes itself as a sort of landmark and destination within the terrain, becoming this sort of visible terminus of a path that can be seen from miles away. And as you get closer to it, you can begin to make out the textures of the facades, the stone of the tower, and the wood cladding of the bar. And this is an aerial shot of the building, attempting to mimic the view that you would get when you're flying in via a helicopter.
So here's a physical model we built just so we could get a better understanding of just the 3D massing of it and how it sits on this very, very steep slope. And yeah, more model pictures.
So moving to axons, this diagram shows circulation from the ground and the helipad and into the tower and bar. The bar and tower are joined by two glass bridges that will be shown in more detail in the next image. And it was important for us to keep the circulation mostly centered upon entering the building, allowing the occupants to slip into certain spaces that open up into those desired views that we've been talking about. So this is a view of the two arrival points meeting. You've got the path from the ground, and then you've got the helipad. And here you can also see the glass bridges. And we wanted these to read very minimally and to really allow the two main geometries, the stone of the tower coming from the ground and the elevated wood bar, to read more distinctly as separate objects. And this is a view from one of those bridges and these views are more immediate to the landscape, and in this case to the helipad or plaza below.
Here's a site plan that highlights the sun path, the wind patterns, the views that inspired the orientation of the building, and also the path, the proposed path that we talked about comes from the existing path from Bernago. And now we'll get into the rest of the plans. Here's the basement plan. It houses the water collection and treatment machinery and other garage appliances. Next slide. This floor serves as the main entry point from both the hiking trail or the helicopter. As you walk through this formidable revolving door, you enter a mudroom. You have the opportunity to remove your bulky clothing. This floor also houses the snowmobiles or the snow plows that the user gets like a preview of as they walk towards the stair.
One question, Kevin, can you go back 1 second? Is this when you're walking, the path is coming from here?
Yes.
Yes.
And then, so do you get at grade here, or you have to come up with this stair from below?
There's a stair from below.
Okay, so can you go back to previous one? So you are arriving here, right? So you arrive at this point.
Yes.
From the path.
And then the stair would connect to the
upper level. Okay. Okay, it would be good to show a little more of the path. So if that's an important place, just to connect. I think that I understand how you did it. It would be good to just show the path, but keep going.
Okay, so this is level 3. On this level, the stair opens up to one of two tubes that projects between the bar and the tower. And by stair, I mean the stair that's located in the tower, which is, so the tower is the on the shape on the top, and the bar is what we call it, is the rectangle plan on the bottom. This reinforces the differentiation between areas of prospect and areas of refuge. The bar serving various programs of prospect, and the tower serving mostly refuge areas. On this floor and most of the other floors of the tower, there's 2 bunk rooms, each with a private bathroom. And as for the bar, this is the lower of the two floors. This one serves the laboratories, common shop, and other related technical areas. The labs exist on both ends of the rectilinear space here. So on the east and west, with great views of the surrounding mountain and towards the town of Vernago. And a central core was added to this level to serve the supporting programs like the common shop, HVAC room, and other storage areas. Going up one floor, the idea of Prospect continues in the bar where these communal areas span the space. On this floor, the intention was to keep it open to improve the quality of circulation and create really where all the members of the facility can enjoy at once as a team. The dining room looks out onto a large patio, which is number 18 there, where members can take their food outside when the weather is more fair, or enjoy it in any time of the day for that matter. On the opposite side sits a library with built-in desks for computers that span the walls. It sits independent from the kitchen and dining area, but it's intended to have a steady flow of people coming in and out during the day. And on this level of the tower is the gym and a spa room. And we selected a sort of centralized floor to house these spaces so that it served as, it was easily accessible by all the rooms. So the next 4 floors contain more bunk rooms and private bathrooms. So there's a difference between levels 5 and 8 and 6 and 7. And that is the location of the balconies, as you can see in the changing of plans right there. And finally, at the highest point of the tower, we added our contemplation nook, which is a highly introspective area, and it's got the best views of the building. Here you can enjoy a nice, quiet, personal moment, just taking in the views and reflecting on the beauty of the landscape and the necessity of the work that is conducted here. So here we have a section of the tower. This is meant to show how the tower is divided between vertical circulation and these private bunk spaces. The stair is also an important part of our project, and it's intended to actually be used rather than everybody just take the elevator all the time. The rooms were selectively placed facing the peak of the Smilja mountain, the highest point of the mountain near the building, and is intended to enhance this idea of refuge and reflection by creating this singular point of sight that the windows and balconies will open up towards. And here's a section of the bar. It's meant to show the quality of space by juxtaposing not just the upper floor from the bottom floor, but also each individual space itself, and the varying ceiling heights, the blending of certain spaces, and the separation of other spaces.
So our building, the structure of our building serves as a modern reference to the traditional alpine huts of the area. So using things like heavy concrete bases and timber structures. So the building actually uses concrete bases to root it in the landscape. And the main structure is a glue laminated timber framing system. And then prefabricated panels are then used on the exterior. And the horizontal bar is held up by structural steel columns to with cross bracing to help resist lateral loads, and then also lifted above the landscape. And so we wanted to use these small circular steel columns filled with concrete to make them as visibly minimal as possible and make the bar regis floating above the landscape. And so here's a wall section cutting through the tower. And so the structure of the tower consists of prefabricated CLT panels with a ventilated cavity and stone exterior cladding. And the base of the tower is a foundation wall that helps root the tower in the landscape. And the tower is clad in these stone panels that are locally sourced from the site. And this material selection creates a visual dialogue with the landscape as the tower seems to rise above the landscape. So the structure of the horizontal bar is similar, where it consists of those prefabricated CLT panels. And the horizontal bar is cladded in these untreated large wood panels. And so these panels help the bar read as light and actually floating above the landscape. And then these untreated large panels will turn a grayish color over time as it reacts with the harsh conditions in the extreme environment. And it'll let the bar sink deeper into the landscape as the panels gray over time. So here are some just basic sustainability diagrams. We wanted to use mostly passive strategies to heat and cool the building. So the tower utilizes the stack effect and helps cool the building during hot periods and warm it during cold periods. And then the timber structure of the horizontal bar allows for an open layout of the interior. And so that lets cross ventilation act through it. And so each of these prefabricated panels, like I mentioned, also have a ventilated cavity that help regulate the temperature on the interior. And then selective openings let light and heat into the building while also framing views to the landscape. And then photovoltaics on the roof help provide energy to the building. And so these passive strategies help emphasize the importance of the ecosystem and the landscape in which the building sits.
So here are a series of sections that cut through the bar. The first section shows the geological lab below, and then that's the open deck above. The second section that shows the cold storage as well as the ice mummy storage, and that below, and then the dining area and kitchen directly above. The middle one, that's the wood shop, which has windows that open out to the hallways on either side, and it has the main communal space above. The fourth, that's the circulation between the two areas, and then the final one on the far right, that one shows the wet lab and archaeological lab below, and then the library space above. And so one of the things that we try to do is play with top lighting, differentiating how it begins to interact with these spaces as you move along the bar. This view, this one shows a view from the kitchen through the dining area and into that main outdoor deck. This next render shows a built-in portal, a place of refuge that frames one of the landmarks that we are emphasizing. In this case, this one would be the place of Utsi's discovery, just beyond. And we have several of these throughout the project, inviting moments of pause and contemplation that relate you to the surrounding terrain. Then this is the wet lab inside the archaeological lab. As you could see in the plan, it's sort of a glass box that floats within the main archaeological lab. Then moving into the typical room plans, this one shows those two models. We ended up going with two main models, as was mentioned before, aside from the differentiation in balconies are repeated as you move up into the tower. And here are some sections that cut through those areas. We tried to differentiate ceiling heights as you move around the space that compress and then open back up as you move in. Because the spaces are small, but we wanted to allow for some kind of space to be defined, as well as to give you a little more headspace as you experience that space. And then this is a section that cuts through two of those rooms in the opposite direction. You can see here that one of the balconies opening up to the landscape. And then this is a view. This one shows the views out of the room, and in this case, framed in the Smilja Peak. As mentioned before, we wanted this view to be one that was not as expansive and as cluttered as the one that you're in the main bar, as this is really the only personal space in the whole facility, the only place that you can get away from it all and be by yourself. We wanted this view to equally be something that is more personal. In this case, just sort of the relationship between you and that peak beyond.
In summary, we wanted to create a research center that was successful not only in function, but in establishing a keen awareness for the ecosystem that it sits upon, highlighted by its orientation, materiality, and the availability of numerous framed views. Thank you.
I'm going to be brave and just start in. Could you go back to that very first fantasy collage?
Yes.
Well, yeah. So did you all do that together?
This one, yes, we did a series of them to begin with, and then we combined them into one image. Different
So,
ideas.
okay, so I'm looking into your collective unconscious here. So I could see the stone tower there. God brought that and put it down there. The path which goes through the mountains goes up into the sky, which I think is kind of interesting. And then the person on the right is looking through these stabilized binoculars at a dirigible, which was probably what the helicopter. And is that some hippie on the dirigible, or is that Jesus?
So that's Uzi, the Iceman.
So, you know, so when I look back at what you did, I actually see this. Certainly I see the brick tower, right? I mean, the stone it is stone, right? Stone tower.
Mhm.
We got that. We don't have the sinuous path in any shape or form, you know. And so when Juan said, so how do you get into this thing? And you had to like maneuver around that stair and so forth. It seemed like that's actually a piece yet to come. That like coming up under that framework of X's, wind-braced X's and stuff would be a much more sort of expressive thing. And I also feel like you need a third element, which is the heliport. And I think that probably needs to be, in my mind, further away from the other two things and more like its own thing. Just from a practical point of view, your two buildings are really going to change the wind patterns around your building. And landing a helicopter is really a kind of a somewhat unsafe procedure. It either needs to be on the very top of your tower, the heliport, or it needs to be some sort of distance away. And I prefer the thought of it being some distance away, because then we get like three things. We get the tower, we get the floating box, and then this like mass or platform, which is the helicopter. And it seems like the helicopter thing hasn't really matured into its own like super functional isolated element, you know, like the third element. And the path, I don't think is fully developed yet. But I have to say, what you have done, the vertical thing and the horizontal thing, I find as a landmark, as a recognizable image and landmark, pretty strong. So I'll stop there and come back to some other things. But I just wanted to acknowledge that the imagery is pretty strong, pretty dreamy. I like it.
Yeah, and in general, I mean, I agree that the whole kind of mood of the drawings in the presentation, I think is a good combination of. I mean, you did a good job also, like Caroline, Joseph, and Hugo in practicing and coordinating the presentation. So I commend you because many times it's not done properly.
You might want to change your drawing back to something else.
Yeah. If you can go back to, for example, one of the renderings approach. I think it was good the way you were showing us renderings. This we've seen, very nice, very strong. But this is the one that it makes very strange that all of a sudden you forgot about that path, because you're still telling us it's important. This is a very important moment. So that path is a very important part of your project, even if it's just a very subtle path in the snow. But if you go back to, I mean, I like the other one that also you have when you are in the platform, the helipad platform. I mean, this is a little bit what I was telling to the team before, that I think it's good to have some other views that may not be as if you go, I think there's another one when you are standing on the helipad. Yeah, that one. So you can see that there's a very kind of ambitious aspect of your project, but the whole in this case, for example, the outside and the inside, I think they're very coordinated than in the previous project, where I think the inside was not giving the feel that it felt like it was part of that chalet, the Swiss, the warmth of that mountain building. The A-frame was very strong. And I think in this case, you're going with a very different aesthetic, more contemporary, more ambitious. I mean, it's obviously a challenge to build a tower up there. I know that you have a system that will come in pieces, but those columns are pretty big and pretty, so there's a certain ambition that you are going for that is, Michael calls it this landmark aspect of the building, that it has a very strong presence. I mean, I think that it could be that maybe it's not the most practical thing to do in this location, but it would be definitely very beautiful in other locations. The dialogue of the horizontal with the vertical, the theory between the refuge and the prospect, all those things I think are very well articulated, the materiality in one and the other. So overall, I think that your building is very elegant and well developed. I like that there's a sense of poche in the building. I always say, like, when you don't know for sure what's going on with all the systems, having extra poche makes the building more believable, and you have enough poche in your sections to really make clear that you could accommodate all the needs. There are moments where all of a sudden you go with these windows that seem to be like very abstract, right? So everything is pretty realistic, and all of a sudden the windows get this frameless mirror-like feel. And I wonder if it's not an opportunity to give a little bit more of that weight of the stone and the thickness and the recessed window. So you go to the plans. I'm going to just tell some things that I feel like are not working as well. If you go to the floor plans, so again, very good feel for the whole, aesthetics of it. When I look at this in general, I mean, if you think about buildings, and when you're building in a terrain like this, it's good that, like Smilja said, the program is telling you need to be very tight. The rooms are small, but when you look at this as and we have Michael here, when you think about Louis Kahn talking about the servant and the servant space, and, the notion of this whole thing is for circulation. And this is to serve these two little spaces. It's just not proportionally a very efficient building. I mean, you have a lot of square footage here that is costing a lot of money and a lot of effort to build, that is not really part of the program, right? The program is giving you this, you say check, I see it's check, but this is a lot of volume, a lot of space that is just, you need to be aware of, that's not, although, I mean, this part is very nicely built, the horizontal bar in terms of that central core with the perimeter functions, I think is very well resolved. The plans are very nice. So even this plan of the tower is very nice, but it's just something to be aware of. There's a stair that is probably bigger than it needs to be. It is just a lot of circulation space. So even when you keep going to the floor plan, when you go to the very top and you say, well, this is the place of the kind of solitude place where you go to you go into that room, but look at the amount of space that you have. You have a lot of space there. You say, well, you could do 3 of those, right, for several people to meditate, separately. So just to be aware of those things, because in a way, I think the project could have worked with all the things that you have, but maybe being a little more efficient in
the elevator is ridiculous, really.
So
that's a dumb waiter. Like, you could put drinks on it.
It is good to always be aware of how buildings circulation, and not that you need to be thinking about developer thinking, but all that, but it is a matter of proportion. But in this case, you can see when you get to these floors, when it becomes even particularly obvious. Go back to the main level, the connection, because I think that the bridges are very nicely also resolved in terms of how they connect, what they do inside. I mean, I miss, when I look at the section through here, there was maybe some opportunities for some double height spaces that I think could have happened on the ends. I like the balcony that you have up here looking out. General, I think it's very nice and elegant project. So when I look at this towering plan, I see that your windows are recessed. So you're showing, the windows, maybe it's just too small the scale to really know for sure. But in the renderings, maybe you could have gone with the mirror-like feel for this volume, these windows, but maybe here you can have had the windows recessed to show that heaviness of the stone. So that's something that it feels like the plan is telling me that, but not the renderings. Okay, I'm gonna let Igor continue.
Sure, thank you, Juan. I think it's a really interesting project. I think it operates on several different levels. Maybe for me, if you can go back to your sections of the skylights for a second, I feel you invested really in trying to understand that relationship between the rooms and the sky and the light in the rooms. And I think that's quite actually remarkable. I like the kind of a variation between like a single skylight, and in particular when you kind of are playing with the kind of how the skylight is shaped. There's a really nice tapering of the skylight, which I think is really beautiful. It makes me wonder if when you have three of them, if you can play with them too, if they actually have to be the same, or they could be like bigger and smaller. And I wonder if they're actually a combination of things. You know, it could be for light, letting light into the top floor, the rooms, but also it could be about a view of the sky. Maybe one of them gets bigger and you can actually, you know, sit and look up and you see beautiful sky because you're pretty high up, and those probably must be breathtaking views of the skies. So that's something that I would really kind of highlight in the project. I think it's a unique sort of feature how that's developed, and I think it's really beautiful.
Yeah, but you know to get back to the snow thing, you know, there's no if probably a pitch like this would be better for snow and better for solar panels. You know, it seems like you really wanted it to be a box, and then you went, oh shit, we're gonna have to slope it. You know, if this was really a functional object, and the panels, because I mean the latitude here is such, it's not like Texas, you know. It's probably the panels need to be even more sloped to get winter, whatever the winter angle is. You know, you usually choose it for equinox, for the optimal angle. And I'd want to know that that is south exactly, is it?
Yes.
All right, well, good for you. So for me, it's not just the skylight. And I agree with Igor. Your skylights are, the amount of light that's going to come down those tubes is probably less than a light bulb worth. You know, like better to put a fluorescent, like you should either do skylights or not. I think that you can't just poke holes in the roof and make a tunnel for the light.
They're meant to be monitors, actually, not to diffuse the light, not to just directly let it into the space.
Yeah, but they'll mostly be dark. I'm just trying to tell you how little light will come down there. Light is not like a liquid. You can't squirt it. It's not like it's not like toothpaste or a hose. It bounces, you know, and it won't go where you tell it to go. They just need to be more substantial. But anyhow, I think you said there's solar panels on the roof. Why not optimize for that?
And Michael, your comment about the slope of the roof also makes me think that can give you like advantage in how you shape the skylights. It gives you more volume and thickness if you make the roof like even thicker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Think of like a Roncham kind of turned sideways, and then you have like this really sloped, you know, thicker roof that allows you to carve in different things and look out. And that way, like if you have some loft space, if you look out, you will be looking actually out into the sky and through that skylight, which could be pretty amazing.
Yeah. Maybe you've got me thinking. I'm going to design your scheme for you now. Let me see. I'm going to go back. You could do half an A-frame.
Yeah, I was thinking something similar.
Yeah.
So that really, like that is solar panel. I don't know. But the point is not. I don't know whether the aesthetic says you had to have two tube shapes, one vertical, which was the tower, and one horizontal. I suppose that's sort of satisfying, as though they were prefabricated, as though they were lifted in by helicopters, and one was plonked vertical and one was laid horizontal, because that's the kind of the narrative, you know, or whether really it's just two distinct shapes next to each other at a kind of, one vertical one, like a tensegrity structure, We have two rigid pieces at right angles to each other, but floating away from each other, in which case it doesn't really matter what their shape is, it just matters that they are prismatic or simple.
Could you go back to the section that shows the relationship of the bar in relation to the ground?
Yes. This one?
No, the other one.
The other direction.
Yeah, this direction. I mean, when I look at this, I really keep thinking that and one of the renderings, it feels like the bridges and the way you thought about the entrance made this building be unnecessarily elevated from the ground. I mean, this is a challenge, right? To go up this high. So when you look at the renderings, it feels like this building could have worked with basically the bar being one floor lower. And then at the helipad level, you can enter. And I mean, I don't know if there's a big difference between the view from here, the view from here, or the view from here. I suspect that they're very similar, right? Because you are very high up already. So, but this is a huge effort for not clear advantage besides the kind of floating. And what I'm thinking is that the floating can still happen in another way, but the structural challenge that this poses, and I know that you probably wanted to have this sense of the breezeway in between them, and so if you were making the entrance, imagine like this is the level of the helipad right here, and then you enter into here or into here, and then you may have a bridge for this next floor. It may be a different reading for your project, but my sense is that maybe there was a way to maintain the dialogue between the two vertical and horizontal bars without having to go through the incredible effort to elevate these so much. And the kind of base that you are building here, just this retaining wall is telling me that there's a lot of volume that can be, in a way used as part of this building, for that big, in a way, you are creating the retaining, so you are creating a potential use for that space if you wanted to. So this is more like a general comment, and I know that probably, did you think about it? I mean, I'm sure that you had it at some point, higher, lower. What can you tell me about it? Did you think about where it needed to be in the air?
Yeah. So to your point, we wanted there to be like a specific entrance point that compresses you and then brings you back up into the space. And so that was the genesis of this idea of putting the bar one level above. So you did have to circulate into the tower and then move up. I think that might have changed throughout the past couple of weeks how we did that or not, but that was the main idea. I don't know if one of my group mates wants to maybe elaborate on that.
I'm surprised you didn't try to come up underneath it, like do a stair that comes up into the belly of the bar from underneath, from the helipad or something.
Could you go back to the plan 1 second? Yeah, the ground floor plan, because I think that's the key that I mean, just 1 second there, you can see a little bit what I'm saying. It's like you are creating a lot of potential program there, right? So the helipad requires, like Michael said from the previous scheme, I mean, requires that flat area. So this, in a way, it makes you can say, hey, this is where the addition, when the program is expanded, you already have like a room here for some other type of uses. But this can have windows, so this is a good spot for a building, right? Because this is very much like a wall that can get a lot of light in this direction. So if you go to the next one, And it's Smilja, I don't know if is this the last project or?
Well,
because we can keep going, Smilja.
That is the last project. We're going through another rotation, but this is the last project for you guys.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's
We
what I
we
mean.
don't we don't want to
No,
hurt.
I know Michael, and I mean, I need to go to another studio. Yes, but I just want to make sure that we are
Oh,
not.
I think it's over 2:30, so we still have time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So go, Dominic. Can you go to the, or whoever is controlling this, to
Yeah.
the plan, the next one,
We-
because yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
we don't want to hurry because just
No,
take time.
and I know that we wanted to. I mean, in a way, both projects are so nicely developed and very well developed. There's a lot to talk about, but they're, you know, so this is the second floor. So the ground, I mean, the helipad.
Oh, you need a helipad? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, exactly. So this is what I was saying, that when you got to this level, there was a way to say, okay, I know that it's nice to have this breezeway here, but at the same time, it just feels like there's no clear reason as to why, you know, even if you wanted to float a little bit, you could have separated this a little bit more downhill. So it could have been a little more floating this way, but it looks like this is a very natural place to enter, you know, where you could just enter into this building there. So I'm just making sure that you know that this is probably a natural thing that would be part of, if this project were to become a reality, just the extra challenge of elevating this more. I just don't know very much what is giving you in terms of, sometimes you say, yes, it's worth it, because then you see over the tree canopy and all of a sudden you get a very different view. In this case, I don't think there's anything more that you gain by going up besides something that the architect, I mean, if you're trying to articulate this to the owners or to something, it's good to know where you're coming from. But even from the point of view of the entrance, this feels like a more natural place to enter, you know, when you can go into the tower and to that, and this is a, you know, common vestibule.
Yeah, what do you think? You know, it looks like one of the things, like if we took the stair, oh God, I'm trying to annotate again. If you took the stair and made it use the underside of that, so that there would be a reason to be under it. Like right now, everything is next to, this is next to that, and that's next to that, but they're not really holding on to each other. Right, so if your stair was underneath there, then you could walk up to the main level under cover of the bar. It seems like a little bit of an asset to do that.
And I would say that what you did is very well resolved. So it's not that, oh my God, you went the wrong, you know. I think what my criticism is more, it's not criticism, it's more like saying, hey, this may be one of those, what we in the real world call value engineering. You know, there's an euphemism to say making it more cost effective. But, you know, in what I'm thinking is that you know, whether there's more overlap, like Michael is saying, that this stair is more integrated into one of the volumes. I see why you wanted to have those distinctive objects, right? The tower is vertical, the other one. So, and the bridges are very nicely designed. I'm saying, can they happen? Can the bridge be literally more like a symbolic bridge between the two volumes, but sitting on the level of the helipad? I mean, and I think the answer is, I think so. I think your project would have worked that way, even if you want to make the stair part of the, you know, and this is actually, I didn't notice until now, this is a strange moment that this stair is here, and then instead of being here, where it's right above, right? That's a strange moment.
Yeah,
too.
what the hell?
Yeah, just the same.
That still goes down to the basement. We want to separate that, like more of the service stair from the main occupant's stair.
No, it's that's a stair is a stair. It's nice. It goes to the basement. It goes to it's not that you have like 100 people and you have like judges and prisoners, and you know, in a courthouse you want to separate different circulations, but here it's the same people. You know, it's not that there's something secret in the basement, but it goes to the efficiency. You guys see what I'm talking about, right? When I talk about the efficiency of the circulation space, that I mean, maybe it means that the tower could have been a little more slender because it was not necessarily square in plan, but it could be. You know, you could have maintained all the elements of the project, even if someone is looking from the outside ways to make it more effective, efficient, and cost effective because of that. I think that the concept of your scheme could handle all those adjustments because it's conceptually a very clear and adaptable, you know, concept.
One more thing to add to the conversation, which is something we discussed a little bit in the morning, is I would say, representation of landscape to make a case for some of the moves in the plan and the bending of the building and the turning. I would maybe invest some more time in, again, the contour lines, the rocks, just drawing more of the context with the same sort of care with the line way that you showed for the building as well. It does look a little bit too regular, the way you represented in the plan. And if you go back to the section, Dominic, if you control the screen, the one we talked about, go back to the one, yeah, this one. I would think about also what you're trying to represent through the section. Part of it is, I think, what Juan was talking about, like how the buildings are connected and the bridges and what is the form. But the landscape, the topography looks really awkward. It's hard to understand from this drawing what exactly is the kind of a main point of the relationship between the building and the topography that you're trying to emphasize. It also looks very flat. Maybe you need a section where it's kind of smaller, you see more of the slopes, so you really start to understand it more as a kind of an alpine architecture of a certain kind. So I do think it's a really nice project you did. I think, as it's been said, like both presented it well verbally, and I think there's a lot of development in the plans and sections. But do think about the landscape again, like we talked about earlier today. It's a pretty unusual site. It's not like you're going to design on this kind of site like, once a year for the rest of your lives. So I think, cherish that and make like a super special drawing that says something about like why this building could only be built on this mountaintop and then nowhere else. And then finally, this is just like a case study reference. If you go to the rendering, the 3D rendering of the path approaching the building, this is just like to expand your maybe like, horizon with some additional references. In former Soviet countries, in Czechoslovakia in particular, there was a big emphasis on ski slopes. And there was a firm called SIAL out of Liberec, S-I-A-L. S-I-A-L. So SIAL did a lot of ski slopes in what used to be former Czechoslovakia, or now mostly in Slovakia. And they do have a little bit of this aesthetic. And they're quite interesting. They look like something that came out of a constructivist book or something like that. But also what they did, they use typography on the building. There's like numbers and letters. There's special lighting to make the building visible from the, from a distance in a particular way at night. And I feel because you're in a kind of an area that's visited for different reasons, and this is quite visible, I think kind of exploring that visual imagery a little bit more, in particular, given that you have such a vertical building, like compared to most people, it is the tallest and most prominent. So I would maybe look at CL's work and other examples and see how that can be also a language for your building too.
I think that comment about the landscape is very important. I mean, I think that this is a comment, Igor, that I could have recorded what you said and use it in, to my students, to a lot of students,
to all students, to my students.
Yeah, because there's a sense that, and this is something that we, I know that this is territorial conversations about disciplines, but I always say that it's just frustrating when architects think that the minute you step out of your building is like someone else's profession, someone else's discipline, someone else's. So when you look at this, if you think, the concept of this building, when you look at this, clearly there are two very architectural elements that you have talked about, the horizontal and the tower, right, for the students presenting. But you can see very clearly that there's a third one that is equally important, this. And this is the way you relate to the ground in fundamental ways. So this is as important as these two, even if in the rest of the presentation, this has completely gone away as a thing, is where the building, it really has that interaction with the ground and it's very important to think about that. How tall is that retaining wall? And this is a little bit that moment where it feels like, I think the whole thing could have been sunken more into the ground and it will have worked. But it is very important to always make the drawings and put the same care into everything that is around the building in ways that even you say, hey, this is all snow, it's very minimal intervention, you can still show it. I mean, this is an example how carefully you show this path in this rendering. Even if it's a very subtle thing like that, I would like to have seen it in the plan and then the retaining and this. So there's a little bit of a light touch that you're proposing. well, this is light here, but those retaining walls are pretty heavy. And in terms of like, it's an intervention as heavy as these volumes that you're having here. So having a very strong awareness of that interaction with the terrain and how you touch it and what is the paving, what is the where your intervention ends and where it starts is very important. And I think that that's the general thing that I think that students seem to put less attention on because the focus is the building itself, you know, but I think it's equally important. So it's a good point, Igor.
Yeah, and speaking of the building itself, you know, you've put cross bracing here, but I noticed that from that point down, you no longer have bracing. So, you know, this is not hurricane proof or storm proof. This bracing would have to go all the way down, like another hole, all the way down to the ground. Anyway, yeah, and I do think the heliport should be further away, maybe with some kind of bridge element.
And more in the flat area, so it doesn't
Yeah.
require as much retaining. So it's
A little bit of a cantilever to it, like it needs to be its own thing. And then draw the helicopter in there, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, the helicopter, and then
And
the
this guy needs a pair of binoculars to look at the helicopter.
and wondering why did I
And then we
choose
need
the
a curved path that comes down to this guy's feet.
I mean, the renderings are very nice. They kind of whole feel for them, but I don't know if it makes sense what I was saying about the windows. You see that maybe the treatment of the windows could have been different in one volume and the other, just from the point of view of the reinforcing your reading of the boxes as being different. Good job. I mean, I think the two projects very well presented, very nicely developed.
Beautiful.
Yeah, they're both good.
Beautiful.
Cool, thank you.
All right, I think, yeah, we're at the end of this session. If there are any other closing comments, if not, I want to thank you guys.
Thank you. I really enjoyed it. I know we've talked a lot about today, like, you know, how it's, you know, grappling with materiality is not easy, but I think it's an essential task for architects. So I really appreciate how you really try to take that very seriously and incorporate in your buildings. I think it led in some cases to some inward looking of the building, which I think is great because things were like worked out on the inside, but I would just take that to the outside and think about how that relates to the site. Again, a really amazing site you're in, but really beautiful work, beautifully drawn. I'm sorry I had to step out for a phone call on a previous project, but that was a beautiful project too. A beautiful kind of reworking of Alpine architecture. So thank you.
Yeah, so what I really appreciate, I was worried when I saw your program, Smilja, because I thought, oh yeah, you know, we're asking undergraduates to solve the world's climatic problems. You know, you set the context so very, very, very large. And I've been on a few reviews now where the seriousness of the program completely blanks any concern for architecture, right? It's just like, but I love what happened with yours was through you, I imagine, or maybe your students, they said, no, this is a building. You know, this might be important research about archaeology and, you know, tectonic plates and all the rest of it, but this is a building. And, you know, a building has a front and a back and a structure and a, you know, it's a building and we're architects. And I think both your groups today, you know, looked at it that way and didn't try to sort of bulldoze their way through bad building by citing serious problems in the universe. You know, so I appreciate that.
That's a good point, because sometimes it's like, you know, a bad building cannot be redeemed with good intentions. You know, but it is true. It happens all the time. It's like, feel like, oh, but I'm doing this because of a very good goal. That is okay, but we're looking at the building. You know,
right? Do you know how to put a door in a room? Like, come on, like, what do you bring to the table? You're an architect. You're not going to solve the world's problems. People are going to look to you to provide the architecture, and you're going to listen to other people, and you're going to, you know, You have to bring something to the table. So I congratulate you on having a group of students here who know that what they bring to the table is a sophisticated understanding of what a building is. They don't have to be geology experts and cosmologists and climate experts. They just have to know this is the context, but it's not the subject.
And also it's good to know that, and it's very important, and I emphasize this to the students, that you cannot know everything. Even after school, you are constantly doing projects where you need to depend on a lot of information. For example, the snow, and what is the snow issue, and these, I'm now working on a house in Park City in the mountains with a lot of snow issues, and I'm relying on the contractor for a lot of information about what is the thing that we should not do, because I was not aware of this, I was not aware of that. So you used to keep that mindset of being open about keep learning and keep adapting, but you have enough flexibility to make the wheel of the designer should be able to handle all these things that every project, has. The circumstances of the project are different, but if you have an idea that can be adapted to those circumstances, it can still be a very successful project, even if you didn't know all the things that you needed to know when you started.
Yeah.
So I think that you guys had a lot of those things that it could work. Even if one project is very snow related, the other one obviously has some snow issues that maybe will need to be adjusted at some point. But I'm not worried. Like Michael says, I mean, at the end, you were working on your building. You're not necessarily claiming that you're solving all the problems of the world or even all the problems of this building, but you're trying and you're doing a great building, and that's very rewarding.
Good. Really appreciate those comments. I think that's great. Well,
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you
Bye,
so
guys.
much.
Thank you. Bye. Nice to
Great
meet you,
input.
Michael. Nice to meet you, Juan.
Nice meeting you, Igor.
Nice to meet you, Igor. Bye, Michael. It looks like we're a team. Second review.
Yeah, second time.
Okay.
Need to say
Bye,
something.
Smilja.
Okay. Bye,
Bye,
Juan.
buddy.
Bye, Michael. And ciao, Igor.
Ciao, ciao. Congratulations. Great work, everybody. Beautiful.
Okay. We'll be in touch. Thank
Sounds
you.
good.
Thank you so much
Sure.
for your insightful comments.
Thank
Okay,
you.
class, hang on.
Okay.
Ciao, Igor. Okay, so I think we had great sessions for each of the teams. Okay, so this is my revision of what we can do. We have 3 more reviewers coming. We have 2 hours. So what I would suggest is, I think it would be good to get another read on each of your projects. I think it's important, and we have 2 hours, which gives about 30 minutes per group. So can you make a condensed presentation? Take 30 minutes, talk for 10, and then let them discuss it. And I think I did not want to hurry and try to get a third one in now, because I wanted everybody to get enough time to have in-depth comments. So what do you think about that? I mean, if you want to tell me you don't want to do it, I'll cry, but that's okay.
No, I think that's good. I think maybe someone could keep time just so no
Yes.
one's over.
Okay, so you guys get back with your group and figure out how can I present my ideas within, well, let's say, I'm not going to talk long about introduction to project. These are, Igor is gone, so I won't have to do the kind of introductions. Michael McCullough has seen the project, and then Corey and Danielle are new. So each group would have about 30 minutes. So can you
Professor
guys?
Milo, can you give them a little preface before everyone starts so that they know these are like simplified versions of our presentations?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, maybe just let them know we're like cutting back or something due to time.
Well, okay. Well, I just think it would be, I was really excited to figure out that you guys can get 2 sets of reviews, because I think it would be really good, because they're a whole different set of people. They're going to look at different things. Okay, yes, I will do that. Okay. Perfect. So you guys have half an hour to truncate. I think you can show everything on your presentation. You may just figure out how long you need to talk about it. So don't omit anything that you have there. Just sort of really get to the point. I think you guys can do that. Because I would love to, it's going to be a completely different review every time personnel, players change. It's a new song. Okay, good job, guys. So go and do what you need to do, and let's be back at 3 o'clock. Sounds good? Okay. All right, I will see you at 3 o'clock. Yeah,
Are you over?
no, I'm waiting for the last session.
Guess what that guy's name was?
What?
Rio Marsic,
Yeah, where's he from?
Bosnian.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He's been here 23 years.
What does he do?
Well, he just works for this company.
No, I mean, which company is it? I'm sorry.
Statewide remodeling.
Huh.
He gave me prices for
what?
His prices for the
deck.
No. He said they don't do decks. I asked him. He said that gave me a price for the windows. It was too high.
What was
He gave me a price for the garden window, which was like $5,500.
What? For the window?
Yeah.
Bullshit.
The garden window.
Mm-hmm.
And his price for the windows was about $1,000 more than $1,000 or $2,000 more than Pella.
Some people are out of control. You know.
Well, he said, you want to do it, call me. And there are some discounts. It's just like what they are, but
okay.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
You want to take all these downstairs if you don't mind?
Yeah, just like.
Okay. Whew.
He said, I said, wait a minute, where are you from? He said, I'm from Bosnia. I said, is your wife Smilja? And I said, yeah. And he said, well, I saw that. And I thought she's one of our people.
Yeah, one of our people.
It sounds like things are going pretty good.
Well, the last two groups are really good. And Juan and Michael Benning were really complimentary.
Oh, that's good. he had a little iPad,
Uh-huh.
and it was built into a cover, and it had a keyboard,
Huh.
so he could do everything.
That's great. Ciao, Dusho. Слушай, this is what we're gonna do for that money. We're gonna ask Mickey to open an account on her and your name, because you need to have an account in United States. So that when
Let me tell.
Yeah.
Hey, Nina, this is the story. They can't transfer that money to Dubai or Kuwait or Serbia, for that matter. So
Can you go out, because I'm
so
on a
what I-
speakerphone here.
what I realized is I was talking about was you're coming, and what I was thinking you could do is Mickey open up.
Hi, Smilja.
Hello, Danelle. How you doing?
Not bad. How are you?
We're doing okay. We're doing
Good, good. Has it been a nice review day?
Yes. Yeah, we went through all the groups, and now we're gonna do an abbreviated session.
Okay.
You'll hear it. Anyway, so it's gonna be short and sweet. So when was your review, or when is your review?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Hmm.
Good.
Yeah,
I'll look up.
you have two of my students from last spring, Hugo and Kevin.
And Kevin, yeah.
Mhm.
Dominic.
Yeah, has it been a good discussion today?
Yes, yeah.
Good.
Really good. Really good. Anyway, we're gonna continue doing good.
Sure.
Well, Corey's joining us, and why did you come as a guest? I don't know how all of these things are done differently now.
I don't either. For whatever reason, the UT system doesn't recognize me as, I don't know. No one can figure it out, but my EID doesn't seem to function with the UT system for Zoom. So I always get put in the waiting room.
Oh, okay, all right.
Mhm.
So because sometimes I don't look at that bar on top.
Yeah, I know. It's not always apparent so I have to always email. I typically have to email someone and say I'm in the waiting room because people don't look at it.
I'm waiting. I'm in the dentist office.
I'm in the waiting room. Right. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but I just didn't have the energy to try and figure it out with like the bigger UT IT
Okay,
picture.
here's Michael. Look, Michael too. I just admitted him. Hello, Michael. Hi there.
Hi.
Yeah, we were just talking
Hi,
about
Michael.
now we have to wait for you to be admitted. I don't know what the system is different.
You know, I think it's because I didn't go log into my EID and then go that way. I just clicked on the link and
That's what I
you know,
did as well.
it says I discovered this whole little flaw with the way the university's doing this, or the School of Architecture. The university gives you an email, and then the school says, oh, sign up to Google. But then they don't honor that email for certain things. One of them is sometimes it's for official Zoom meetings and stuff. It's quite goofy.
Sounds like a, anyway, no, because I was able to just click on the link and get into the reviews that are going on now, but now it won't let me. It asked me for all sorts of things, and I said, too much trouble.
Exactly. If you don't want me, you know, you won't let me in. That's what Corey did this morning.
Okay, well, we're waiting for Corey.
I'm here.
He's here.
Hey, Corey.
Hey,
Hi.
how's it going?
Oh, everybody's here. Great. Well, wonderful. Let me give you just a quick spiel. We have 4 teams that we're going to go through. Each team will get 30 minutes, so we'll be pretty abbreviated. Their presentations are going to be pretty abbreviated. We have actually gone through the full reviews this morning, and they all wanted, and we wanted to get a second review. So we're doing this in 2 hours. There are 4 groups. And can somebody keep the time? What are you laughing at? I saw this Coleman Coker would do that.
You feel like we're the doctors that are giving you the second opinion.
Yeah, it is a second. Well, it would be sweet and wonderful. Anyway, I saw Coleman Coker would do that. He would have morning session, and then afternoon he would do it again.
I'm afraid I'll have to tell you, architecture is terminal.
Okay, well, listen, we're here. Can I get a timekeeper? Can somebody be in charge of that?
I can keep time. How much do you want to do for each presentation?
10 minutes.
And then 20 minutes of feedback?
A discussion, yeah. Does that sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay, so we're going to go with Team A, but before that, I'm going to spend talking very short, but I want to talk about the outline. Let's see where this is. Let's see if I get this straight. I'm going to only take a few minutes for this. So we used Ellen Churchill's sample, the geographer, to frame our studio by taking her quote, "Earth has given us man his problems, at the same time whispered hints to their solution." So with that, we began with a quick sketch project that had looked at the designing of architecture in a setting. It was an entrance to Etruscan tombs. This was the individual work. And the students had designed the threshold between outside and inside, stepping back 2,500 years, looking at Etruscan work. So this sort of became a base for our archaeological investigation. The project is the Center for Analog Architecture in the Anthropocene, which is research facilities. And I think, Michael, you're familiar with the site. And Corey, have you been on one of these reviews? Danelle?
I have.
Okay.
I
All right.
don't know when it was, but yes, I have. I know this project.
Okay, good. So we're on a border of Italy and Austria, and I'm going to just move on to that. We began after the sketch project. We spent some time reading about Paul Crutzen and his idea of Anthropocene. He said one thing that we used to sort of frame our project: the dominance of the species means it is not just variable, but the context for determining ecological process. In the chart from his article, we're seeing where the Anthropocene is actually at the very end. It's a speeded up time telling us we certainly are in crisis. And we're proceeding with that. We had a geologist, John Berry, came and talked to us about the formations of the site. And he had a very violent story of how the African continent had slid into the European, which is where the site is. And so the history of that was really quite interesting. But we wanted students to understand the geological formation of the site and whether they need to continue with that. There were two texts that were very important for forming their design proposition. The Architectural Topographies by Thomas Berlanda, where we spent a great deal of time of looking at all the different ways in which the buildings can touch the ground. And then sort of theoretical framing for prospect and refuge theory that had sort of framed their ideas about what attitude they need to take on a site. They went, investigated the case studies, had looked at, and each of the groups will show you what was very important to them. And just real briefly, if we look at the Etruscans 1,500 years ago, they were just north of Rome, and then 2,500 years afterwards, the Uzi was found on the border of the two countries. We also used the analogy of the Uzi was discovered with tools, and it was quite fascinating to look at of how he had lived at that time. So the question that we're asking ourselves, what are the tools that we're using today as we built in this extreme site? And I'm gonna go past that. I've sent you the program and site. And with that, I'm gonna stop sharing the screen and introduce group A, and they will enlighten us, tell us their story. Oh, wait a minute, you guys, I did not introduce everybody, but we know Danelle Briscoe, Corey Big, Michael McCullough. I'm sorry, I just sort of ran through it. We had.
No worries.
Okay, everybody.
Everyone. Good to see you guys.
Good, okay, we are on.
Yeah, thank you all so much for being here. Mike, I don't think we got to have you on our review from before, so it'll be nice to get your feedback and everyone else as well. I'm Avery.
I'm Dylan. I'm Alfredo.
And like Professor Milo was explaining, we're doing our research center in the Alps. And before we really dive into our project, we wanted to go over some of the work we did the first half of the semester to kind of help us find our building form and whatnot. Let's see. So like Milo was saying, we were studying the Etruscan tombs in Italy, and these really helped us figure out how we wanted to go through the process of descent into our building. Since the site is so extreme, we knew we wanted to have something happening where people were kind of following that line of the strict sidelines. So then from some of the readings we did a few Berlanda readings, and they really helped us process how we wanted our building to actually touch the site. And these were a few of the iterations we did. Can you explain these a little bit?
Yeah, so these are just some sketches as we were moving into like the design phase, where we're thinking about like externalizing some of the stuff we've read about prospect and refuge, and thinking about ascending and descending and how the building relates to this site. So that was kind of an important thing for us. So ultimately, we think that, you know, the sheer verticality of the Alps means the region revolves around ascending and descending. And in our design, we wanted to reflect that experience, creating a building that works with the grain of the mountain. So as a result, the ground floor of the building becomes its highest level, and it descends down from there, spreading out in horizontal layers, which nestle against the mountainside. Finally, at the lowest level, the building stretches out against the grain of the mountain, creating a volume which floats above the valley below.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, there you go. So on this
this slide you're seeing just a little bit more context. So we're just west of, our building site is just west of where Utsi was found originally, at a little bit higher elevation. There's kind of a ridge line that it nestles into. And there's a couple access points. There's this hiking trail from Vernago on the east side. It's quite a climb up. And then on the west side, from the town of Maso Corto, there's actually a ski lift that will take you up to this hotel. And there's a trail that leads from the hotel to our building site as well.
Yeah, so like Dylan was explaining, since this is so steep, we are assuming everyone's going to be coming in via helicopter, but we have allowed for these trails to meet up with our building, the trail coming from the ski slopes, and then also this hiking trail. So you have the opportunity to come into those ways as well. Our building is centered around this primary area of circulation where you start from the highest level and then continue to descend down until you get to the lowest level. And then at each break, you have the opportunity to go into a different area programmatically. Yeah, we have everything separated programmatically. So we have our 2 lab spaces here with our area of residential units here. And then lastly, our communal space, which is our main area of prospect, and everything is connected by this area of circulation. And all of our spaces are little different building networks are all with the same grain of the site. And then our communal center is the one area that kind of jets out from the site, creating just a stark differentiation. And you can see those areas of prospect a little bit more clearly here, with the communal building having the most prospect. You get that panorama view. And then the lab spaces, you are looking out onto the site, and the same thing for the residential.
And then in our site plan, you can see how we oriented our building to go in these 2 different directions across and on both sides of the grade of the mountain. And then in our first floor plan on that ground level, you can see how when you first come in, you're able to go to the mudroom to the left, and to the right of you, we have the geology lab. And then as you descend down the stairs onto that next level, you're going to find yourself at the archaeology lab. And then to the right is where we have all the living spaces, all the units. And then both lab spaces have access to the exterior as well. And then when you keep descending down the stairwell, we have these moments, these pinch and pull moments that we designed within the communal space. And this is where we have those communal spaces where kitchen, living, library, these more public spaces that allow for prospect.
Sorry, the Sutton Wi-Fi is so bad.
So this is just an idea of our kind of thermal strategy. So we're thinking we'll use radiant heating for the floors, and then just a simple like sectional ventilation diagram that shows like it'll have a cross ventilation from below and above.
Our building hunkers against the slope, protecting itself from extreme elements. Cross-laminated timber is used for the primary structure, which will also be sustainable, resilient, and easily prefabricated off-site. The exterior is clad in light gray steel, which helps the project to blend in with the surrounding site. But on the interior, the exposed timber creates a feeling of warmth and comfort. By hugging the mound, we are also able to give each space moments of refuge tucked against the slope and prospect at the edge where no one can look down the valley. And this is just a better look at that construction system, looking at that cross-laminated timber with the steel cladding. At the beginning, we were still kind of pondering the materiality to use, but we know that CLT performs better than steel in its tensile strength. It's naturally an insulator. And for other reasons, we decided to move forward with CLT.
So in this wall section, we kind of thought about the envelope of the building as sort of like this jacket where there's like the CLT lining and then just a lot of thick insulation that's creating that like sort of like day-on filling to keep the building warm. And you know, in other sections, you'll see that the building itself and shelters itself against the mountain as well to reduce exposure. So yeah, you can kind of see that here, how it's nestling in the upper space on the left, that's the geology lab. And then in the lower space, there's the residential units. And you can see how we're trying to use those clear stories and windows to bring in light into the spaces. On this one, you can see the main circulation, that staircase that descends down the slope of the mountain and ends in the communal space. Also at the top, there's this threshold condition where there's sort of like a more ceremonial entrance where there's this like kind of iconic threshold before you enter into the building that you can see on the left there. And finally, this is the longitudinal section that just shows you how that long horizontal span relates with the grain of the mountain. And there's an elevation.
This is our model, really showing the idea of something really hugging onto the site versus something jutting out from it, and the symbol of threshold to hint to people where to come in at. And you can also see it here. This is a rendering of what the communal space would look like. We envision this as an area that has the most prospect. You get that panorama view of the whole site. And it's also the place that you were able to come together with other people who are here to really have a beer, have a cup of coffee, relax after you've been working, kind of get some time to meet your peers and really appreciate where you're at. And this is looking out from one of the lab spaces where you can see the Alps. You can see the interior structure here is that cross-laminated timber and glulam beams. But as you look out, you see this steel cladding on the cantilever communal space below you. And this is looking at the whole project from below as we are right on the ridge line. We are, at the peak of this, so everything else is beneath it. And then this is a look at that hint of threshold, that hint of where to interact. So yeah, that is everything. And we have 10 more seconds, so I think we kind of hit that on the nail then.
Well, I'll just begin by, I would say, I think that the description that you give feels as though the three of you have connected well with the challenges that the site brings with its topography shift and its, climate and the sort of severity of all of the things that are about working in a remote area. I think you've put forward a logical scenario and a practical one, and that's important when working on one, a research laboratory, and then two, one that is, in a remote situation. So I think that you've nailed those things quite clearly, and the relationship of your form to topography, has that very straightforward approach. And I think the one move that you do that I would say is kind of like the architectural angle, and no pun intended, but the move of having that communal space be perpendicular to your topography is the big move. And I think that I wish I understood it more, or that it was actually more spacious in its first element of notation. And then also when I enter into the first space where you've got the mudroom to the left, that I would actually experience that with a little bit more connectivity, that the relationship of the communal was sort of immediately apparent to me. I know that you get sort of views of the Alps beyond at each landing as you ascend or descend, but I just think that there's something about the proportion that you're creating, and that you could really take advantage of that as like a slice into the ground, and that it was really sort of anchored into the ground a little bit more than the kind of posts that it's perched on. Even though it wants to project, I know you can't necessarily anchor it fully into the ground, but it feels like that as a construction move is too exposed and not enough of a sort of anchor into that extreme site. So I really like the move of the adverse, perpendicular relationship, but I just wish it had more anchor and girth to how it's really fitting into the site, because those posts that show up as sort of two skinny legs just aren't enough for me to feel like it's like going to be there for 200 years or more.
200 hours.
Maybe.
Corey, what are you thinking?
I thought you were going to say something because you were unmuted.
Because I should be muted.
No, don't be muted. I just thought you would. But yeah, so I totally agree with Danelle's comment. I think, I mean, it's such an extreme site that it calls for a really extreme architecture in some ways. Either it does or it doesn't. But I feel like that move is extreme, and therefore it requires a kind of more extreme solution. And I think, you presented. We actually go to the plan. You presented at the very beginning these two kind of access points. One that was very steep and a trail that went directly up the ridge, and the other one that went along the ridge. And they're very two different modes. I mean, they're going to produce, by the time you get from here to there, they produce two very different kind of people coming here. One that's like out of breath and exhausted, and then the other one that took the easy road. And so it's interesting to me when you bring these two kind of constituents together, how different they'll be just entering the building. And I wish a little bit that they didn't intersect like you would expect them to. Like your first path is along the line of the research labs, and the other one's the line of the community, and then they intersect kind of perfectly in the middle. I wish with such an expanded site that relationship of those two pathways would also be a little more expanded, and then maybe would miss each other for a bit. Like the trajectories would not overlap so neatly in the center, but actually require some kind of process, or procession to actually arrive at a common destination that maybe differs. And maybe that then is tied into the structural solution of cantilevering such a huge element. It could act, the research bar might act actually like a staple that holds down the other building that goes perpendicular to the site. And you could definitely do a cantilever like that. I mean, people do it all the time. When you have such a depth of space, it just basically becomes a large truss, and that truss might be held down by the other piece. So I think that's a really interesting idea. And then I guess just to expand on that, then you have to think about, is this the kind of building that there's kind of two approaches to a site like this. Either you totally contract the footprint and you contract all the spaces together and make as minimal footprint as possible, as minimal intervention as possible on the site, in which case I would push a little further toward really integrating things. So like even overlapping programs, like can things be used in multiple ways at different times of the day so that you reduce the footprint and actually use space more effectively over the period of a day or a year or however long. Maybe even like the heliport has to start integrating with that space so it's not spread out, or the opposite, where you have so much territory where everything gets a little looseness to it, which is really kind of the first point I was making, where the things don't have to contract so much and there might be a little more expansion of the project. But right now it kind of feels like it's sort of in between those two. It feels like it's comfortable, and it's comfortable in a very extreme place. And I wish it was a little more uncomfortable in some ways because of its site.
That's a great point.
Could you show me the site plan really quickly? All right. And then will you go to the section?
Sutton's Wi-Fi is really giving us a hard time today.
I actually really like your basic sort of configuration, and I think it's really smart to run along the contours and then doing one big bold. I'm just making small talk while we go to the section, but that's good right there.
I'm glad we had the time to.
One big bold move. Corey's point, I think, is well taken. but I'm not really sure that this building looks like it does what he's saying you could do, which is this really a truss, right? And if it is, then I don't know, are these really adequate? It looks to me like it's kind of potential for avalanche, for wind, etc. Then another issue that I'm kind of concerned about is if you get snow and you get snow buildup, and then it gets really built up here. And I'm not sure how that quite works with this. It's just I'm thinking about it. It doesn't look like the building's really built to do some things that I think in this extreme environment it should, which would be shed snow, protect from the movement of snow, protect from wind. And you know, the other one, can you now show your renderings? But yeah, your renderings. I think it's really beautiful though. This one, oh wait, stop there. Is that guy really smoking there, or is that just the snow in the background that looks like it? Never mind.
I tried to edit it out.
if you had, see, Kate, any of these, there's so much glass. I don't know how you're getting the U value, or, you know, that this climate really demands with such an extreme amount of glass. Now, I'm not a technology guy, so maybe you can get like, you know, an R36 or something glass assembly, or maybe it's heat absorbs from the solar gain or something, that, and maybe that's what you're thinking. But it looks to me like you're just going to freeze in that room, and you'd want it to be the most comfortable. So I think when you're talking about this idea of extreme environments requiring an extreme architecture, and you've come up with something that's really rather beautiful. I mean, I think if it was lower down and a little more moderate, overlooking a lake, and, you know, or something, it's just could be so exceptionally beautiful. But this is in a really, really harsh climate. And so I don't know if the way you're making your skin is appropriate quite yet. And I don't know if the way you're making openings in the skin, or in this case, it's basically glass, are really appropriate for the environment, or the appropriate responses. That's my biggest concern about this project right now.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Thank you.
I think the point that Michael brought up about the snow is really one that you should consider over the summer. Even this rendering that you did, you sort of show the snow buildup between the two buildings. Like, you even did that yourself. And I think that recognizing that that space between your two forms needs to be adjusted, or at least the overhangs is really critical. But it's interesting, now that I look at this rendering, you can sort of see the snow covering up all of the clear story windows, and that space would be inaccessible for some time.
Oh, another thing about excessive use of glass, that just the opposite is extremely true too. The solar gain during certain times of the year in a climate like this is going to be just fierce. If you've ever been in the mountains and skiing or something, you know, when as soon as you get in the, well, I always call it the shade, but it's not really the shade. If you get where the wind does not hit you, you have to take off your jacket almost, because the solar gain at high altitudes is much fiercer than you would think. And so I think that building is going to suffer from extreme swings over the yearly, over the year. It'll, and even during diurnally, it'll go from extreme swings. You could get like up in the 90s probably easily during a sunny winter day, and then down below freezing because of the radiant qualities. It will radiate infinitely to outer space, and the sun has nothing between it and you or the space. And then once it turns to heat, it doesn't radiate anymore, so it won't conduct or convect as fast, and the heat will build up. That's the simple greenhouse effect. And I'm not trying to make this the problem with your project. It sounds like I'm being really critical. I think it's rather smart and really beautiful, but I'm not sure it's quite suitable yet for an extreme climate.
Yeah, I mean, I think the technical question is a really good one, because I think you have an ambition. So there's two ways to approach it. One is to not do it because it doesn't make sense in the environment, but I don't think that's the right approach. I think the right approach is to know you have an ambition to create a kind of space in this environment. And now what do you need to achieve that ambition? And so if you want to have a glass box floating over this slope, that's super complex. And it's not something that's solved through more conventional architectural features like posts and you know, what you might imagine in Austin at a house, you know? And so I think that this is where invention in these kind of environments really comes from. It's to match that ambition. So, you know, you could imagine, you can't use conventional elements in architecture. You have to invent entirely new ones. Like, does this thing need bridge-like structure? Does this thing need, I mean, a different scale, not this residential scale, but something that's much more infrastructural and larger scale that requires other kind of conditions. Like, is this thing pulled back to the other side of the mountain through huge cables? You know, do you use the same kind of, it might be worth looking at some of the examples that were shared, or you know, examples from gondola construction, or those posts, you know, that have other kind of structural parts to them. But I think that's where invention really comes from, is like trying to achieve that ambition.
I like the way that you phrased
that's a great point, you guys. Just hear it again in your heads. What would you do technically to achieve this desire? I mean, think about things. A gondola is a great one. A bridge construction is another great one. How could that whole thing act as a big structural element with a really, you know, how massive or whatever it takes to be, you know, maybe it's steel alloys that you need to explore. And that's the same thing is true for the thermal questions. I mean, we don't get, this is a project for ERA, for Bureau Hoppold or somebody. I mean, this is a really seriously challenging technical set of problems that you've established here. And I think that it's not, you don't solve them necessarily, but you have to point toward how you're going to solve them. It looks like something Juan and Miguel might do up in the hill country, right? It's like really beautiful, you guys.
Thank you. All really good feedback. Thank you guys so much.
You know, I like that match. I'm sorry, Corey, you're talking about to match the ambition. That is wonderful. I mean, that's sort of the motto of the studio. They all are very ambitious about what they're doing, but you've got to match it. Really great point. I'm sorry, Avery, I broke into your.
Oh, no, you hit the nail on the head.
Do you guys have any questions for reviewers?
No, I think y'all answered some things, and even questions we didn't have, like especially Corey thinking about it as a more of like towards bridge construction. That is something I wish we thought about, you know, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago. So everything was really helpful. Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Can you relook at it from the front again?
Oh, yes.
Never mind, if you're out of time.
I'll email you.
We can, let's look for the front. Wait a second. We don't want to cut great thought here.
It was not this morning. I can't believe it's being like this.
Yeah, well, you guys should, did you decide to use your biggest file possible so you'd get the best definition?
Just to share.
Yeah, you know, that's what someone of I was saying. Yeah, I'm tired of compressing everything so it actually works. I want it to be higher quality.
Okay, Avery, is it just not coming up? There we go.
I won't even go to the meeting.
Yeah, there you go. See, man, are you sure you didn't design a ski resort? I'm sorry, I shouldn't even have said that. I should have put that idea in Professor Milo's mind. I'm sorry.
Okay, was that a comment?
No, it's really beautiful. I just wanted to see something, make sure I wasn't wrong completely.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all again so much. It's been great.
Thank you. Okay, team.
I found a poem on Otzi and sent it to Smilja. It was a pretty good poem, wasn't it, Smilja?
Yes, it was wonderful. I sent it to students.
Hi, my name is Renee, and my partners are Louise and Stephanie, and we're Group B, and this is our UTSI Research Center. Climate change is an aspect of our site that can't be ignored, and over the past 20 years, the global temperature change has increased about 1.5 degrees Celsius, and the European land temperatures has increased even faster in the same amount of time, which is where our site is located, by about 1.7 to 1.9 degrees Celsius. And this changing temperatures creates a huge issue of erosion in this glacial setting that we're designing in. And the two major precedents we looked at was this winery by Herzog de Meuron, and then another winery in Italy and we looked at these projects in regards to materiality and the reasoning behind building underground and the benefits of that. And we started with this partie sketch with these facts and the knowledge of the conditions of the Utsi Alps. At the altitude we are constructing, we aim to balance the destructive tendencies of infrastructure with preservation. And we started by creating a retaining wall system to hold back and protect our site from the moving landscape that climate change and human activity is producing, and creating pockets of immersion within the landscape and above the landscape for different experiences. We chose our specific location of the UTSI Research Center because of its direct proximity to UTSI's location and positioning it as a center point where all paths connect and human activity is the greatest. And the sun angles also strategically allow for natural sunlight to inhabit our interior spaces. In our site plan, you can clearly see all the access paths connecting. You can also see the direct views of the Alps from our building. The left side of the southern part of our building is directly angled towards UTSI's location in remembrance and of the lake by the nearby town. And the right side is angled towards the highest ridge of the UTSI mountain range. The frequent changes and erosion of the Alps caused by human activity begs the question of how a building should engage with its environment in regards to resiliency and respect, and if the final condition is improving or intruding on the site. It is known that constructing on land can be intrusive and a destructive process. And with these facts and the knowledge of the UTSI Alps spree conditions, we aim to balance destruction with preservation. Using the logic of the retaining wall, we arranged the research center along the site contours and placed it within the ground to hold back future landslides and snow buildup over time. And the earth that is dug out to make space for both program and the retaining wall structure will be used to create a retaining wall as a Gabion system. And this is like, here we go. I think it'll play now. Yeah, so this is showing the construction process of our building over the time. And this retaining wall separates the preserved landscape above from the destructive human activity below, and it provides access between the inhabitable spaces which vary in magnitude of intricity on the site. Sorry. Okay. My computer is kind of. One second. I have to kind of. There we go. Okay, here we go. This retaining wall separates the preserved landscape above from the destructive tendencies below, and the upper form contains the living and communal spaces for the scientists and researchers, and is elevated above the ground, removing human activity from its direct impact on the earth. And the lower portion of the form, containing both laboratories and computer spaces, is buried itself beneath the ground, both denoting the level of intrusivity that humans have reached, but also supporting the wall that prevents such action from continuing. Over a period of several decades, the building will retain about 30 feet of erosion and effectively protect the landscape. And this render shows over those 30 years of buildup, that protection of the landscape. And this is coming up to the building from the paths around it. And the retaining wall is the main source of structure and protection, but it also houses the access between the floors as to further balance the destruction of human activity with preservation and protection of the retaining wall. And as you use the retaining wall to descend into the ground, all workspaces and labs are placed in the controlled environment underground. And when we were researching the project, we found a lot of advantages and examples of building underground in harsh and steep environments. But the main advantages we took from it was the temperature remaining constant and resilient due to the natural insulation of the earth. And consequently, air conditioning and heating will be used sparingly. Our underground part of the building houses the most sensitive program that requires the best temperature and isolation control for the labs.
This is the plan for the underground level, and as you can see, it houses both a geology and archaeology lab, along with the computer labs, to utilize the benefits of underground building on the needed control that the program requires. The ground level shows the main entrance from the helicopter pad, which is the main way people will access this building. The helicopter pad is structurally set on top of the labs and has skylights that allow above light to enter the labs. The second level has all private spaces that include the scientist rooms and personal facilities. The rooms have filtered and intimate views out of the Alps. The top level has all community and public spaces with larger windows that create a very strong relationship between the people and the Alps around them, creating an open and strong community. This picture shows those skylights entering the underground level. This section cuts the building transversely, showing the access between floors, as well as the different methods of light entering the space. The lower level only has 3 stripes of light, 2 from the ceiling and 1 on the upper part of the wall. These cuts of lights accentuate the underground experience. As you move up through the building, the light and openings become larger and the experience becomes more open. This section further shows the gradient of windows and light allowed in the spaces. The underground is completely submerged. The ground floor is protected. The second floor has more controlled and private openings, and the upper floor is not only lined with openings, but the roof further opens out to a patio above. This model picture further shows the difference in light and openings as you ascend through the building. And here are these openings further articulated.
We are using the stone and earth carved out from the excavation process to create our wall system for the private and protected programmatic elements. Once again, taking something that was initially destructive and balancing it with preserving the elements on the site into the building. As you ascend into the spaces that are open to the Alps, the material also changes into a lighter wooden material to signify that change, and also because timber is a native material to its environment. Here's the underground geology lab. As we've said, it is completely enclosed by the earth with only 3 methods of light, which are located above people in the space to further articulate being underground and create this unique experience within the space. Both the personal spaces and living conditions are both a protected space and an open space, because it is such a private and intimate zone, still using our stone wall system, but having one opening with 2 filtered windows to allow for a personal and controlled experience of the Alps. It's the community space is completely open to the Alps and all of those views, and uses a lighter material to accentuate the direct relationship to the mountains, and creates an open and strong community space that connects all of these shared spaces and allows for maximum natural light of the environment. The Utsi Research Center balances the destructive tendency of infrastructure and human activity with preservation and protection of the site. It uses resilient and responsible design and construction methods to create a building that houses a variety of experience through the engagement with the land and its relationship to light and views. And that's the end of our presentation.
I have one quick question. You were saying that the erosion is at a certain rate, and that's you're anticipating that rate stays similar, or are you anticipating it increases? Is part of the question. But what is the cause? Is it because they're losing the permafrost or something, or what is the cause of the erosion?
Yeah, so the erosion causes something called frost wedging, which we learned from one of the people Smilja brought in. Yeah, and frost wedging, it freezes and then melts the surface between the rocks, and then it freezes and melts again, which makes the water between the rocks expand and move and creates erosion.
Okay, so why, given the nature of that you're constructing with the indigenous material, which I think is really beautiful, and I really like your scheme, by the way, and I think the approach to resiliency here of trying to defend is a really smart move. But why won't your Gabian structures do the same thing and tend to self-destruct?
We were planning on structurally reinforcing that and trying to offset the erosion effects with the structure of the building. So. Okay.
Okay. And then I think, then again, I'm picking on the technical stuff. I apologize. I'm acting like I'm a building technology expert or something, which I'm not. But I do think the underground part, it has it has some issues that you still have to address. One is that the mean temperature, I don't know what, at this point, I don't know the level. How far down do you have to get before the earth meets the mean temperature?
From the research that I did, using the natural elements to get that effect, it needs to be at least 5 feet underneath.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And then what happens when you habitate, it's like a basement, and if you've ever lived somewhere where they have basements and stuff, it's always cooler in the summer and it's nice. I think it's a really smart move, but it will be a little bit short-circuited by the fact that you'll have heat loads with people and lighting and equipment, but also you'll need to ventilate it. So you'll need to bring in either what do you call that stuff? Conditioned air or just outside air And that will also tend to short circuit a little bit the use of mass. And that's just something to be aware of. It's not a big criticism. But I guess then, what are the white stuff? What's the white material?
That's kind of the softer timber element.
Okay. I think that it looks very defensible too.
Could you go back to the sequence that shows the GIF that builds up your system?
Yeah, I can. I hope it doesn't mess up again.
Oh, I won't push your
Here we go.
technical capacity in that way. But I really appreciate this and think it's really helpful that you've got in a sense, the construction sequence, because it, of course, is in this really challenging site, but it starts as though that excavation has just appeared.
Yeah.
The first frame is though that work was done and not really a part of your process. And I actually think it's an incredibly important part of your process, that the diagram is being achieved and created and met because a bit more of your civil engineering collaboration and how much cut and fill you're doing on this site. And I do appreciate that the materials from your diagram are being transferred from, say, the cut to other places like the gabion walls, but I do feel like you should have in your control just how much of an excavation this is, and where that gets displaced and where it then gets considerably moved to another location of your project that creates a new section or a new berm or another condition, not just filling in the walls. I feel like there's a looseness to understanding just how much material is being shifted and transferred. And I think that it could be a little bit more poetic in terms of the big move is to be underground and then to use it to cantilever up. So I just think that would just enrich your project that much more to me. And I guess knowing about gabion walls, they're not as sort of solid and opaque as they might appear. Even if you pack those baskets as tight as possible, they're meant to allow the elements to pass through. They are used in civil engineering as retaining wall systems, but that's for sort of smaller slopes or not as extreme of a retaining system. So I would be maybe a bit careful with where you show them on the interior space of the, say, living quarters, that it's as though that happens from inside to out, but really you would have a kind of solid construction system in there that doesn't allow just the air and the elements to transfer through. So I would say understanding a little bit more about the use of those systems from the winery precedents, or even taking another pass at projects that use them in the way you are using them, because I don't think they're operating in the same way.
I think that's a super good point, because you would have to have in the middle of probably a really thick,
really thick
wall
something
with that can also serve as an air, water, vapor, moisture, everything barriers. Otherwise, it's going to just be a sieve, and you'll freeze to death in there.
Right.
Yeah.
But I do think it has a really nice, it seems to have a nice palette, like that you're using and transferring the materials. I think that has a really nice direction to it.
And it could be both the exterior and interior finish.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that point, especially the poetic comment, because I think it's really true. Like with the winery, it's not really about it's not really about the material. It's partly about the material, but it's also really about the effect that you get on the inside, where you get this kind of stippled light. It's also about the rattlesnakes that inhabit that wall. In this case, maybe the marmots. But I think there's something about that, about the poetic kind of the phenomenological feeling of being inside there that's so powerful. That's what makes it powerful. And I think that you kind of remove that when you use it only as the functional kind of retaining aspect of the gabion. I think to embrace some of that materiality, some of that effect, I think in the space would be really beautiful. And then that kind of like the thing I really like about your project is the use of the material, the resource that you already have there. And I would push that a little further. Like, you know, basically, I think you probably don't have much soil at this elevation. It's probably rock, you know, it's rock and ice and snow. And so you have a lot of it. And the more you dig out, the more you have of it. And so I think, you know, to introduce these other materialities is really unnecessary. Like, I don't know what the white part is of yours, if that's concrete or dry. I mean, I don't know what that is. I don't know. Like, you can make masonry stacked blocks, you can make bricks, you can make all these other things and have different variations of it. Some might be porous, perforated, really rough cut. Others might be much more refined into block-like structures. And I think that in even scale, you can have some that are slab-like, some that are, you know, huge blocks, some that are more micro and become just gravel and part of the texture of the landscape that you develop. So I think there's a wider range of use of that material, which was really beautiful and a really interesting idea that could be incorporated into this building. And just thinking about like how they would excavate, it also doesn't have to be so clean, you know, like when they're blasting these holes in the ground, you know, part of it can remain, like it can remain a kind of cellar that's blasted, especially if you're covering it with a building. And what made me think about that is go back to your section. Yeah, like here.
Okay.
You know, you have this like area here that would never remain, you know, that like it's a very strange amount of leftover gravel or leftover earth that really doesn't make much sense. Like probably they just go right down to there and just, you know, chop that little piece off, but maybe not if they go deep enough, you know, and suddenly that dimension starts to become relevant enough to keep that suddenly you are really a cellar within this project. And then maybe you reach what Mike was talking about, where it gets so deep into there that it does meet the kind of stable environment that you're looking for. But yeah, I think that to think about that is not this just like clean cut, but maybe it actually takes on some of the roughness of the excavation process and just lets it be and lets it become part of the poetics of that space, so the material actually contributes to the effect of being in that space and the condition that, like emotional condition you're trying to create there, which I think would be really powerful.
You know, I think that also fits into the whole notion of how you do and why you need to show the excavation, because it could be done various ways. Well, at first I thought we just wanted to all see the explosions, but now I'm thinking maybe it's a quarry and you do cut huge block or something, or, you know, so it's really fascinating. The other thing you have to remember is that you're going to be like, oops, I did a bad job, excavating something more like this, you know, in some ways, and you're going to have to fill this all back in because you need to build this. You need to get to both sides of it, I think. And if you do excavate it, it's going to be jagged, and that's what Corey's getting at. Maybe this goes like this. I think that's what you're getting at, but maybe
that's
like
what I was saying, that the diagram, like this section and maybe all of the drawings and all the representation have to be demonstrating cut and fill and the difference of that. And the cut is not this clean line, as Corey mentioned, you know, like it's got variation that you are maybe not in control of and that you don't want to go back and try and tidy up. And I think that's where you could gain a lot of relationship to the exterior spaces and how this nuzzles into a cliffside or mountainscape. That would just be so much far more interesting.
Some great points.
But I appreciate the diagram. I think that's
Also,
strong.
Can you show the renderings again really quickly? Because I like that you guys built models too. So Corey, what you're kind of implying is that instead of that looking like a Gambian wall, it could just be the cut.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah, it could be the raw, the cut of the earth.
Yeah, or
I'm trying to think of an example. If it comes to me, I'll let you know.
Well, have you seen the carved churches in Ethiopia, for example? Show your exterior you're building for a sec, please. Yeah. What I find really fascinating about this too is that you have this really compact. We were talking about that earlier with the previous project, how it's linear and exposed and lots of surface. I think I really appreciate the aesthetic that's evolved out of your principles. And it's not like something you would just think, okay, let's get some, precedents are really important, but sometimes they can get in the way too. And I think in this case, you achieved an aesthetic and a physical presence that's born out of your idea. And I really appreciate that. And I think you could continue as you develop a project like this to just make it richer and stronger with that quality. It really, to me, is beautiful.
Thinking of Ensemble Studio, you should look at some of their work. It has a really rough materiality to it. Some of it is rock or casting that looks like rock, but I think it takes on a little bit more of that that nature that you're working with.
The Portuguese architect, it's not Soto de Moura, he had built this linear house next to the rock that it goes on for meters, and he leaves that rock in natural state. So he has a sort of gap between the cut and his intervention. I have to think about the name. It starts with B. Never mind. I didn't stop somebody from saying something?
I'm just looking up it's a data center in Sweden that does the sort of rock edge that Corey is talking about. That's it has a sort of sci-fi insert to it, but the walls and the sort of rock configuration and control is I think really a beautiful space, but I'll just post it right now. But I think also something to consider is, if you're putting people underground, I know you're bringing in the light quality from above, but I think there's maybe something more than that to enliven it as a space that you'd want to be in and work in every day, day in and day out in a remote condition. So to me, I think I would take another pass at that interior spatial condition, because it doesn't feel like one that would be conducive for long-term or even short-term work benefit, we'll say.
Yeah, there's a lot of research on health and architecture that shows that natural light is really essential to health.
Yeah, I mean, so it's good that they've got those window shafts above, but to me, it's just it's still missing something based on the rendering that you show. So I posted something there for you to have a look at.
Which one is that? I'm getting confused. Where is yours? Oh, never mind.
Twisted Sister.
There we go. I see.
I thought you shared there
Twisted
for a second.
Sifter.
Isn't that a band?
That's a twister of a word.
It's a Bahnhof is the name of it, the Bahnhof Data Center. But
oh yeah, did you guys see all the in the Swiss Alps, all the caves that were developed during World War II and some have been renovated and stuff? There's some really great examples in that whole genre too.
Yeah, I saw one of those.
Yeah.
I thought it was really
and
interesting.
a lot of those examples have this sort of thermal displacement that Michael was talking about initially, you know, really controlling and knowing exactly what depths you can get certain temperatures and control it like a thermostat practically. And that's what they are doing for all these data centers. And that's why they're underground, because they can transfer all the heat that's being created and you know, use the cold air from outside to balance and have it be a sort of holistic self-sustaining system. So that's something else that you could really be focusing on with the weather system there, that you are operating with a kind of almost permaculture approach to how the space is mechanically achieved in terms of air systems and airflow and whatnot.
Those are great recommendations. Good.
Yeah, thank you guys.
How are we with time?
We're doing great.
We have 2 more groups to go.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Ready.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
That was good.
Hi, Louise.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Nice seeing you.
You too.
It's great.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Can y'all see my screen? Great. Okay. Hello, I'm Caroline.
I'm Joseph.
And I'm Hugo.
And we like to call ourselves Studio Oopsie. But moving forward, there we go. I usually just read this, but I'm going to hit on the main points to mitigate time. But our manifesto kind of highlights this idea of the traditional chalet gable of the Alpine vernacular architecture, as well as the traditional and we utilize these 2 shapes to symbolize program in a lot of our forums and the development of our design. Another thing that we prioritized in the development here is orientation to Southern Sun and the local kind of landmarks of the site that we've chosen. Function forms the relationship of the site primarily through gabled mass that represents community and retreat, while our triangular masses represent kind of prospect and imagination. So here we provide different things like living quarters, communal areas, and research labs. One main thing is we thought about is sustainable design and how this could be a self-sufficient design and building as the researchers reside there. So we've developed these ideas of while preserving the purity of the A-shaped A-frame form, we peeled back a lot of the floor plates that are consisted in the interior to allow heat to rise through the structure and utilizing that heat that is gained in the solar radiation of the climate, while also supplying different things like food and water and energy, whether through the machines in the building. The Utsal Research Center maintains a refuge from harsh conditions of the Tyrolean Alps, while still allowing researchers a view of the majestic site where research is located in. We're going to skip this slide for time's sake.
Yeah, so we started with 3 triangular gabled volumes, and they look out to various views on the site, and then they form together around that central volume, and the central volume extends to the site while the other 2 wings project. And yeah, you can move on.
So our site is located just southwest of Utsi Iceman's Discovery location. It has different things like Hotel Grand and the parking area that is utilized on transportation to our site, as well as Mazi Porto, the popular skiing resort located nearby, as well as Mount Similon, the popular hiking area nearby. Here we have highlighted the transportation route to the site via car and foot. So we will take the route by car from Renago up to the parking area and then go on foot from there to the site. another skip for this. But here we talk about the kind of relationship of the site and our masses. We touched lightly already on the traditional gabled chalet mass that resides in the center of these two wings that are triangular masses that act as a prospective program. Our design's relationship with the site was a decent factor in our form and location. The scientists residing here will be balancing the live and work situation, and it was important to have the building that catered to both. So while the gabled form is situated firmly on the ground, representing refuge, the A-frame form allows inspiration and prospect during their work in the labs.
So here you can just see the placement of the facades. So you see one pointing south towards the valley, another one looking to Mount Similon, and another one looking up towards the Otzi, and also the helipad down south, which in itself is its own thing. And then moving on, we can look at one of our first study models where we were discovering how this thing could be built, what the frames would look like, and also where cladding would and would not go, looking at receiving light and providing shade. And here we see the variety of the A-frames, how we begin with triangular form, but then some pieces are subtracted, some pieces are enlarged and slightly modified. And on the left, you can see how all the pieces come together, the A-frames, the floor joists, the room spaces, and the cladding with the appropriate openings.
So on the roof plan, you could see the intersection of the three volumes, and then moving on, here's cutting through the bottom of our site, which is the hatch in gray. And you can see the columns embed into the site lightly so as not to melt with the permafrost. And then moving up, we have the ground floor where the research wings are on the bottom and left side. And at the center, in that central volume, you have communal dining and living and library. And then you have outdoor decks that between them is a mudroom so that you minimize heat loss, and it enters right into that central space. So here, the same dynamic persists where the communal spaces are in that central volume, so the gym, the laundry room, and the sauna, and you have the bedrooms looking south on the other wings. And then at the top of those gables, you have a greenhouse where heat can rise and the research center can become more self-sufficient. And then at the top, you have a maintenance room and another greenhouse looking down onto that communal space.
So the research center has two main axes of vertical circulation and one main route on the horizontal. So we have this route coming in from the helipad, which then moves through and meets with the route coming from the hike trail, coming together at the central atrium space. Vertically as well, we have the elevator shaft and the spiral staircase. And moving throughout, you'll see that at the center where these intersections occur is where the communal space happens, while towards the different wings, we have the more private dedicated spaces where there's only one route.
Here we have a section that cut right through that main traditional chalet gable that houses a lot of the communal areas. Some things to point out here might be the envelope peeling away, allowing for a good view for all three levels here to look out into the landscape. Another thing to point out is how these floor plates are actually peeled away from the envelope, allowing for that hot air to rise up into the greenhouse that is located at the top of each elevation. Here's another section. This is right through the triangular masses that prospect into the landscape. This specifically is the geology mass, and for the geology wing, you can see again how these areas, those floor plates are peeled away. This is our last section. It actually cuts through both. So here we can see the two vertical circulation areas that go all the way to the top greenhouse. You can also note the little pocket areas that act as the library or the gym. I think it's also important to note here on the right side, I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but the right side of the section, you can see how the floor plate is peeled back from that triangular facade so that the scientists can experience the full A-frame in its pure form. And here we have a render of that central atrium space. Some things you can note is the light that comes through. We were also careful to use interior glass facades to separate spaces so you can see all the way through from the atrium to that triangular space here on the right. But yeah.
So with the rooms, we were looking to make the best of the limited space that we had. So we had this idea of extending it outside of the research center itself. We have the beds breaking through the cladding and then lying on the space that we made out with the windows facing south at all times to get the most sun. So in this way, even though the scientists aren't spending most of their time in the rooms are comfortable for when they are done with days of hard work. In section, we emphasize the chalet form of it, where this is not claustrophobic, but more so cozy. So you enjoy views, you can relax after working a long day, and the bedrooms are about representing that chalet feel, that cabin feel. And this is a render showing what the interior of one of those bedrooms would look like.
So here we just have the zoomed in version plan of our archaeology lab and next archaeology lab. But for time's sake, we're going to move forward. But we do have a good render of how some things are visualized in this space. You can see how the floor plates peeled back to allow that full facade. Another thing that we were careful to note was the glare that might happen in this space. So we pulled the facade actually further back from how the envelope wraps around to mitigate that glare, as well as introducing louvers into the facade that will mitigate the sunshine coming into it while still enjoying the natural light.
So here's our sustainable systems. So it was important that our building did not just house smart people, but also house smart systems. So starting from sunlight and snow, we transformed that into electricity, heat, and water, which provide for the various needs of the building, whether it's for our radiant system, which either cool and heat down as appropriate, or cultivating our greenhouse, or providing water for showers, bathrooms, and all that jazz. And now we're gonna speed it up a bit. So let's go to the section. Yep. So essential to our project was the idea of reducing our carbon footprint. So we developed this module form here, which could be transported by helicopter and dropped on the site and then more easily put together. So in terms of materiality, we went with Rhine zinc, which provided us with this metallic feel that we felt was important while not having the glares that something like stainless steel would provide. The low E glass provided what we felt was the appropriate balance of light from the glass, heat absorption, and blocking UV light. And then we used some alpine stone for some flooring methods as well. And we'll quickly see through the details how some things come together. The pier at the base, which anchors the building to the ground, along with the first CLT beam on the first floor. On the next one, we'll see the second floor. If we could go to the next one. So we'll see the composition of the floor plate here with this thick layer of insulation and the cladding on the outside. And then on the final one, it's just gonna be the triple pane low E glass window, which is present in throughout our building. And then here we have a GIF of everything being put together. We start out with the basic module, and as this stacks on, it becomes the volumes themselves, and the volumes then intersect with one another. Once that's done, the floor joists go in, and then the roof planes go in, providing the shape for every level. The circulation then connects all of them, and the cladding goes in place, giving you the basic form of our idea with holes punched out for the rooms and windows. And finally, we detail the facade.
That's it.
Go ahead.
Oh no, that's just, you can see the building in relationship to the landscape, kind of echoing the form of the mountain.
And this has been Studio Otzi.
Thank you.
That's really thorough, you guys. Thank you very much. So I have a question about the erosion. Since we learned about erosion, are you trying, or will you allow it to flow under the building and any avalanche type thing too? So is your resiliency strategy to sort of avoid or accommodate?
I'd say our specific location doesn't have that much elevation above it. And so we didn't consider it as much avalanche as maybe the previous route.
But we were, go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, Jinx. Our idea was to float it a little bit, so in case of any serious snowfall, that you wouldn't be trapped inside. And also, it was really important to consider minimizing our impact on the landscape and melting the permafrost. So that was, we just wanted to have a very lightweight relationship with the site.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Really quick question before I give any feedback. What do you have a specific, like, are these researchers researching anything specific? Aside from just the environment, is there like a very targeted set of research, or have you thought about that?
Yeah, I did not bring that in. Yeah, go ahead and tell them. I mean, it was very.
So it's specific geology and archaeology labs, and we assumed that the archaeologists are housing big sea iceland's mummified bodies. So one of the labs does house a cold lab that will be for him, and then the geologists will house a lot of their samples, like glacial samples, studying the glacier and climate change. From my understanding, I think that.
Yeah, they actually have a list of, they've researched all the equipment that would go into geology lab and archaeology lab. We just did not, it's not shown here, but they tried to figure out what instruments would be going in each of those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
harsh criticism. Your mudroom's way too damn small.
That's true. I mean, that's why. I mean, I was responding to this image because archaeology is so interesting, especially when it's at the site of the archaeology. I mean, I think a lot of that actually happens outdoors, and it's not like they've excavated, flown this stuff to another location, and now they're in a lab setting where they're looking at it. It's actually maybe, I don't know, but maybe a strong relationship between the research that happens outside and the research that happens inside. And there's probably, I think that's a really good point, Mike. The mudroom is the threshold and the transition between those two environments. And so I wonder, I'm just curious about that. But I think overall, I think it's a really beautiful scheme. I like the scaling operation that you've done to something that is typically, I mean, the A-frame is a typical architectural typology of these kind of environments, but usually for houses. And the idea that you'd scale it up and make that into a laboratory with multiple levels, I think is a really interesting one. And I think you've handled it in a way that I think is interesting, which is the intersection of a few of these typologies into an aggregation that then becomes a building of this kind of scale. So So yeah, I think that final rendering is really nice and conveys that idea in a really interesting way.
I agree. The A-frame is a smart move to make in terms of the geometry for all of the spaces. I think having some recognition of how heat actually goes up into the peak of that space might be something else that you grapple with and make part of your design, because it will be this heat buildup at the peak and letting it out into one of the, I guess you do have a slide that shows me there's a little vent stack or something. Okay. Well, I see the sun coming in, but I don't necessarily see where the heat's coming out. But maybe if I had looked at this longer, but I just think that that's something that you could, play up more because of the form. And also, I would say the relationship of the two or the intersection, to me, just defaults too easily to the major axes of the views that are sort of well off 1,000 miles away. And maybe you do get a glimpse of them, but I would imagine that those target ends of your vectors are not as sort of influential or as much of a force on your building in a local condition. And so I would have something that actually looked at what sort of wind traps you might be creating, or what sort of snow traps you might be possibly getting into just by the intersection itself. And that there was maybe the first pass that we recognize these, this axial condition that is our first intersection. But then once you start to look at the reality of where the wind is coming from and the sun is coming from, is that the actual most optimal location for those two things? I'm not opposed to the intersection. It just feels like it's taken from such a global position of just locations out there far off from your site. And so I would say that would be maybe my one main thing in terms of your footprint and the location of it. But I think it's got a lot of really successful moments, and I think you guys have been really thorough with so many things. I especially like the bedroom units, the sort of niches of the bed space itself that pop out from the envelope. I think are really successful and make me want to go and stay there. This particularly I think is really nicely done. Really well conceived.
Yeah, how well insulated is the shading device that from the bed and the window? What are you doing there?
So the glass themselves, the glass is three panes of low E glass, so 3/8 of an inch total, and then the walls themselves have 8 inches of insulation, and that diagonal piece I'd say would have a bit less insulation.
Okay.
I can probably add that.
I think that I would get into all the little details with you if this were going to go to like design development and construction documents. But I really think this is a very, very smart, well thought out, really and very beautiful. And so all the little things that I'm going crazy about are not really important at all. I did have one sort of question. What's the difference between expand and project?
Yeah, so maybe you could go to that GIF, but I think the idea is you have 3 of these gabled volumes, and the central volume is a communal space where a lot of the programs and people meet. And we wanted that to at least appear grounded, because that's also where you enter. And the other 2 wings where research, greenhouses, and housing is located would project into the landscape to
And you know, I agree that maybe that's a little like arbitrary to just say that you're looking at these peaks, but if these peaks are really, really, really powerful, it becomes like an orienting device. Like I know this sounds peculiar, but in like Mesoamerica, where it was done with built pyramids, and it might actually make sense that you would say you set your daily sort of prospect and looking out and say, oh man, that mountain is just gorgeous this morning with the sun, or it's yeah, I haven't seen it for 4 days, or that type of thing. So it's a tricky one because it seems sort of superficial on one hand, but if there are really powerful elements in the landscape, it might be very meaningful too. So
yeah, we're also kind of on a ridge. If you look at the site model.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I was wondering about the climate qualities of your ridge, but go ahead and say what you're going to say. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that was about it. So that's why the other two are floating, because it wouldn't make as much sense to bring that down. Yeah, that section does a good job of explaining.
And then is the center portion? Is that all on? Did you fill where it doesn't touch the ground or something? It looked like in a section, it looked like it had been filled, kind of.
I don't think it would be filled. I don't know if that point has been totally resolved, to be honest, but I think it would be the same thing where the columns poke through and you would just have a stone wall on the side to make it appear grounded.
Did you do any wind analysis? Because I just wonder where the winds are the worst. There's always a windward and a leeward side of mountains, and it seems like the peak is always where it's like the top of a building when the wind just blows constantly. That's something I would be concerned about here.
Yeah, so we did look a little bit at wind. We don't have any diagrams here, but if we want to go to a plan, I can annotate where the wind comes from. It comes mostly from
maybe go to the one with this. Maybe go to that one with the sunlight. And also we might be running into time here.
I think we have like 4 more minutes because we started at 4:34.
I like the way you designed it from like a magazine too, kind of.
You know, I just add a quick comment, which is I also really like the rooms and the way they pop out. And I think the reason I like it is because it tracks with this idea that maybe is unintentional, but I think is really interesting, which is that you've kind of treated the mountain as a datum that you've built off of. So I actually really like that only one of them connects to the mountain and not all 3 of them. Because to me, that's the one that's responding to the datum. And then if you follow that line of thought, the other 2 respond or build. I like the term that Michael used, which is expand from that piece off into the other 2 units. Then I have to question that why they're all the same size. I sort of wish there was a hierarchy to that, so that the one that's rooted in the ground is a larger one, and then smaller things build off of it. And then when you follow that progression, the rooms then expand from the new datum that's formed, which is the A-frame. And then I sort of wish there was one other level beyond that, like a shelf expanding off it. There's sort of a few scales that are missing, like the scale between the large A-frame and the unit. Maybe there's a middle territory where there's an expansion of a whole room that comes off of that A-frame. And then from that room is the expansion of the bed nook. So I kind of like this idea of always reformatting what is the datum of your project and always expanding off of that datum. Yeah, so I think you know, and as far as like a massing strategy, it's a really interesting idea, and it makes a lot of sense in an environment like this where it's hard to touch the ground. You know,
I was just going to add very briefly the idea of what those mountain peaks mean in those areas. You will have towns like that are worshiping the Matterhorn, which is a particular form. It's the tallest mountain. So it becomes a real symbol, very much like of what Mayans have done in their pyramids. Jungfrau is another one. And just behind my picture there, the next set of mountains is the three-head, which is actually means the 3 heads, Triglav, which is actually the symbol of Slovenia because it has those mountain peaks. So they become a real adoration and symbol for locality of that. So going back to the comments, Michael, that you were making, I think you can then be really specific. And then Corey, to go in with yours, is that these are all have a hierarchical relationship. Some are more important than others. So I think these are some really good points being brought, and we probably need to move on to the last scheme.
Yeah, one last real quick comment, you guys. It's so thorough. It's really enjoyable. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Paul, everyone else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the last scheme.
You see that?
Yeah, we're here, Dominic.
You know, that's going to be like comedians for the next generation are going to be saying, "Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?"
I know.
Yeah, after this, we're done. Hello, my name is Dominic. My teammates are Maxwell Bella and Kevin Tsao, and we started off our project by looking at several case studies. One of them was the Snowhead Opera House. I mean, obviously, there's a lot you can unpack here, but what we really took away from this was talking about orientation of this project towards the different landmarks around the city, and not only how the exterior geometry works with it, but also how the interior circulation begins to be influenced by those moves.
Another case study that we looked at was the Manil collection by Renzo Piano. The takeaway from this one was the consolidation of prospect and refuge areas. The prospect area is mainly happening on the north facade. That's where the exhibition areas are, and refuge areas on the south facade. And these are all connected by this central corridor that runs through the building.
And so also part of our initial research, we looked at an excerpt from Verlando's architectural topographies, and this reading really got us to think about how our building should appropriately interact with the site.
Oops.
And then after that, we also looked at several articles examining this idea of prospect and refuge and its architectural implications. And so again, this just got us thinking about the visual relationship of the building to the surrounding terrain and landmarks. And we began to think about how our architectural intervention could create a sequence of experiences that reintroduce the occupant to his or her place.
So after doing these investigations and the readings, we went in and did a series of very abstract charcoal drawings that began to look at site, how the building touches the ground, views, and how that might influence geometry and orientation. We looked at circulation, how that could potentially influence like going from the extreme site and into the building. After all that, we developed sort of a thesis of direction for the project, and ours was, given the technological advancements of the past 200 years and the environmental impacts they have had, man has a responsibility to use their knowledge to study and preserve nature. Our intervention serves as an acknowledgement of man's responsibility to the ecosystem. So then from there, we looked at circulation, we looked at orientation, material use, and how all of those could play into this specific statement.
So here's an atmospheric study that we use to explore and abstractly represent ideas of site, circulation, and views. And we want to express ideas of intentionally placing our building in response to aspects of the site, our building as a termination of procession as a reference to the journey of Utsi, and views to landmarks on the site and of the natural landscape. And so here's a map just to kind of orient you for a project. So our building is located between these three landmarks on the site: Utsi the Iceman, Lake Vernago, and the Similon Peak. So these landmarks decided the placement of our building as they serve as viewpoints that help drive our conceptual strategy. So based on this placement between each of these landmarks, our building is sited on a steep slope. And although this very steep slope is challenging, it can serve as a precedent for architecture on extreme sites that may have to be inhabited in the future. So our building is either accessible by helicopter or by this proposed hiking path branching off from the main hiking path from Vernago.
So our initial studies, we looked at how we can separate the programming, in this case, the lab and communal space, and then the more personal residential space looking at certain different views. We would put the lab and communal space looking down towards Venago, the city, and the lake, as a way of sort of reminding the occupants of their responsibilities to not only that town but other towns like it, and then oriented the residential space more towards Mount Similon, which would provide a less expansive and sort of cluttered view, something that's a little more personal to the occupants, and that's why we wanted to put residential pointing that way. And then we stretched the communal space in the Y direction and the residential space in the X direction, creating a tower. This was to take advantage of really take advantage of those views down south towards the valley by having this horizontal movement horizontal movement, and then the vertical movement to ensure each one of those rooms sort of had mostly the same view condition. And then sort of a final move, we took the bar, lifted it up off of the ground, allowing individuals hiking to slip underneath it as a threshold, and then added a helipad towards the back of the site. And then each one of these paths converge at the base of the tower, and then you can move up into the building.
Here you can see the approach from our proposed hiking trail that branches out from the Vernago hiking trail. The building establishes itself as a landmark and a destination coming off of the terrain. And as you get closer and closer to it, you can start to make out the textures of the facades. The bar, which is the horizontally oriented structure being made out of wood cladding and the exterior wood cladding, and the tower, which is the vertically oriented building or structure, has a stone finish. And here's a view from a helicopter. An aerial view of the building that would imitate what it would look like to approach the building via a helicopter.
So here's a model we built just to get a physical representation of the building. And then we also wanted to use it as a better understanding of how this building sits on this steep slope.
So this is an axon of the circulation. We tried to condense most of the circulation just into one spot. There is some happening inside the bar, but for the most part, it happens inside of that tower. And then glass bridges connect the tower and the bar, and you'll see that more in this image, where you have, this is from the helipad, and it's also at the connecting point between the two paths, one up the mountain and one from the helicopter. You can see here the glass, we used the glass bridges because we wanted to minimize that connection point and really allow those two elements to read separately. And this is a view from that glass bridge.
So now we'll get into the plans. This is the site plan. It shows the sun path, wind patterns, and views that inspired our building's orientation, as well as the proposed path that we've been talking about. And this is our basement plan. The basement would service water treatment and storage after we use the ice melt to melt down the snow and turn it into water, and it's dug into the ground. This floor is the main entry point, either from the hiking trail or the helicopter. As you walk through the front door, which is this revolving door, you'll enter into a mudroom. And this floor also houses the snowmobiles or snow plows that you get a little preview of as you start walking up the building. And this level is where the fun begins. So once you walk up the stairs onto this level, it opens up onto one of two tubes that were shown in a previous rendering that project between the bar space and the tower space. They reinforce, the tubes help to reinforce the differentiation between the bar, which has mostly areas of prospect, and the tower, which has these areas of refuge. And this floor in the tower serves two private bedrooms, each with its own bathroom, and that's a common theme as we'll continue up these plans. Meanwhile, the bar This floor serves what we call the technical spaces, so the labs, the common shop, and other related space. And as you can see here, the labs are kind of on either side of this bar, each getting great views. And the entirety of this bar gets amazing views towards the town of Vernago and the lake that sits in the middle of it. Going up a floor, the idea of prospect in the bar continues, where communal areas will span this space. We intended to keep this floor pretty much open as possible to improve this quality of circulation and create a space that can be enjoyed communally with all the members inhabiting this kitchen, dining room, rec room all at once. We have included a patio that connects off of the dining room here, where during the more fair weather seasons or months, you can take your food out there and go enjoy a meal out there, or just go and get these great views of the surroundings. Oh, and then, sorry, go back real quick. And then on this floor in the tower, we have our gym and our spa room. And we selected to add those to this floor because it's easily accessible via all of these different private bedrooms that span both below and above it. So like I said, as we'll move up, we'll start to see more floor plans of these rooms. And every 2 floors, we've changed the balconies that service these rooms. As you can see, Dominic is changing them right now. So floors 5 and 8 have one sort of set of balconies, and floors 6 and 7 have a different set of balconies, but we added these balconies so that, you know, more, so that each resident can have a private outdoor space to enjoy. And finally, at the top of this tower, we have our contemplation nook, which is a highly introspective area. It's got great views, the best views in the building because it's the highest up. You can enjoy a nice, quiet, personal moment, just taking in these views, reflecting on the landscape, and remind yourself why you're here. Now we'll get into the sections. Here's a section of the tower. It's meant to show this division between the vertical circulation and these private bunk rooms. We tried to create like a large emphasis on the stairs and make the stairs part of the adventure itself. And when you're moving up, we wanted people not to want to take the elevator every single time, but actually get some enjoyment out of these stairs. On some of these levels, there's little nooks that you can sit in and look out to the west. Yeah, next one. And here's a section of the bar. This was meant to show the quality of space in the bar in these communal areas by juxtaposing not only the upper floor from the lower floor, but each of these different programs, and how some of them are more fluid. You can kind of see how we intended on blending them together, such as the kitchen recreation space, for example, and others were enclosed, such as on the lower floor, these the central core, like the common shop.
Yeah, and so we wanted the structure of our building to serve as a modern reference to the structures of the traditional alpine huts of the area. And so, like much like the alpine huts, the building uses heavy concrete bases to root it to the landscape. And then the main structure is a glue laminated timber framing system, and then prefabricated panels will be used on the exterior. And so the horizontal bar is actually held up by steel columns with cross spacing to help resist lateral loads. And we use circular steel columns filled with concrete to make them as visually minimal as possible. and it allows the bar to read as floating above the landscape. So here's a wall section of the tower, and the walls consist of those prefabricated CLT panels with a small ventilated cavity and exterior cladding. And then, like I said, the base of the tower helps it root the tower into the landscape. And the tower is clad in stone panels that are locally sourced from the site. And this material selection creates a visual dialogue with the landscape as the tower seems to rise from the landscape. And then here's a wall section of the horizontal bar. And again, the walls consist of prefabricated CLT panels with a small ventilated cavity and exterior cladding. And so the horizontal bar is clad with untreated larch wood panels. And so these panels help read as a light material as the bar floats above the landscape. And these untreated larch wood panels will also turn a grayish color as they react with the harsh conditions in the extreme environment. And over time, that'll help the bar sink deeper into the landscape as the panels turn gray. And then here's just a few basic sustainability diagrams. And we wanted to use passive strategies to help heat and cool the building and really have it interact with the landscape and the natural features of the site. So the tower utilizes a stack effect to help cool the building during hot periods and warm it during cold periods. And then with the timber structure in the horizontal bar, it allows for an open layout. And so that helps with cross ventilation. And then, like I said before, each prefabricated panel has a small ventilated cavity that helps regulate the temperature on the interior. And then selective openings let light and heat into the building while also framing views of the landscape. And then photovoltaics on the roof of the building help provide energy to the building. And these passive strategies, again, emphasize the importance of the ecosystem and the landscape in which the building sits.
These sections are a series of investigative spaces within the bar. Without dwelling on them too much for time's sake, we wanted to investigate how we can bring in natural light from the top into in different ways to influence how you experience these spaces, so that when you're in the bar, it's not all the same experience along that axis. This render is from the kitchen that looks into the dining room through to that outdoor space that we wanted to include for people to go out and enjoy when it is fairly a temperate weather. This render is of a built-in sort of lookout portal that we have throughout the project that begin to reference some of the landmarks that we mentioned. This one in particular is looking at the place where Utsila Iceman was discovered. And this is just another way for us to create moments of contemplation at the scale of the person, of the occupant, that relate back to the very unique landscape that you find yourself in. This is a view of the wet lab inside the archaeological lab. We, as you saw in the plan, we had that bar in the middle of sort of a bar offset inside the middle of the bar. And what we have here is sort of a glass box floating within the larger archaeological lab, but still with those views. And this now we get into the typical room plan. As was mentioned before, this is mostly copied. This is mostly iterated, or excuse me, copied from one level to the next with deviations to the balconies. And we just have two main room models that you have. One is just more oriented in one direction, and the other one's flipped at like a 90-degree angle. Here we have.
Try to wrap it up so that you have enough time for comments. Sorry.
Yeah, so these are sections that go through that space. I'm not going to dwell too much on them. Here's a view out of that room towards the Smilja Peak, that highest peak we were talking about.
And finally, in summary, we wanted to create a research center that was successful not only in function, but in establishing a keen awareness for the ecosystem that it sits upon, highlighted by its orientation, materiality, and the availability of these numerous framed views. Thank you.
Good.
Does that guy look like he's saying, oh gosh, thank God I made it.
Well, for me, that's one thing I really like about your project is the tower feature, that for this person and all the others walking for so many hours in the snow, this would be that node or beacon in the landscape that would present, the light maybe at the end of the tunnel, or the figure in the landscape that is motivating and part of the experience. So I do appreciate that quite a bit. I just wonder about the need to have the vertical and then the horizontal. It feels like so much expenditure of energy goes into the vertical circulation system for the tower. And I don't mean to devalue what you have done. I think that you've really well planned the horizontal bar, and that the relationship is, played out well. But I just look at the fact that you've got a stair system and an elevator core servicing only 2 people at each floor. That's a kind of ratio that for this extreme condition seems quite a bit inefficient. And I would just have wanted to at least see an attempt to maybe densify what you're doing, to make a stronger relationship between the things that you have in the bar and what might be possible for making this just a single tower element, and having it be both the beacon and everything that it needs to be, because you're putting so much into making that tower operate as a vertical circulation system. And I just think that could be amplified in maybe another version at least. But I really commend you on so much work and so many thorough thoughts at every level. And I think that obviously as a group, you've worked well together, and that things have come together in a way that's very cohesive. I just, from the outset, question the need for that particular geometry relationship.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I really like the tower idea. I mean, I think one, because it's a beacon, but also, you showed the image of like the panorama image of the mountaintops. And I think that's something really interesting about that environment. There are very few environments on Earth where you'll design an architectural project where the context is so vast and uniform. Like the only other places maybe are in an underwater restaurant, or, there are these conditions where no matter where you look, even though it's different, it feels the same. And the way to overcome that is to produce a view of the whole thing, so you capture it at once, but also to change your elevation to it. Like when you're in the mountain, the difference between a view on the summit and a view 5 feet below the summit is vastly different. Like it expands exponentially as you get just that much higher. And so I think it's super interesting to do a scheme where you might actually go beyond the summit and have a view that's more vast. And then as you get close to the ground, it changes dramatically from one side to the other. You have a view of a snowbank versus a view of mountaintop. So I think like building that experiential quality, like I agree with Danelle. I mean, it's a great scheme with the vertical and horizontal, but I could see maybe even a more interesting scheme if you pack all of that horizontal material and program into that vertical and really expand what that means experientially as you're going up and down this thing, and getting different glimpses of that otherwise very uniform environment. But yeah, I think it's really interesting. It's not what you would think when you first go to a project like this, that you'd have a lighthouse beacon there that's vertical. You'd of course think, okay, a horizontal kind of flat bunker-like building, but yeah, I really like that about it.
I think you guys made huge progress, and you still have a lot of the same issues. And I think that what I'm going to commend you for is, when we talked before, went on about the way the tower was really wasteful in terms of space. How you've said, okay, I didn't mean, this sounds harsh and I don't mean it this way, but kind of, we don't care. We're going to make it anyway because it has such a profound impact. But you did make it more useful and meaningful. And I like the way you tried to make the stair part of the experience. And so, I mean, I could see, like, saying some guy who's going back here for a second time to do another round of research saying, no, man, I want the top floor. I'm going to be it's part of the whole challenge of living here. I guess there's a couple things, and this goes for everybody, I think, is that And I think it's really kind of about the whole thing about being in architecture school. I'm not convinced that we've made projects that really, really addressed the science in the mountains, kind of. Like, I wonder, what if we make a really great find out in the dig and we want to bring it into the lab? It's like, I don't know. You don't just kind of like have, I don't know, the relationship inside to outside from working, the relationship of the ice to the labs. I wish there was a little more of a connection to that, maybe, or I'm wondering if there needs to be. Maybe I'm wrong. Then the other thing I think in architecture school that's kind of endemic is that we make these great buildings, and I think you guys have all done really well. I'm really, really excited about your projects, and I'm really excited to see the changes that you've made and how they've developed, etc. But then I'll look at renderings like of the room, and I'll go, I'm not sure that's a great experience. You know, I'm not. It's kind of, you know, you got a bed and you got a desk and you have the bathroom, but I'm not sure now. I know you can't design the water faucets at this point and shit like that, stuff like that. But I'm just not sure about the experience of living here for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, isolated, doing research. And that's what I think you should think about as you go forward. But great job, you guys. I mean, this is awesome. Look at that picture, man. That's beautiful.
Yeah, maybe I have a similar comment, which is that it's all, you know, I mean, there's so many different ways. Like, as soon as you do an architecture in an extreme environment, there's so many different ways to approach it. One is realistically, but the other is more cinematically, you know. And all these projects kind of bring to mind all the movies. Like, this is always like the site of those movies where people lose their minds, or there's like something else that you know, they're doing their research, but then the thing comes. But so I wish there were a little more of that, like, cinematic within the explanation of the narrative or the program, that's maybe not so rooted in reality, but maybe more rooted in fiction. And I think fiction can be an approach to architecture that then becomes real, you know. I mean, we talked about mega structures and like really, you know, yeah, taking an idea further. But I'd be curious, like, what is the story if you were to write a film for this place, and then how might that reconfigure the architecture in some way? Because I think that's kind of what the brief is asking for by being in such a extreme locale.
And also, they all look like James Bond could in the movie, going here in the helicopter. But
yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of
it could be much more than that too.
Yeah,
to me, they sort of lack the thickness that I would expect there to be for this climate, and it is hard to place yourself in a condition that is this extreme if you've never experienced it before. But to me, they all have a fairly, I mean, yes, we want to maybe touch lightly on the site and the earth and that perspective on architecture, but they all seem very, very thin and light. And maybe to Corey's point about being more cinematic and anchored, like the kind of brutalist depictions we might see in these kinds of remote scientific structures, I would have thought there would have been like more girth to everything at hand. And I think that there is the one project that was embedded in the ground that had maybe like the thickest of walls, but even that was like, I don't know, operating on a kind of retaining wall thickness that wouldn't be any different in Austin than was shown here. So I would say, even if you don't know everything there is to know about, say, this like considerably heavy-handed construction system, you can still convey it as having like a weight that is embedded, that has to do with protection from the climate. And so I think across the board, that would be something that I would convey to you all, is thinking about thicknesses of things. but in general, they're very thorough and beautifully rendered and well conceived. And so I commend you on that, and concluding a semester of many, many challenges on top of a difficult site.
Yeah, that's so well said. That's great. That's good. Great input from the group, and I think it's been very constructive for them to hear ways sort of a different paradigm, because each of you come with different agendas. And I think it's really, excuse me, I'm having all sorts of sinus issues, so my voice is disappearing. No, we really appreciate the comments and appreciate you doing this. And this this is a relay for 4 teams, 4 I am in swimming. We've done really well. Really appreciate all the input and comments.
Well, thank
Good to
you.
see everybody. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good
Have a
summer.
great summer.
Yes, you guys too. Thank you for really insightful ideas and comments.
Hey, Professor.
Good to see everybody.
Bye. Good to see you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Danelle.
Yes.
Thank you so
Bye,
much.
Smilja.
Bye. Okay, you guys don't tell me bye yet. All right. Phew. That was good. Was this too painful to make you do it again? Don't your presentations get better? Second time I talked over the project, said, oh yeah, I was stuttering at the first one. Second one went a little bit better. Third one I really ran through. I didn't even do. Anyway, well, this is probably not the best time to have too much discussion. Did you get enough feedback that was creative and constructive? Yes?
For sure, yeah, those were good groups of reviewers.
Yes, they were really, they're all different too, so the different topics, different ideas, talking about very similar issues. Okay, so let's talk about of how we would like to bring this to conclusion. I propose to have a post debriefing on Monday, and I'd like to do it by themes. When our regular classes, then we can talk to you as a group, but you can also talk to you however else you'd like to get and have a dialogue about what you have just finished. I was going to say we had some very great input in regard to the site, to the ground, to the foundations, to how buildings connect to the land, to the interiors, to sort of the weight of the buildings, that our buildings really needed to have a big overcoats in a way, so needed that thickness. So I think we had to have appropriate clothing for our buildings. I think that's what the message at the end. So what I'm going to encourage you to do is for each of you to take what you have learned and then think how you can give a personal stamp to this project before you put it in your portfolio. Is that making sense? So take a look at, particularly when we have group projects where you have a lot of different input, but I think it'll be well worth the time that each of you sort of assess what you have and figure out what else do I need to add to or to modify or to clarify so that you can put this in your portfolio. So I'm not asking you to do this for class, but for yourself. Of how do you take this project, and hopefully next fall it will be in our issue where you've taken documentation of the project and let others see what you have completed. So how about we'll have the regular Zoom class at 1:30, and I'll allot the time for 4 groups. And then if you want to talk individually, we can do that as well. Yes or no? This is optional. If you decide, I'm tired of listening to her, but that's okay too.
That works. If you could you let us know the time slots ahead of time when each group will be talking, because I'll be a little bit preoccupied on that day.
Okay, yeah, that's not a problem. Let me set the schedule and the time. What I'm also going to do is when I teach a group team design studio, I will have a form for each of you to fill out and critique your classmate. So this is all very, very confidential, very personal. But I would like to send you that form, and then you can get it to me before we meet on Monday. So it'd just be your personal assessment of your teammate. It would just sort of help you put your head in the right place. I think we had a lot of really great comments, and I think there has been some very, very, very good collaborations among the teams and groups on all the different levels. Do you guys want to say anything, or are you just so tired, like, go home, don't talk anymore?
Thank you for a good semester, Professor.
Oh yeah, listen, to me, this is the birthday party we all come to at the end. We're looking at what you have. And then when I was at school, when the semester was over, I was like, oh my gosh, where do I go now? I have no goals for a while. But anyway, yeah, I really enjoyed doing this site and this project. It has sort of really stretched all of our imaginations and capacities. So I will send you the schedule for Monday. And again, this is optional. If you want to come, that's fine. But I will send you the format. Good job, guys. It was a lot we went through, and it was a tough semester for a lot of us and everybody and the school and the crazy COVID and weather and spring break, all of that. But I think we made it. Anyway, good job. I feel really good. I think the second group was very complimentary about the depth and intensity of the work that they saw. So I felt very good. And we had the toughest reviewers from school. The tough guys, let's put it this way, in a complimentary way.
Hard to top mid review.
Pardon me?
Hard to top mid review in Haven.
Yeah. Oh, but that's David. Yeah. No, it's but yeah, they were not as. That's why he came to mid review. So
no, yeah, you want mid review to be a little more critical.
Yeah.
But thank you so much.
But I think they were critical enough, but they also they were very conscious of bringing out what you've done well. And we do need to hear that, as well as what can we do better. All right. Well, thank you guys.
Hey, Professor.
Yeah, we'll see you on Monday. Okay. Bye. I'm about to send kisses, but not quite there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah,
this was a great semester. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I mean, to me, it's all exciting. I get all excited about doing what we're doing. And I think you've done really well. Okay.
Us too.
See you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a good.
See you on Monday.
Get good rest.
Oh, I will.
Okay.
Bye, Professor.
Bye.